That was a mouthful. I'm trying to get it. But anyway, yeah, Kim.com. Boom.
The other new one that came out was Top Gun, but I don't know if I want to watch that because it's got what's his name in it? Tom Cruise, that's his name.
Oh. How unfortunate having to carry around a milk crate to all the movie sites so you can stand on them when you're being filmed.
Hey? What do you mean you got to carry a milk crate?
He's only about 2'3", Terry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's a short little bugger.
He's vertically challenged, yeah.
Yeah, he is. I saw him and Nicole pictured one day when he didn't have his high lift implants in his shoes, and he comes up to her belly button thereabouts. Maybe not that quite that extreme, but you know what I mean. Because she's quite tall. She's over 6 foot herself, Nicole. Pretty sure.
Oh, Nicole Kidman.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
I remember her as the Big M girl back in the day. Her and Elle Macpherson.
Oh, Elle Macpherson.
Oh, yeah.
That even...
L, oh, man.
And she's still hot.
She's a goddess. She's
Right.
she's literally a goddess, L. That is for sure.
Let's face it, everybody's watched the film Sirens if they're a man.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
You said you watched Joe 90 too, Druss, but did you watch the one that Dean's character, his avatar uses the stingray? Did you watch that one as well?
I like Stingray as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Rena, Aquamarine. Yes. But yeah, Joe 90 I really liked. It was just, I just thought it was a really cool kind of slightly sick concept.
I think I watched the pilot, I think, for that one.
Let's turn our child into an assassin.
Mm. No harm can come of that.
Yeah. Then yeah, we had Fireball XL5 on 16mm projector. You know, so I had a projector when I was a kid. And Fireball XL5 was one of the things we had on that. I think we'll see. I'm feeling old now.
Yeah, I know the young ones in here sometimes scratch their heads when us oldies talk about things back in the day.
One of my ex-girlfriends, Kim, her next door neighbour was Jerry Anderson. Never got to meet him, which was really annoying, but evidently he was a lovely guy.
Have you got any globular physics to present us today, Druss, or you come empty-handed again?
I never come empty-handed, Bandy.
Oh,
Have you
whoa!
have you
Here we
ever know
go.
have you
Here
ever
we
known me? Have you ever known me to come empty-handed?
Well, the hands that you do bring generally, well, always have to get folded. All right, so you got to fold the hands that you do bring, but you can present your other hand again, and once again, you'll probably get beaten
Well,
by a royal flush, if not a full house.
to be fair, you guys generally don't even have a king high, but we won't go there.
To be fair, all we have is pure physics to back up any of our claims.
No,
Any.
you usually fold because you can't bluff.
So first of all, there is no such thing as globular physics. There is just physics.
Just
Let's get that.
physics.
Yeah.
Let's get that clear.
Let's get that out of the road.
You
Yeah.
have to have globular physics, right?
No, we don't.
Well,
The
you do.
conclusion is not. If we had globular physics, that would be a begging the question fallacy. Band.
Okay. Okay. So you don't have any physics that can support your globular claim.
No. You don't understand. To present something as globular physics would be putting the conclusion in the premise, which would be a begging the question fallacy. So we have physics, and then we have conclusions drawn from those observations and experimentation.
So we can
okay
use
then.
physics. So we can use physics to prove the globe.
Okay
Yeah.
then. So what physics support a globular claim?
What physics supports a globular claim? Well, I think the acceleration of a mass towards the Earth at 9 point whatever meters per second squared minus drag is a great starting example.
Really?
All right, so
Really?
things fall down, therefore glob.
No. Things don't fall down, Jerry. Things accelerate. So to have an acceleration, we require an effect or a force.
All right, so where's the glob?
So that's our first thing. So the second thing, and again,
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Back. Calm your farm. Right? You can't move past the first thing, right? Because Jerry's
so do you
champing at.
reject the fact that things accelerate towards the Earth at about 9.8 meters per second squared by drag?
No, go ahead.
Oh, cool. So that's all that first statement's about. So that's our first thing.
Okay.
The second thing that we have from the point of view of physics is our understanding of light and refraction.
Mm-hmm.
So do you feel that we have some understanding of light and refraction?
For globular claims, no. Me personally, Jerry may feel differently. So go. Jerry's champing at the bit. I keep on cutting him off.
No, I think that we could only model light. So, the easiest way to model it is to say that light comes in straight and booty booty boop, we got a glob. We got the straight light from the sun and Polaris, and we got our latitude lines from Polaris coming in straight. Oh, that can't work on a flat Earth because the lines are straight. Therefore, it's a glob.
It's the fact. It's not the fact that lines come in straight. It's the fact that that light rays are pretty much parallel to each other. Now you can go down to the nth degree of pedanticness, and we can talk about deviation. But to all intents and purposes, me and the square root of fuck all argument. So let's probably reiterate that. So that's another observation. That for all intents and purposes, light rays striking the Earth from objects like the Sun and Polaris are coming in parallel. Cool. We don't seem to have any objection to that.
Oh, well, I definitely have objections to it myself, but any time I've objected, right, your tactic is to move on to your next point. So I was just waiting for you to get through all your points first, and then I.
Oh no, we're going to do them one at a time because we're
Oh.
building a foundation here.
Okay, so Well, you
Can't
didn't
build a
let
house
me.
on sand.
You didn't like. Well, we were gonna have a crack at your first point, and you very quickly wanted to overlook that one and then move on to the second point. I did notice that one.
I
Right?
asked if anybody objected. So, does anybody object to the fact that masses accelerate towards the Earth at about 9.8 meters per second squared minus drag?
Oh
No
yeah, no.
no objection.
Things definitely do seem to head towards the ground at a particular kind of well
Acceleration.
speed. Well, depends what you are talking about, right? A ping pong ball will probably fall differently to a bowling ball.
Yeah, because drag.
Yeah.
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 Well,
Yeah.
so
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 we seem to be in concordance in all the things I put in that statement.
yep, yep. But your conclusion to it was glob.
No, we
Bandy,
haven't. Even...
throw a spanner in the works and tell him that a helium balloon rises, it doesn't fall.
Well, look, we won't get there just yet. Oh, we'll let him show his whole hand first, and then we'll realise that it's a losing hand. So go on to point number 3, Russ.
Sure. Then the next thing that I guess we have on the list. So we've got parallel light rays, or pretty much fucking parallel light rays with square root of fuck all difference to it. We've got which is an understanding of light and refraction and how that works. Angle of incidence, angle of exit, blah blah blah. But the acceleration towards the mass. So we then also have the observations of things like the transmission of electromagnetic spectrum.
I didn't think we'd go that far down the hole first. I thought we might go to something like polar star rotations or something.
No, we're going to keep it relatively simple, mate. Let's not throw anything hard. Let's sort out our measurement system first.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you have a problem with things like radar ranging, laser ranging, stuff like that we use every day to sort of guide planes around the world, be able to establish distances to things, all that kind of stuff?
Oh, I've got no problems with these things over a short distance at all. Absolutely none.
Cool.
Absolutely none.
So what is the limitation of the distance of, say, a radar?
What's the limitation? Well, that would be presuming the medium it is in, and whatever measuring device you are using.
Mm-hmm.
Argument's sake, one of those little laser measuring tools.
They've definitely got a limitation. I don't agree with that. I mean, we're not going to use a laser measure over hundreds and hundreds of meters unless you're using a particularly specialized version of it. But I'm just saying, with an airplane, let's do big stuff. Let's do nice big radar.
No. Let's stick to don't move on, because we can use that little stuff to show how inaccurate it is over short distances.
Well, again, it's about the tool for the job. So I'll go back to the fact that, if you're going to measure a thousandth of an inch, and I said, well, you got to use a fucking tape measure to do it, you're going to push back on me, aren't you? Wrong tool for the job.
Let's talk in meters. I've got no problems in talking in meters, or even tens of meters, even 50 meters. Got no problems in talking about those sorts of distances.
70,000 meters.
Right. So we can talk just over 10 meters and demonstrate how inaccurate those tools can be, right, in regards to the medium that they are in.
So let's talk about 70,000 meters.
Right.
70 kilometers.
So if you know that the medium that they're in, that is going to be consistent, they are probably going to be more accurate, I would presume. But if that medium is going to vary and you don't know what it is, that's where the inaccuracies come.
So again, radar is one of my favorite things. I like radar, and Terry's here as well, so he can back the shit up. This is why I've been going down this direction, because I'm not a fool. I might make foolish decisions, but I'm not a fool. And I understand Terry has certain expertise in certain areas, along with people like Alan.
I don't know Terry's expertise is in radar. Terry may understand it, but I don't think Terry would claim any expertise in radar.
Yeah, I wouldn't
myself.
claim an expertise in it.
Yeah, sorry,
I don't.
Terry.
I
I was just trying
think.
to.
I don't think I've got an expertise in anything
Yeah,
really.
I was just trying to save you there, Terry, before getting thrown under the bus.
I just felt that the amount of time spent in hangouts with Alan, some of it's rubbed off by now.
Well, I've got Blue as well, and Farmer, so I've got a few people.
Obviously, he's my identical voice twin.
Yes. If we want to talk about the Cavendish, I can go down that road.
Oh, happy days!
So let's think where we go. So because I'm going in a particular course here, Bambi, and you know me. Then start an argument that I can't finish. So we use radar. So for me, radar is a great tool. We can spot planes from long distance, hundreds of miles away. We can spot planes.
How accurately?
And it works
How accurately?
really accurately to within meters.
Within meters.
So let's say plus or minus. Let's be really generous and say plus or minus 5%. And I'm being really 5%. Generous. Yeah.
Okay. Ooh.
Yeah.
I don't know. Have we measured that?
Yeah. So they calibrate radars. In fact, Alan can take you through a really long discussion on radar calibration.
Okay, so if a plane was, I don't know, whatever's, what'd you say, 70,000 meters, so 70 kilometers away, thereabouts. How would you know that it is that's either 75 or 65? How would you even know that?
Very, very good. And that's where GPS comes in as a correlation co-witnessing process.
Okay.
So that's where we have ground position from the plane itself as a correlating factor. We're not back in the 1940s with people riding around in fucking propeller planes with a navigator sitting out back plotting everything on paper. Life's changed a bit since then. Technology fucking rocks.
Obviously, right? So they're pretty accurate, around that, around.
And we can also range to known objects, can't we? So if we've got a big fucking lighthouse, we know where that big fucking lighthouse is.
Within about, say, 70 kilometers, like fairly accurate, 65, 75, but in that.
Plus or minus 5% is kind of what I'm going for on that limit.
I said you said 70 kilometers. That's why I went 65 to 75.
Then we start, we can start looking at the fact that between me and that plane, there is no consistent medium.
Right.
Is there?
There's no consistent medium?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I wouldn't say no. I wouldn't say it was consistent. No. That's why we have the inaccuracies in the measurement itself.
Well, is it? I mean, again, do you think that some of that's not taken into account?
Well, if it's not giving you a pinpoint location, by definition, it's not accurate.
Oh, every measurement has tolerance. We've done this discussion loads of times, and that's why I gave a plus or minus 5%.
Yeah, and that tolerance is because of the varying medium it is in.
No, it could also just be down to the accuracy of the instrumentation that you're using. So, again, I'm not going to use a tape measure to try and measure 1,000th of an inch. I'm usually using a micrometer. One tool is designed to measure to that accuracy. The other tool isn't.
Yeah.
Because
that tool, whether it's that laser ranging tool or that radar ranging tool, has been calibrated in a particular medium, right? And that's its base, right? So if that base was exactly the same as how it was calibrated, you would expect those measurements to be pretty spot on.
Yeah. We then have other methods of doing that confirmation. So another method of doing it is what's called time delay reflectometry, which is the time a signal takes to get from A to B, which is pretty much the same principle radar works on. That's something I'm much more familiar with because it's what I used to use in my fucking day-to-day living. So that's another object. So now we can start to now we've got some good sort of stuff going on there. So we can start to look at that we've got some understanding of light, got some good understanding of how to measure distances to things. We've got fairly standard principles that we can start to use. So the next question I'm going to ask is, do you deny or reject the concept of the uniformity of nature?
Well, firstly, I deny that you know anything at all about light and it traveling in parallel rays. Definitely, you don't know that at all.
Okay, so what about the experimentation that has been done where we've drawn those conclusions from it? I haven't done it personally, but I agree.
Like what? Like say sticks in the ground and measuring shadows, for argument's sake.
No. I'm talking
Okay.
about sort of,
So,
really, really sensitive and accurate astronomical instruments. Yeah, you can go back. It's the same way as we can go back to Orville Wright and his brother, and that's what a plane is, and a plane cannot be anything different to that. And gosh, look, you can't get a plane to go at Mach 1 because Orville Wright never managed it. Come on.
well,
We've moved forward in time.
We're talking about
Yeah,
parallel light rays.
yeah.
Okay, that's what we're talking about.
And
And I asked, like, how do we? Is this through the experiment of sticks in the ground? And you went, well, no. And then you went on to
well,
talk about the
that was
Wright brothers. You haven't
yeah,
given
but
the other explanation yet. Well, you're talking about the Wright brothers, which has got nothing to do with parallel light rays, right? Now, trying to make a point, well, we have moved on like the Wright brothers, right? You still haven't moved on and given me that experiment that shows parallel light rays.
sure. So again, this is a good example.
Yeah, I was looking around to see if I had anything.
Yeah, I'm just pulling something up. There's a video I normally keep from Nagwar on this one.
Well, just explain it. I don't need to see a video. We're having a conversation, Druss. I just explain it. So he drops a video.
No, it's not. It's
Okay.
actually
All
it's
right.
a supporting piece of information with a video in it. So again, part of what we're doing here is we're actually measuring how light comes into various detectors.
Oh, is this like the double slit experiment you're
No,
talking about?
that's just merely an interference pattern.
Okay. Okay.
So we're talking about things that actually suck in light. Same way as we have an aerial that sucks in radar, and from that we can determine the range to objects based on how long that signal took to reach the object, bounce off it, and come back.
Okay.
So now what we're
So
doing is we're doing something fairly similar with light rays, except we're taking in that source data and we're looking at the variance of that object, which again can tell us whether that object is local or far away.
how are
It's one
you
of the
knowing
reasons.
that these light rays in this little drawing that
Mhm.
you've shown here, because it looks like, I know, the light is coming into some sort of box somehow and then coming out another box as two parallel light rays.
So you understand that a detector is nowadays is an electronic instrument that we use based
Okay.
with sort of lenses that will focus that information, the same as we use a digital camera.
Mm-hmm. But how does
So
that determine that those light rays are parallel?
because it's looking for deviation of where those rays are coming from.
Okay, and so the light
And
goes into a detector,
yeah,
right? And the detector does whatever it does with those light rays and then comes out the other side, right, as parallel rays going through a couple of other slits or a couple of other detectors or whatever. Yeah,
and in fact
basically.
it even says, and this is one of the reasons I quite like this article. It even
Uh-huh.
says that there is still a slight divergence even from point sources a long way. It's just whether it's within our tolerance to be able to measure it. But the tolerance values that we have for measuring this stuff are incredibly fine. So
Right. So,
that's nothing. So now,
well, the light rays aren't parallel at all, and the fact that the light goes into the sensor, how have you distinguished that light that's going into the sensor hasn't propagated other light, right, that is coming out? How do you know it's the same light and the same
But
particles?
what do
If
you
you
mean
want to use particles,
propagated?
okay, we'll just that,
How is light
right?
propagating light?
Well, the light is going in, and then it illuminates when it goes past point A, right? It's going into a dark box with a sensor, and that light is going in there. And now as it area,
Oh, no,
it
you
does
said that
whatever.
light was propagating. How do you know that that light is not propagating other light? That's what I want to understand at that point.
Well, how do you know that light doesn't propagate? You think light is an actual thing that is launched from one place to another, right?
I'm,
Other than it propagates its way through a medium.
I have never seen light without a physical source.
Right. So because there is a source, right, of energy, right,
Mm-hmm.
that is reacting with a medium, right, means that the light isn't propagating, or that it
Well, no,
is
you said that
propagating.
light was propagating light. That's the bit I didn't understand.
Yeah, because light is energy itself, and that
Yeah,
energy is in the medium, reacting with that medium. Thus, it's self-propagating
but it's a medium
in
that
that
you
medium.
stated you don't understand or know the properties of, or even if it's there.
Mm. And neither do the experts either know what the
Yeah, but
medium is
you're
or
making
what it
conclusions
is.
based on. Yeah. So what I'm trying to understand, Bandy, is you want to invoke this medium that you don't know what it is. So that to me is kind of, we accept that we take, when I'm doing things like time delay reflectometry, I'm accepting the fact that the copper or the fiber that I'm doing that test across is going to be reasonably consistent. I don't know it is, but
No,
funny
and I'm
enough, the proof is in the pudding, which is when I say to a guy, sort of 20 years ago when I was doing this kind of shit, go 4 miles up the road, go to this junction box here, 3 meters up from that junction box, pull
yeah.
out that cable, and you'll find a break. And that cable's like 2 or 3 miles away from where I am, and I'm
Uh-huh.
fucking accurate to, within half a centimeter of the kit that you used to use. Probably better than that, to be fair, if I
Yep,
did it
yep,
right.
yep, yep, yep.
Um, you know, that seems to show a good uniformity of nature, even though we're making some
All right.
assumptions.
Okay,
Because you're always going to make some assumptions in everything you do. The
yeah.
question is, are those assumptions parsimonious?
Well, here we go, and I'm quite happy. I am quite happy, right? As you pointed out, to say that I don't know what that medium is or what it's doing or how it's reacting. I'm quite happy, right, and quite open with saying that I don't know what it is or what it's doing, right? But and which you will just, right, and others, right, but I'll use the royal you, right, will just hand wave dismiss it, right, because it apparently has nothing to back it up, right? But then if you want to invoke a medium, right, that all it has about its understanding is a mathematical equation, that is quite acceptable, right? And quite valid because it has a mathematical equation
No, proof is in the pudding, Bandy.
to back. No. There's no proof in any pudding of dark matter or dark energy. There is no proof in any
Has
pudding
nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
whatsoever, right? Absolutely nothing. Well, no,
That,
it does.
that's running. That's
No,
running away from the object.
no, it doesn't.
We're
No, when we're
standing on the
talking
planet,
about
mate.
no, when we are talking about light and how light performs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And light performs a very particular way when it's surrounded by dark energy and dark matter, which has a mathematical equation to back it up. Now, when
Mm-hmm.
I turn around and say, right, well, we don't know if light is traveling in any sort of parallel rays whatsoever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And well, then how does it travel? And I say it just propagates in the medium. Well, what do you have to back it up? What medium is it? Well, I've got nothing, and I've got just as much as what the most illustrious astrophysics have to back up any of their claims. An idea. That's what I've got. An idea, just like what they have. And to
Again,
say
I think
and to say that a light particle can go into a chamber, a dark chamber, or go through a slit, and that light then travels through that slit, and that doesn't in any way, shape, or form propagate other light that then can go through other slits, I think is a little bit, from what I've looked into any of these kind of experiments, is a little bit disingenuous, right? To be quite frank, and this was something that I brought up with Globus a couple of nights ago when we were talking about similar sort of experiments when it came to how do we understand light, and I posed this exact same question to him, right? And I don't know if he's done any more research into it on what we spoke about at all, but I brought up a very valid question that it doesn't actually seem to have any valid answer to this point. At this point.
Cool. But again, we're sort of drifting away from the globe and getting into the sort of the weeds.
No. You brought up parallel light rays, and I am challenging the parallel light rays because you said we know that they travel fairly parallel, if not close enough to parallel. It's just 15th of a bee scrotum, so it doesn't really make any difference anyway.
Like that term?
Right? Yes, exactly right. But we don't know, is my point. We don't know these things definitively whatsoever, I don't think, in my humble opinion. But anyway, you can move on. I'll let you move.
Yeah. So again, I mean, for me, okay, you can argue that point, and I think that it's not an invalid position to have. I think I might say it's a little bit naive, but I don't think it's invalid. I think it's good questions, and that's one of the things I always like having a chat with you about. Is you always do ask good questions, and they tend to be quite respectful. So I appreciate that. I also, as you know, don't tend to talk about shit that I have no idea about. And, I agree. Probably it's one of the arguments I've used here a lot, which is, a lot of people argue about shit that they have very, very slim understanding of. And I will say light is probably one of those things from the point of view of some of its properties. I think refraction, most people can understand. And that's kind of where I kind of get to my limit. Time delay reflectometry is something I kind of like because, I've actually used it in anger, and for me, it's worked. Even though we make certain assumptions. But the point I want to make is the fact that, when we do things like range to objects like the moon, which is what, 260 odd thousand miles or kilometers away, I can't remember, miles away. That to me is, your error bar for what you're doing on that. It would be incredibly huge to take it from, figure of 260 odd thousand miles away to 3,500 miles away. But what it also tells us is the fact there's something solid that we're bouncing off at that kind of distance or thereabouts. So we've got an object floating up in the sky, or, from a flat Earth perspective, fuck knows why it's floating up there. That doesn't, if we reject things like gravity and, the motion of orbit, then, yeah, fuck knows why it's sitting up there, but it does. Cool. It could be the hand of God doing it, depending on your religious persuasions. I know that's not one of your arguments. Thank you. So, and we can see that it is a spherish-like object. Moreover, we have claims that we
definitely appears that way. I will give you that 100%.
And there are claims that we have sent multiple objects to it to study and get more information, including going all the way around it and picking up that data. The acceptability of that is down to your personal point of view. But the stuff we do from the Earth, we can touch it with our radio waves, with radar, with laser. And we can look at
the lasers off the retroreflectors that were placed on the moon. Don't forget.
Yeah,
we've got to get to the moon at least once before that, Terry. Right?
Well, again, I think the evidence is compelling that we've been there multiple times. For me, again,
yes, that is right. That is right.
So we've got multiple methods of ranging to it. We can also use the parallax method as well. All of those methodologies come up with pretty much the same fucking answer. that's a lovely, and you know me, I love stuff. You know, if I've got 5 different pieces of evidence, go back to my archaeology days. If I've got 5 different pieces of evidence pointing to conclusion, it's probably in the realms of that being, you know, pretty much could be right.
Well, it depends how you view that evidence, I suppose. If you examine that evidence individually, right, and
The whole point is do it.
individually, hold on, individually, if that evidence seems flawed, well, then to me, also too collectively, that evidence would be flawed.
But don't you find it staggering that we have all these different methods for all these different observations that we make, all coming to pretty much the same conclusion? To me, that kind of beggars the belief that it's just random chance that these numbers come out like this.
I find it actually more staggering, right, that we can't accurately measure or show any measurements of curved water. I actually find that more staggering when we can measure down to 1/1,000,000th of a millimeter when it comes to honing a telescope lens. I find it more staggering that we can't measure 1/1,000,000th of a millimeter curvature in water in a mere little fish tank. I
But
find
why
that
we got to use
big
water as
staggering.
the
Why wouldn't you use water as
why?
two-man water is the most accurate leveling device ever.
Oh, it's not. The meniscus
No.
of fucking
100%
water.
is.
The
100%
meniscus
Well,
of
you're
the
talking
meniscus of
about
water itself is takes you out of that margin.
Really? All right, so we're measuring things with cups of water, are we? And on the edges of it.
Can you get a glass and fill it up so the water is slightly above the rim?
Oh, 100%. You can do that with water
There you go.
tension quite easily. Quite
So
easily.
therefore, using something like a cup as a measuring tool is fucking pointless, is it not? Therefore?
Okay, and firstly,
Will you not grant me that?
Firstly, when did I say use a cup on its own as a measuring device, and you also too, right, get exactly the same meniscus in a water level itself, right?
Yeah,
But
I
what
agree with you.
but what you do with that water level, right, or anyone that would use a water level accurately, you would use the very bottom of that benchmark as your 0.0. Right? You wouldn't use the bottom, right, and then the top, right, because now you would have a difference between those two marks, which depending on the tube you used, right, could give you a difference of a couple of millimeters.
And over a distance of what a watering level is used for in that situation, that half a millimeter or a millimeter difference in the meniscus of the water that's in that pipe wouldn't make any difference at all.
And there are companies in America now, right, that offer a surveying service that they guarantee actually not only can they do it quicker, right, they can actually do it with far greater accuracy, right, using nothing but a water level.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Right?
And especially when you're talking about short distance surveying. But see, when you've got a big sample set, you know, and let's face it, whether the Earth is flat or not, it's fucking big. We both agree on that, yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Cool. So when we're looking at that and we're looking at the accuracy of our measurements over short distances, then they need to be more and more accurate to show dimensional values for a large object, don't they? So our tolerance comes down the shorter the distance we have. So that's why. So, you know, one of the things I love is the fact that going back to radar, this is why I started with this, because, you know, don't come into a bum fight without a knife. Because I like butter and my scones.
Yes, well, your knife's pretty blunt at the moment, but go on.
we can utilize things like the relationship of radar horizons.
Uh-huh.
So it's very, very interesting, the fact that our radar horizon is based on the height of our aerial.
Uh-huh.
So that has a direct value against sort of what we can see. So we can only see surface to a certain distance. And this is how they calibrate radar.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking Alan. I've spent way too much too much time with him. And that's one of the things that Alan used to do, is he used to calibrate radar for accuracy, for distances.
Mm-hmm.
And one of those things was determine the radar horizon, which was
Yeah.
purely based, the calculation of what we should see is purely based on the height of that sender and receiver process.
Yes, yes. So the higher you get, the greater distance that radar horizon is
Yeah,
from gathering. Yeah,
yeah,
exactly right. Which makes
for the
which right,
ground.
which funny about that, that fits in perfectly in the flat Earth. That's absolutely perfect in the flat Earth.
How so? Why do you have a radar horizon on a flat Earth?
Because obviously, because you are getting higher and higher that medium that you are detecting through. All right, so you are getting less and less interference, so that beam can travel further and further till it starts to get through a medium. Once again, that is thicker and thicker and thicker, which will reduce its distance. All right, so it fits perfectly in a flat Earth scenario. Perfectly, it's what you would expect on a flat Earth. The
That,
higher you go, the further your horizon would be, because you were getting further and further above that medium, which is getting less and less and less and less interference. Right, and then that radar, now when it's going down, right, starts to go through that thicker and thicker and thicker medium again, which gives it its whatever distance it's going to be. So it's perfect.
but if I take a straight line from that radar, I don't have that problem. It can go on, based on the wattage power of the signal receipt.
Yeah.
So
So
again, so I have a bit of a problem with that as an example, because technically speaking, if I'm at an elevation and I'm going straight out, then that medium, I'm going through more and more and more of it. And yet if I'm going in a straight line, yeah, I can see a very, very long way if I've got, say, a radar stuck on a 400-meter cliff.
yeah, so when you're in that plane or whatever
Cliff.
thing that you're in, right, up high in the air, right,
No,
then
on a
you
cliff, ground-based. So I'm only
okay,
quoting ground-based
right,
stuff.
okay, ground based stuff. So the higher that radar is, right, the further that you can see. Yes.
But in a straight line,
Right.
I can see a fucking long way, 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 way further than the radar horizon.
Yeah, in a straight line. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the issue there?
So in that case, if I can
So
see that distance in a straight line, yeah, and you're saying, now we can't see any further to the ground beyond this point. That seems to me to be weird, because then that straight line and that ground seem to be two different things. They seem to be diverging from each other.
no. If you're on the ground, you radar pointing it in horizontal to your position A.
400
Yes.
meters up.
Yeah. So now we're pointing up, not
No.
horizontal.
We're at 400 meters in height on an edge of a cliff. That's where a
Yeah,
lot of
on the
our stuff is.
on the edge of
And
a
I go
cliff.
straight out the edge of that cliff.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can keep going.
You're going horizontally, right?
Yeah.
Okay, there, and it's got X amount of distance before it
Mhm.
stops. Yeah, that's
Hundreds of
exactly.
miles.
Yeah, that's exactly what you would expect.
See, I don't think that to me doesn't make logical sense, what you're saying there, because again, if the Earth was this flat shape, then I wouldn't see a divergence from my horizontal to the ground. I wouldn't be continually increasing in altitude as I go out.
Continuing to increase in altitude as you go out.
Elevation from the surface seems to go hand in hand with this straight line.
Right. So this radar beam is shooting out perfectly in a straight line. Number one, is it? it doesn't diverge as it's being sent out of this object?
You're thinking it through now.
You're thinking
So-
it through?
Yeah, you are thinking it through now, and that's right. And so again, you can say, do radar beams refract at all? Yeah, they refract a little bit. You know, that's taken into account, which is why we can accurately determine where objects are, to the point where we can fucking hit them with shit. So
Mhm.
you know, stuff like phalanx guns, which work off the side of ships, which shoot down missiles at sort of 6, 10, 12 kilometers away quite happily. Yeah,
So
that's
basically,
that's a fucking fast moving object. You know, an object moving at least Mach 2, coming
so ba-
towards us that is smaller than the size of a bus, and we can fucking hit that bitch at 6,000 kilometers away quite happily.
so basically, the conclusion is radar is above the surface of the ground, the further it can see. Right,
Mm.
that's the basic conclusion, which is exactly what you would expect on the flat Earth. That's
Well,
exactly
that's
what
a
we've
claim,
expected.
but you're just making the claim and not explaining why.
Well, because of the medium that you are going through. So once you get higher above that medium and it gets less and less and less dense, right, whatever you are trying to propagate or send through that medium is going to have less resistance, so it can travel further. There's the explanation.
Yes, but it's going in a straight line. So why is the
Mm.
medium getting less and less and less as you go out in a straight line? That would say to me that the
No,
only reason
you're already
the only reason you gain elevation in that kind of model is if the Earth underneath is curving away from you.
No, you are already in the lesser medium, right? It is denser down towards the ground than it is up higher, right? The medium is lesser. There is less resistance in that medium.
So again, I think we can agree to kind of disagree on some of that point. I mean, the problem I've got with what you're saying is that if it was a straight line to that object through that medium, then the altitude, that 400 meters, would not change,
So you
would it?
think? So you
On a
think the
flat
medium?
surface. On a
So
flat
so
surface.
so you think the medium is consistent from ground up to the clouds? It doesn't change
No,
in its
not my claim
density.
at all.
Okay, then. So that is my claim, that it varies, and the higher you get, right, the less dense it gets. So the higher you are above that medium, right, shooting your radar, right, it's going to be in a lesser medium, so it will travel further. That's
Yeah,
my claim.
that's but that's not what I'm saying though, is it, Bandy? What I'm saying is the fact that we're at 400 meters, we go out in a straight line, and we're kind of seeing that's which is a tangential from a point, yeah,
Yeah,
and
horizontal from point
yeah,
A. Yep.
horizontal, and so on a flat plane, that missile should be, if it's horizontal to me, it should be at 400 meters in height, yeah.
That missile.
That
Yeah.
I'm ranging to.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go. But it's not at 400 meters of height. It's higher.
What do you mean it's higher? Well,
It's
it depends
higher.
where the missile is. How is it going to be
Yeah,
higher?
because when we do that horizontal, and we go out from that horizontal, and we go out 6,000 meters, it's no longer that object that's a direct line of sight. You know, that straight line from us to it is not at 400 meters. It's higher than that.
Really? What? Because now you put in a globe calculation on top of that to go.
Nope.
It is now, instead of being 400 meters above the surface, it is actually 600 meters above the surface according to the globe calculation.
No, that's again, we can co-witness that with, so let's replace the nasty missile we're trying to shoot down with an aeroplane. We've got its GPS position. We've got the telemetry data from it. That's a friendly object where we've got access to all its information. And it
Right?
doesn't fucking say it's at 400 meters. It says it's higher.
Well, if it's higher, it's going to be so now where are you going to shoot your missile to intercept that other missile that is now at
We're not.
600
We're
meters?
down. I was just using that as an example of accuracy. The fact that we
Okay,
can
yeah. Well,
track and hit those things.
Well, this is what I'm
So
trying,
what I'm
trying
doing
to
is I'm
confirm.
taking that missile now and I'm replacing it with something where we get friendly telemetry from, one of our own planes.
Well, whether it's
Yeah.
a missile or a friendly plane, it's neither here nor there.
I'm just
So-
making sure we don't get the equivalent. So we get the telemetry data from the devices on that plane. We know where that plane is. We know that it's horizontal to us, and it's no longer at the same height as us. It's higher. So that says to me something's fucking going on.
No, not at all.
I
Oh,
thought
so
that was
now-
I thought that was a fucking good argument, mate. I feel I have come with my hands full,
No. So now,
and I now feel you're
okay.
folding because you've only got a pair of jacks compared to my flush.
No, I definitely came in with 4 of a kind and a royal flush all at the same time. Right. So now you're saying now,
Otherwise known as the
you have to put-
impossibility of the flat Earth. I agree with you.
So now you're saying now you have to calculate for Earth curvature to be able to shoot that missile out of the sky because
No.
it's reading at a different altitude to where
No. I mean, to be fair, the guided stuff that we used to do that shit, and it wasn't that. I used the phalanx gun because it's a ballistical tool
Well,
rather than powered flight. So that's why I used the phalanx.
well, no,
But the whole point of what I'm making here out of this argument is something quite simple, which is if you project, you want to use that 8 inches per mile squared fucking shit. I've just basically used an example where we can use that 8 inches per mile squared fucking shit.
Well, yeah, I did invoke the 8 inches per mile.
I know you didn't, but that's quite a common argument in this kind of group when we get to this stuff.
Number one, and now number two, you're invoking radar at 400 meters above the surface, shooting in a horizontal, and now apparently detecting a missile or plane, whichever one you want to use, that is now 600 meters above the surface for some
And
strange reason.
if I've got like three
So-
different radar, if I've got three
so
different
hold on.
radar stations doing that,
So-
then I've got
hold on.
3 points of
Well,
co-witnessing,
hold on
which
to
gives
the
me 3 points of determination.
So the plane or missile is either A, it is 600 meters above the surface, or it's not 600 meters above the surface where it has been detected. Which one is it?
Oh, it's 600 meters above the surface. It's just
So
the
it
surface.
is.
So yeah. So
Okay,
I'm happy with the fact that we've got the radar confirmation. If we've got another couple of radar towers doing co-witnessing on that, and we've got the telemetry data, and they're all saying, "Hey, this object at this height, traveling this direction at this speed." I'm pretty fucking happy with that. If all of those 4 points agree, then we're going back to my co-witnessing methodology. If I know the fact that signal's going out on a horizontal, which we can judge with radar, because you can slice it, do what's called radar slicing, and that object is showing to be higher for my 400 meter target, it's then being confirmed by another radar station which is lower than me, and maybe another one that's on a ship out in the bay somewhere. All three of those systems tracking it, all three of those giving us directional information. That to me is really fucking good evidence that the Earth ain't flat.
Okay, then. So we have the first radar detecting it at 600 meters away. That is, say, 70 kilometers away, or whatever the case may be. So the plane is actually 600 meters above the ground. Is it, or is it not?
Yeah.
Okay, then.
But,
so the radar itself, the radar itself has actually detected the plane at 600 meters above the surface. Yeah.
yeah, I mean that's
Okay.
taking. Yeah, that's taking that.
what's
But
the-
hold on, I want to steel man you here because I think I'm being a little bit unfair, and I don't want to be inaccurate in my argument. From the single radar station, yeah, we are doing a curvature calculation to determine its height, but then co-witnessing that with the actual object itself, where we can get its own height telemetry from, we then use a second radar station at a different altitude value, like it's pretty much say at 10-15 meters above sea level, normal ship type radar, And then we've got a third ground-based one that, again, could be that sort of 10, 20 meters above sea level. And all three of those are ranging from different positions, all giving us a sight on target, all giving us the same sort of information, then validated by the object itself.
Mm. So the radars are actually detecting exactly where the plane is. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Well, what's the issue?
The issue is the fact. The issue is the fact that if we take that horizontal from our 400-meter station, because we're flying this plane in at a horizontal to that radar, what it's noticing when we compare it to telemetry. So our curve calculator says it should be at 400 meters plus X. Yet the plane says I'm at 400 meters plus X. So it's at, say, 600 meters, which was just the value you drew.
No. I actually said, is the plane at 600 meters? And you said yes, it was. So I said, what's the issue? The plane
Well, no.
is supposed to be.
Yeah, you kind of introduced the 600-meter figure.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. Of course I did. Right.
Prior to that, you just, and I'm fine. I was just agreeing with the arbitrary value because we weren't really determining exact distance to it, etc. So I'm just not being pedantic. So
well, I was trying to get some sort of figures to it. The plane was detected, right, from this radar that was 400 meters above the surface, and the plane is actually 600 meters above the surface,
and it's on a horizontal,
and
it's on a horizontal, and the most important bit, it's on a horizontal to that initial radar station at 400 meters.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if it's on a horizontal. Well, it can't be on a horizontal, right? Because if the plane, hold on, if the plane, right, was at 400 meters, right, where the radar is located, right, it would be on a horizontal, but it's not on a horizontal. It's actually at 600 meters, which is
that's you're now presuming that the Earth is flat. I'm not making that assumption. And in fact, I even steelmanned you by saying, actually, yeah, you're right. With the radar stuff, we do invoke that curve calculator to determine its height. But what we've done is we then validated that curvature calculation with the actual fucking height of the object itself, because it's telling us how high it is. So we've got
which was 600 meters. Which was 600 meters.
Which is on a horizontal to the station at 400 meters.
It can't be at a horizontal. 600 meters and 400 meters are aligned.
And if the Earth is curving, is it possible?
They're on a diagonal.
No. If the Earth is curving, is that possible?
What do you mean? Is it possible that they're on a horizontal?
No. If the Earth is curved, if there's curvature, yeah, and we're measuring our altitude from that object to mean sea level.
I thought you only had horizontal points on a curved surface.
Yeah, well, it can't be if it's either flying horizontal or flying horizontal. If the plane is at 600 meters and the radar is at 400 meters, it's not flying horizontal to the radar at all. It's flying on a diagonal. It's not.
No, I'm basically, the claim I'm making, and this is the important thing, is the fact that what I'm saying to you is, if the surface of the Earth is curved, so we take out that horizontal, and then we get a drop of 8 inches per mile squared. That's the claim that comes in from a variety of people. I just think it's a bit of an arbitrary calculation, but that's fine. I'm just using that because it's a flat Earth argument. This is what we should see.
Well, no, it's a globe Earth calculator that it's used, and it's fairly accurate over 250 kilometers. That works out to be fairly consistent. It's not consistent for the whole way around. Everyone agrees with that. But over a short distance,
but what I'm saying, but that horizontal, you would agree that if the Earth is curved and we use that 8 inches per mile squared fucking calculation, then the object on a curved Earth, me at 400 meters, my 8 inches per mile line going out, my horizontal going out, which is the surface underneath me is dropping away by 8 inches per mile squared. Yeah, when I hit that object, it's going to, from the point of view of its distance above the surface, is going to be higher the further away that I go on a horizontal.
Yeah, but
isn't it?
Well, what you haven't done is establish that there's curve there to start off with.
No, isn't it?
So no. So no,
I
Jeff,
want
that's
I want that admission that on a curved surface, if we've got a horizontal, that when I'm at 400 meters and I'm looking at an object at a distance away, yeah, on that horizontal, it on a curved surface, it will have a higher elevation or altitude, or however the fuck you want to say it. It will be higher in altitude than me, or elevation than me.
Well, it depends what you're working in the calculations. Are you working fraction and these sorts of things
This is why is this so hard, Brandy?
Well, you invoked it as if it was a curved surface, right? Because
Yes,
you
I'm being
asked.
very generous, like I always am.
I know, and you were employing this as one of your proofs, right? Which is once again, falling a little bit short because if
No,
it
I'm
was
just trying to
curved,
get the concession.
and if this and if and that, right?
No, I'm
And
just trying to get the concession from you.
I would, right? If we were to draw lines on a bit of paper and all that sort of stuff, right? Well, they would probably look horizontal to that point. They would probably line up as horizontal if the measurements are right, 400 and 600.
That. This is
But
all I'm
roughly,
saying, mate. I'm not fucking doing anything that's particularly sort of ambitious.
I just gave it to you. Why did you even draw it? I just gave it to you.
No, I was in the middle of drawing it, so I thought, fuck it, I'll
Were
finish.
you really?
I've already put some effort into that incredibly complex drawing. Cool. Fine.
But would it be horizontal to a tangent point at point A? Yeah, I would give that to you.
So that's all I'm saying. So that's the weird thing that we get.
Well, it's not weird because there's all these presumptions that have come before it. Right?
What presumption? So let's look at the presumption. So the presumption is we've used the calculation of the curvature of the Earth as part of our methodology for radar to gauge the height of an object. Cool, I'll grant you that. But what about the fact that when we interrogate the object itself and it tells us it's at that height?
Yeah, but working out in your calculations what refraction of either light or radar would be through a particular medium, right? Which can be done over a period of time. I will grant you that, Russ. And with the better the technology and the more powerful systems that they get on these things can range further and further. But in that ranging, right, these distances where they are do change due to the allowances that they have to make for the refraction of any one of these signals through the medium.
And without the co-witnessing of the plane, I'd grant you that. But the problem is we've got the radar point, we've got the plane's location determined, by the plane itself, and its altitude determined by the plane itself, which correlates to what we're fucking getting off radar.
No, yeah, but all these systems that you use to correlate its system all work into their correlations, the refraction of their signals. And
the altitude of the plane has fuck all to do with any signal, mate.
Of course it does.
So are you saying that when a plane is judging its own altitude, that it's using some sort of radar system to do that?
They use the systems that they use, right? Now they can use an altimeter or whatever they use in them. They can also use GPS, right? These sorts of things. Now the old system where they're working on pressure is one thing. The newer systems that they use with the GPS and signals themselves most definitely take into consideration refraction and stuff of their signals. They do. They have to do it in their calculations to be accurate.
So you don't think that they've ever compared and correlated pressure-based altimeters with other more modern systems?
No, I never said that at all. No, I never said
Okay.
that.
So,
Right?
so
But
would you agree? Would you agree that generally, as we move forward in time, our ability to measure shit gets a bit better?
well, the better our technology, we definitely
Yeah.
can
So
we definitely
so
can
I'm
get
going to
more efficient ways of
yeah.
measuring these things.
So I
Definitely.
go back to my argument that we've got a radar station at 400 meters. We've got a horizontal going out to an object to detect where it is. That object is telling us it's higher than 400 meters.
Mm.
It's telling it that itself. The radar is confirming it. We then blops in, because most airports work off multiple radars detecting an object, not just one. Because resilience and redundancy is a good fucking thing when it comes to people's lives. So we now got multiple systems all saying, "Hey, this object's at this height. This object itself is telling us at this height," and that doesn't confirm to a flat surface.
Right. So are you telling us in a sense that pilots have to dip the nose down then?
I don't think I mentioned anything to do with that at all, Earthworm
Well,
Jim.
if an object is going off in a horizontal path.
Let's stick to the argument, because then we're going to have to get into ballistic flight versus powered flight, and the fact that the amount of thrust you use will keep you at a consistent altitude because it's a pressure-based system. Let's not get into stupid fucking arguments, shall we? Let's keep this at an intellectual and intelligent level. Thank you. Because I'll tell you something, turbulence causes more fucking problems on that than, a tiny fucking fluctuation. And the fact that if I continue to put the same amount of power input in,
what, 200 foot?
then I'm going to basically keep to the same kind of altitude unless other forces are acting fucking upon me. So I don't have to do shit. Sorry, that argument really annoys me, Jim. I apologise. I shouldn't have been quite so rambunctious with you. It's a stupid fucking argument. At least I can agree Bandy's argument. I can agree and I can acknowledge some of the assumptions or presumptions in there. I'm just trying to create a scenario, because really Bandy's next thing to me should be, where have we observed this? And that's where I'd have a problem demonstrating that, because that is then a reasonable question. Say, okay, so if that is, I can see the validity of the common sense of that argument. What we'd now need to do is actually show that argument to have validity through demonstration. Now, that is a reasonable fucking request that I would accept from him. And that's why Bandy and I get on. Sorry, Jim, I just crushed you like a worm under my heel. I apologise for that. I didn't mean to be quite so vicious. I hope you accept my apology.
But look at this newer technology that we have, Druss, right? From the altimeter, right, to radars, to GPS and all that sort of stuff. It's fantastic technology, right? And I'm all on board with it all, right? And because it works, right?
Yeah.
It works, right? And I will never ever disagree with that, as you know, right?
Yeah, I mean,
But
I always use this one, which is one of my favourites, which is, if I'm stuck out in the fucking outback, or in the Kalahari, would I prefer to be with, a bushman from the outback, or an Aboriginal guy who's grown up there, or a Kalahari bushman, or would I prefer a PhD in physics with me? I know what the fucking answer would be.
exactly right. But all this technology has done, in my opinion, right, has made things quicker, right, and somewhat to a degree of higher and more reliable accuracy.
Yeah,
right?
I think it's had a second effect as well, which is it dumbs fucking people down. Because the trouble is, we rely on the technology rather than understanding the principle behind which it works.
Well, I don't think anyone really needed to know, other than in these and altimeter works or GPS works or
Well,
radar works or anything like that.
I'll,
People that
I'll,
aren't in this realm don't worry about these things. They worry about.
I'll give you another really simple example. You know, I'm out in the outback. I've got my GPS with me, and my fucking battery dies, or I drop it in a bunch of water, or it gets fucking eaten by something. Yeah, and I have no idea how to use a map properly and compass. That's what I mean by the dumbing down.
Mm.
Yeah, and it's why I like going back to the principle. You know, if I can understand the principle of how something works, which is what I strive to do. I fail most of the time, I admit, but you know, it's what I strive to do. It gives me some sort of foundation that I can sort of build from to say, okay, well, if that is the case, therefore, and it's always if that is the case. That's kind of how I start these conversations. Rather than this is actually the case. Because again, you know, our personal experience, if we want to go back to the whole genetic fucking fallacy thing, you know, we have limited things, which is why I tend to go back to stuff that I've actually fucking done. You know, so ranging out to satellites for, you know, communications when I was working on oil rigs. That's one of my favorite examples, because that's something I've actually fucking done. I've touched that stuff. I've done that work.
Yeah.
You know, but still I'm relying on principles that I only have a fairly rough understanding of. So there is still an assumption base, there's still a trust base there to it, which I acknowledge, which is tends to be why I get on with most people reasonably well. But you know, at the end of the day, you know, we always will have a certain amount of trust in certain principles that we have. You know, I've never crashed a car into a brick wall, but I trust the fact that if I do, I'm probably going to meet the windscreen.
Yeah. And as you said yourself, Russ, right? You fall back on things that you know, right? Okay, which is what I do, right? I fall back on things that I know,
Yeah.
right? You know my background, all that sort of stuff,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I fall back on my teachers, my peers, my work colleagues,
yeah.
right? For the foundations that I have with the
Upon the shoulder
foundation.
of giants we stand.
Exactly right, right, and
Yeah.
that's where my foundation is. Now, you know, I know very little about the foundation that you stand on, right? And you know very little about the foundation I stand on, right? Now we can make assumptions about these. We can try and educate ourselves on these, right? But and that's what we do, right? Now, it because I might not know the actual minutiae how a system operates or what it does or whatever.
Yeah.
The basic understanding of how these things work and what they have to take into consideration, right? Especially with a lot of this modern technology and the mediums that it has to travel through, and the assumptions that have to be made in the calculations. That's where I see things fall short. Now, you know, me to show that I can move water from elevation A to elevation B, and as long as they're different elevations, I can always move that water, right? And if I dig a dam, right, I know that if I have that elevation all the way around the edge,
Oh, that just sounded
right,
like an Aussie guy
all
from the outback.
yeah,
What's your name,
yeah,
mate? Dig a dam.
all exactly the same. And if I fill it up to 1 millimeter above the top, I know that it won't overflow. Right? I know if that elevation is all exactly the same all the way around the edges, right? And I know, right, there will be no bulge in the middle of that dam whatsoever, right? I know it'll be perfectly flat and perfectly level and perfectly horizontal. I actually know that from the foundations that I come from, which are practical and demonstratable.
I think again, I think that you know that's an area I don't have your experience in, and you know, and I wouldn't want to argue through that point, but I mean, it would make sense to me that when you're building an object like a dam, you know, you don't engineer it to meet the forces, you engineer it to exceed the forces and requirements at hand.
Mm-hmm.
So
Those damn walls have to be built in a particular way. The foundation, you put the
yeah,
lay the foundation is, and the plays that you have to find and put down there and compact. a very, very
Yeah,
sensitive, to
it's
allow
like,
for water seepage and all these other types of bits and bobs
but
that
it's
you
like if I
mentioned.
put a lintel in, in above my window I'm looking at here, which is a window, big window, so it has a big lintel. I'm not going to build a lintel that's going to support the weight of the roof. I'm going to put in a lintel that supports the weight of the roof plus.
Exactly. 100% you would engineer it that way. Yeah,
Yeah.
you wouldn't
Cool.
under-engineer it, you would over-engineer it every single time.
Cool. Then we definitely agree on that. Anyway, I need to go and do some stuff with my kids, but thank
Right,
you
Josh.
for a most pleasant conversation. Hopefully you will accept the fact that I did come bearing some fruit, whether we disagree
Yeah,
on the validity of that fruit, but I come bearing stuff. So I
that's
didn't
all
come
right.
empty-handed to this argument, which
That's
was
all right.
really all I wanted to do.
Once again, I claim the pot again, Dross. Have a good afternoon. All right, buddy.
I think I'll take the pigeon playing chess analogy on that one. Have a good one, guys.
Yeah.
That was nice, wasn't it? Listen to you guys talk.
You reckon there's a hump in the middle of a dam, Ron?
Do I reckon there's a hump in the middle of a damn door? Did you say?
No, I was asking Realm because I heard you say there's
Oh.
definitely not a hump.
No. Sorry, I said there was a nice conversation. Apologies.
Yeah, I was just trying to follow it up, saying, do you agree?
To be honest with you, I was thinking about that because many a time I filled up a pint glass of water and filled it up and filled it up and filled it up even more. It like a convex surface. So, but is there going to be a hump in the middle? No, I'd say the whole thing is going to hump, and it attaches itself to the rim of the glass. So
what about like a mile wide dam?
I'll probably say that's. You know what? I would have to do the experiment, but I probably.
You'd have to check.
Yes. I guess you could small scale, macro, micro, that sort of thing. There. Is it going to raise up if you fill it even more? Possibly. I don't know.
I think because I believe in a globe. I think that on a huge dam, maybe bigger than a mile, maybe 5 kilometer reservoir, maybe there's a small hump. But on small reservoirs, I think they could be mostly flat, even on a globe.
I tell you what, if you took a body of water and you heated it up, I'd probably say that it's going to bulge. How about that?
The funny thing is with this meniscus that you can cause glass by overfilling it, right? And you get it to that point where it's just overfilled, and you can definitely see the water tension, right, containing that water there, right? I defy you to do that on a 5 mile wide dam anyway, because it can't be done. But on a cup, right, or on a glass, right, you do that. Get a little pin, right? Prick the side of that meniscus, and it'll overflow. As soon as you break that water tension, it'll overflow.
I was also thinking, will that happen on running water? Will a meniscus form on running water? I doubt it.
No, it won't, mate. It won't happen.
What about salt water? Do you reckon it's got more of a holding ability that even a pin wouldn't break that because the density is increased? But the salt itself, the chemical properties of salt and blah 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 blah. They say the meniscus, the opposite. It's salt.
But Storm would surely.
That's a good idea. Has anybody tested salt water in a glass to see if a meniscus forms? That's a good freaking idea there. Who's got a glass of water handy?
I haven't, but all water has a degree of salinity in it. Even fresh water has a degree of salinity in it. Right?
Yeah.
So,
I think if you type in, you can. They'll show you a picture of like 3 different waters in test tubes, and they'll show you plain water, deionized water, something like that, and salt water.
Yeah.
You say, Realm, you believe in meniscus and different water properties, but you're not sure if it humps because of gravity, basically.
I don't believe
It
in.
definitely doesn't hump. That's a fact.
Not
How do
in
you
a
know?
dam, it don't. Not in a dam, it
But
doesn't.
yeah, but if you, I mean, like when I talk about temperature, if you get water, a liter of water at such and such temperature, stick it in the kettle, boil it up, its volume's going to be bigger, but possibly not that much with regards to water. Oil can increase by 5%, maybe 10% in volume, but I don't know about water. But if it's going to increase in volume, then it's going to it's just going to overflow it, really.
I mean, I'm not talking about a hot one or a cold one, just a medium temperature reservoir.
Show us some humped water and well, it's game over. I mean, it should be easy to do, right?
Yeah, how would I show you?
Well, go where there's a hump, go to the side and take a picture of it. Like the Lake Pontchartrain, also known as Lake Rakia Causeway. How about there?
See, if I go to the side to show you the hump, I'm going to have another hump in the way, aren't I, from the side? Remember? Because it's a ball.
Oh, now you have humps everywhere.
Yes.
But when I say it, you guys laugh at me.
No, I don't. I'll admit it's all one hump, depending on who's standing where.
So if it's one hump, then you should go lower on that hump and see the rise, no? I mean,
okay. So how we'd go to the beach and look across, and what do you mean see the rise? So what would that look like?
well, in your model, let's take the Lake Rakia Causeway, right?
Yeah.
In your model, when we stand at the beach, right, and we draw a chord line, which you guys love doing, I'm standing on one side, you're on the other. We're both on the beach, right? We have our feet on the sand. We draw a
across
line.
the water, or left to right, across the beach.
Well, we're looking at across. We're looking at each other, beach to beach.
Okay, yeah, beach to beach.
Right? So we draw
We
a
can't
chord.
put a cord. We're not putting a cord across the whole water, are we? Are we?
Well, it depends. How do you want to approach this? Because that's the way you guys do it.
What do you think? If you said it's so easy, what would be the best way for me to show you the water hump?
Well, the best way would be just to look at it, because according to Soundly and Kowalski, right?
From low and
there's
seeing
a 90.
rise. But what would that look like? Because surely some of the Soundly pics are from low, seeing the water rise, because there's buildings blocked in the way, and it almost looks like it's rising in some of them.
Right. Well, I'll give you an idea how it should look like, and Rakia says that all the time. Somewhere along the bridge, there's a 60-foot hump, a rise. Now you can clearly see that, right?
The bit where the boats go under.
Yeah. There's like a hump there, built-in hump.
Yeah,
now you can clearly see that. But how come you can't see the 90-foot hump underneath it? So there should be, like Rakia came up with this one, there should be a 150-foot rise there from your
you're
feet.
asking me a question now. You're not telling me how I'm going to show you the water hump. You're just asking me a question.
Well,
if you say to me, if it's a ball, you should be able to show me the water hump easily. I'm just asking, could you help me understand how I could show it? Because I've been struggling to
just
show
point to it. Point to it, take a picture and say, hey, see, there it is. That's
I try
how
and
you
do
do
that,
it.
and then I'll see your reaction. I'll get a photo and I'll put it in the chat.
Okay.
And I'll say, this is me showing you the rising up of the hump.
You're going to take the picture yourself.
No, I'm going to show you a
like
Soundly
Rakia
pic.
does.
I'm going to show you a Soundly pic where the water appears to rise up from a hump.
All right.
Okay, just imagine you've seen it, and what's your reaction?
Imagine something from Soundly, I will break into instant laughter. Continuous, uncontrolled laughter.
Imagine this. I show you an image that's not from Soundly, but it's going across Rakia's lake. Yeah. The bridge is there going off into the distance, and you can see the water rising up to the horizon. And I'm just telling you, that's the hump I'm talking about.
Well, go on then. Show it.
What's your reaction?
Let's see it.
Right.
Surely you don't want me just to imagine this.
Well, actually, I would like to assume that you've seen many of these images and you know what I'm referring to without having to see it.
No, not really, bro, because I told you all the images I seen from Sound. I broke out into uncontrollable laughter So much so that I made the skateboard paradox with it. So
Yeah, could we talk about why it's so funny to you and why I can't use that? What if it's breaking out into laughter? Does that mean I can't present it and you don't want to see it again?
yeah, present it and we'll go over it. Of course, we don't squash any info here.
I'm going to present soundly then, but I also want to ask, why do you break into laughter? Where's the funny?
Well, it's obvious. I mean, he takes a picture from a room in a hotel. Triple pane glass, and he puts it through a computer program and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, okay, but where's the funny in
Can you post
taking
it?
a photo through a window and then using it?
Let's see the picture and then we'll talk about the funny. I'll tell you where the funny begins. Post the picture.
I'm just interested in your reaction to his stuff before.
You don't want to post
Why
it.
do you break into laughter when you're
You don't
showing
want to
something
post
you
it,
wanted to see?
It's obvious this conversation is going nowhere.
I'm going to ask you if it's true. Do you break into laughter because he's suggesting it's a hump of water?
Show us your picture
see the
or
picture.
conversation
is it
not
how he's
picture.
presented it? Is it like a bad?
Which picture? Which picture are you talking about?
Well, you said you said you laugh at all of his pictures.
Mostly, yeah.
You said you was going to post a picture, so please post
yeah, I'm
a
going
picture.
to now. I've given up my investigation on why he finds it funny.
Well, post it and we'll go over it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, so you can have some fresh reaction on it.
Okay, yeah, cool.
Yeah, you have interested people here.
Maybe fresh laughter. SE.
Yeah, man.
I'm intrigued now.
I didn't know.
Where you from? SA. Where you from?
Sorry?
I need posting poems, or I can DM one of you.
Haven't you got posting perms, Dawn?
No, sorry.
Hold on, I'll fix it up. Hold on, I'll fix it up now. Give me 2 secs. Give me
Yeah,
2
Essie. Essie, where you from?
I'm from Canada.
I thought I heard you mention Canada before. Yeah, you don't. Oh, okay, is that what? Do you sound like an average Canadese person?
I know where you're getting at, bro. I was born in Greece. If that's what you want to know.
Oh, cool, man. Cool. Alfredisto, yeah.
Παρακαλώ.
Paracalo. Yeah, Calimera, Calanista, Calispera, California.
Hey, not
Hey.
bad, bro. Not bad. Yeah.
I got 2 images. I'm gonna go with these 2.
Oh, you posted. Cool, Dawn. I just did it.
I'm suggesting what that water is and what the horizon of the water is the top of the hump.
Right. Okay. So you're
Me
saying
and
now
you,
that.
beach to beach.
Okay, give me a second. I want to post something and we'll discuss it. Hold on.
Well, can you try and react to what I've posted?
Well, I'd ask a
Do
question.
you find it funny that I'm suggesting it's the top of a water hump? And how do you know it isn't if you think it isn't?
Well, with you saying that, I'd have to ask a question: do you think that the elevation of that water is rising away from you? Is it getting higher?
No, I don't. I think if someone is standing on the other beach, they're below me on the horizon, and behind the water. It's not going up from my feet. It's going down from my feet, but it's still a hump because the other person is further away and down.
Are you finished with him, bro, or do you want to ask him another question?
I'll leave it at that.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying I'll leave it at that. I just wanted to know if he thought it was actually increasing in elevation from his feet, but he cleared that up.
Yeah, that's a good question because it appears that
it's not elevation. That's a different thing. It's obviously still sea level. I'm just saying it's curved and humped.
So you're saying it's an optical effect then? That apparent rise of the water, would you say it's an optical effect?
Yeah, it's not actually rising.
Right, and how about the curving there? Would you say that's an optical effect as well, or it's actually curving?
No, I think it is actually curving, but the optics are making it exaggerated, curve more.
How about the one I posted, the GIF I posted? What would you call that?
Okay, I just
A,
ask you
a
first,
terrible,
do
a terrible
you
gift.
find these two images funny?
Terrible, huh, Terry?
Yeah, the quality's not. The quality's not very good.
Let's see. Do you find
And
these?
yours is spot
Oh.
on, right? Hey, Terry, yours is spot on?
Well, the one before's got more definition to it.
Where?
The one
The
Dawn
further you
posted
zoom
most
in, the
zoomed
less.
in on it.
The further you zoom in, the less the less the quality is going to be.
You can even imagine it without the pylons, without the bridge, and it will just be a horizon of water. And I'm still saying that's the hump. The pylons, the straight line of man-made straight line, that's just to help you suggest that it's curving. You don't have to have that. I'm still saying every water horizon is a hump.
So which picture is correct, yours or mine?
Yours is great, Ricky. It's zooming in onto the hump. That's fine.
Zooming in
I'm
onto
still
the hump?
saying that top
It's
of the
not
water
zooming in
is the hump.
onto no hump.
So the optical illusion helps to confirm in your mind that there's a hump there.
Yes.
Okay. So an illusion helps you to confirm.
It's not totally an illusion because I said it's just exaggerated. It is still curving a bit.
By the way, the quality is not worse because in the top picture, the definition of the towers stops way sooner and the fake part continues after the horizon. And that's the same seen in the picture that SE and Rocky Alive, that SE showed. So
I
it's
understand
not,
all soundly
it's
pictures
not,
to be
it's not
suspect.
better
What's
quality.
happening? What
The
you're
second,
doing is
the
you're
second
showing me
part.
the pylons looking straight, but that's not my argument. My argument is that's the hump of water.
Okay, let me ask you a question. On the picture that Terry posted, 25 after the hour, right? The one where you say it shows the curve. You notice there's a tall pole in the back there that's perfectly straight.
Yeah.
How come the curve didn't affect that? Can you answer that, please?
It's just one pole. It's not a line of poles.
So the curve doesn't only affects line of poles, not
Yes.
single poles?
That's right. The tall pole will be lower
You
because of
didn't
the
just
curve.
say that, bro.
Yeah, hang on. The tall pole will go up and down depending on how far it is on the curve, I believe, on a globe. But it won't look curved because it's not in a line with the rest.
You are kidding. Surely you jest, right?
He's describing an
Explain
optical
why
illusion.
you think that's so strange,
Yeah.
what I just said.
Because when you look down at that angle, down a parallel, that creates the optical illusion or helps exaggerate it.
Yeah, Rakia, I just admitted that. That's not my argument. I'm saying the water is a hump.
Yeah, how do you decipher though what's an optical illusion and what's a hump? You'd have to measure it, right? If
Yeah,
not, it's just a
definitely,
belief.
definitely,
Yeah,
yes.
you've admitted it's just a belief of yours. Sure.
Yes, so what I think I'd stick with that point, Rakia. SE and Mansell would need to measure to check that it's definitely flat.
Yeah, we have. It's flat. Now who do you
Okay,
believe?
well, if you're claiming you've measured it and it's flat, I'm claiming we've measured it and it's curved.
No, you're claiming that someone else measured it and that you believe them.
Is my mic working?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is. Yep.
That's what SE's claiming.
No, I'm asking you why the power lines are all curving, like you said, but there's one there that is straight. So you're talking about curve that is special, like it decides what to curve and what not to curve. That's what you said.
I'll explain it to you. If they're in a line, they appear curved. If it's just one pole, it will just appear higher or lower.
Yeah, I heard that. That's pretty ridiculous. I never heard anything like that.
Can you explain why it's ridiculous?
You're just
kidding me. You're
describing
talking about selective curvature here.
I'm actually asking him.
Yeah, but one pole's showing elevation. All the poles are showing curvature.
Yeah.
No, they're not.
No, all the poles
Everyone
together.
except one pole is showing curvature. Why is that? Is that selective curving here? Is this a new term we have to come
You're
up
not
with?
answering my question. You told me it's ridiculous, but you won't explain why.
Yeah, because
That
I'll
picture
do it
looks pretty
simple.
fake.
Let me answer. Any logical person would understand my argument. All the poles are curving except 1.
No, they're not all
You're the
curving.
only one
The
that doesn't
line of,
understand that.
they're not curving. They're straight. The line of poles appears to curve and
Yes,
curve.
the line of poles appears to curve except 1.
Look
It's
how
not in
fake
the
the
line, is it?
photograph looks.
Not in the
Look
line.
how fake it looks right in the middle. Like when the dark blue goes away, I can almost see. Am I detecting a slight change in the blue coloring?
That's a mirage. That's where the mirage starts. That's also where the apparent curvature starts. That's an optical illusion created by the atmospheric conditions of the day. It's called a mirage.
Still talking about the pylons. Shall I share one without the pylons?
Yeah, I'm talking about it too. Yeah,
So
you can show a water bulge without pylons. It's still an optical illusion. The water appears to ramp up. It doesn't. On other
I was
days when the
positing
conditions are
that.
different.
I was totally positing that the photograph is altered.
No, it's not altered. I've taken many of them myself. That
Oh,
optical illusion
Okay,
occurs.
Excellent, thank
we've
you.
not really got a debate on this because we've both measured it and we both got different results and we both believe our own.
No, you didn't have. You didn't measure. You haven't measured anything. I have.
Well,
But you choose to believe other men over me, which is fine. But you haven't done it yourself.
okay, with that.
Yeah, fair enough.
There's no
And what
debate
you're
for us.
describing is
For us.
fair enough. It's an optical illusion. We agree on that too.
I can't tell you to go and measure it and check because you already have. So
All right. Yeah, don't tell me. You go do it.
yeah, I was telling SE originally. I was telling him.
And please, yeah, and LC should go do it too.
Yep.
And
But
also,
please, if
they
you
asked-
find, hang
they
on, if
asked
you
for the wa- they asked to
find
see the
curved
water.
water, yeah, if you go and measure it, which I know you want, by the way you've already told me, if you happen to find the method and tool used to measure a way to measure curved water, come to me first, please, because I want to go out and do it. See the
Oh, I
difference?
know the methods and the tools.
Okay, well, can you describe that? Like, could we go to Lake Pontchartrain right now and measure that water curving with your
Auto
method and tools?
levels, theodolites, cameras.
Uh-huh. And what
Yeah.
methods?
And GPS data.
Sure, what method?
The method is you measure the water and differences in height of objects on the water.
Yeah,
and
no,
then
there would be a method.
Decide if
When-
it's curving or not.
We want
No,
proof,
when-
though.
Yeah,
No,
that's
the
it.
method, not
Okay,
not
well,
what the tools
there's
do.
a few, Rakia. I'd go with the cheap, cheesy one where you stand in a boat and you go away with a big plaque or a big board of wood, and then you see it disappear behind the water.
That's not measuring, sir. That's optically viewing it.
Okay. Well,
That's observation.
I haven't got a direct thing where I put a laser over the water surface.
I got you. So no direct measurement. Yeah, you don't know.
Can you tell me your
Does
way
anyone
of direct
put a
measuring
fishing line
Pontchartrain?
on the surface?
Rakia, what's your direct measurement of method?
I use 3 different tools that all create horizontals to double check my horizontal above the surface, which happen to be a lake, a static water. And then I use those tools to create a horizontal plane using grade stakes. I established a benchmark and then created the horizontal plane with these tools specifically made to do that. Once I completed that task, I went back and measured down from my benchmark, my horizontal plane that was above water down to the water, and there was no curve. There was no difference.
I don't think that's direct enough. That's
Yeah,
direct
that's
to
back to front measurements, checking to make sure my auto level was accurate. That's foresight and backside shots, making sure our horizontal plane was a line segment. We completed the loop, which means if we got back to the beginning benchmark from any point of our measurement, our loop, and it was not deviating, it means our loop was closed and that our measurements were accurate, creating the horizontal plane.
Yeah.
Once we did that, now do you even understand that, or are you just going to talk over me when I'm trying to explain what I did?
Oh,
So
I get it. It's
okay, so
fine.
that closing the loop tells us that our horizontal plane was established accurately according to our benchmark, which was 1.5 feet off the water. And then you go and measure the other benchmarks you created on that horizontal plane. And if they're more or less than 1.5 feet, then you would have slope or curvature or whatever you want to call it to the surface of the water. We didn't have that.
Can I ask you a couple of questions? What was the long distance that you did point to point? The furthest point to the furthest point.
Yeah. In the first 3 quarters or 1 mile, we were doing it like 100 to 150 feet. And then after that, once we closed our loop on that and knew that our measurements were accurate and we weren't getting any deviation from our horizontal plane, we got a little lazy and started going 3 and 4 and 500 feet. In the 3rd mile, we only went 2.7 miles. We started going even further because we knew by sending other people back and measuring that we weren't getting any deviation from our horizontal plane. So we pretty much knew by then.
One more question. So you did quite a few miles. Is it one horizontal plane, or do you stop and make another horizontal plane?
No, when you close the loop from any point of that plane, you can check and make sure those straight line segments are on the same horizontal. It's one horizontal plane. You can go off in any direction for any distance.
Well, I believe you tried, but I believe you came back with the result you wanted, not the true result.
Oh, really? And how do you know that?
Yeah.
How much experience do you
I
have with
believe,
auto level?
I believe it.
Believe, yeah. Because you've heard stuff on YouTube.
Yeah, I believe that I believe that every time you reset your instrument, you reset a new horizontal.
Yeah, because that's what you've heard on YouTube, but you have no idea what a horizontal segment completing.
No, it's easy. It's simple geometry.
What's easy is to extend a straight line segment. Combine them. Surveyors do it all the time.
Yeah.
You don't believe that, Left Lane? You don't believe you can create a horizontal like LIGO did?
Yeah, they didn't do it like you're saying.
You think they did it in one shot, sir?
I would imagine they probably, built the tube the way the tube, and it's a straight tube. That's all I'd say about it.
So you're saying that a surveyor can't reset his equipment in any position and check to see if he's got a horizontal line? That's what you're saying.
Each time you reset your instrument, you're reestablishing a fresh horizontal plane that is not parallel to your previous horizontal plane.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about I'm talking about setting the horizontal and rechecking. You can come back a year later and set in a different location and check to see if that horizontal plane is correct. Yeah. Like you can go right now and set up in any spot at LIGO, and if it's a horizontal plane, you could check to make sure it's a horizontal plane. It has nothing to do with the surface of the earth. It has to do with what's above the surface. That's the whole point of having these tools that establish a straight line segment over the surface. Is to detect the curvature or the slope or the difference in elevation. Yeah.
You try and describe how you make sure the next reset is still horizontal with the first horizontal?
I already told you, back to front. You go, yeah. Once you establish a straight line segment, you can go off in any direction. But to do that, you would shoot back towards another known benchmark and make sure that horizontal is correct. Make sure you have everything set up correct. And then you just extend it, straight line segment. Straight line means not curving.
Does it?
Not deviating. Yeah. It's called a horizontal plane. It doesn't curve. It doesn't deviate from your original benchmark. If it does deviate, when you close your loop, you're going to get an inaccurate measurement. Hello? You didn't know the method. I gave you specific methods and told you how it's been done, how surveyors do it every day. And you're still denying it because of a few people on YouTube have told you that's not possible.
How does the front to the back method check that it's horizontal with the first horizontal?
Because if you're shooting 180 degrees and you can move your tool and you're closer to one benchmark than the other, it would show that you're off. It's actually a method to make sure your tool is calibrated to create a horizontal line and a straight line segment. If it's off, which many are, you have to get your tool recalibrated. And the other best way to check and see if your tool is calibrated? Shoot the top of water, static water. Very easy way. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I was
People
wondering
who've
if
never,
a fishing line could be used or something over a big, like a mile of water or something.
I like that idea because Blue is saying it's 90 feet at 12 miles. So you could just go 12 miles and pull back to the shore and then pull that line taut and it should go underwater. If it's floating on the water and you pull it, then it should go underwater by more than the depth of the water.
Wow, that's quite a bit. 12 miles? I was talking about one.
Yeah, I think you would have to go further because they would say the line's sagging or whatever for proof.
Oh,
But
yeah. Yeah.
but
Well, if
1
it's sagging,
mile,
what? You don't think it'll sag in 12 miles?
well, yeah, but it's not going to sag 30
90
feet.
feet. Right.
Yeah. If it's floating on top of the water and you pull it taut and it goes underwater, I would agree that the water in between it is higher.
Okay, more than 1 mile. That's good. More than 1 mile.
Yeah. And I think that floating line and pulling it taut, I think you could pull it tight enough, but you know, it is a logistic nightmare. You have to have a place where boats aren't traveling, no current, static. You have to have a crew, you know, money. Personally,
Yeah,
I mean, I don't think it's necessary, but that would be another, you know, fun way of doing it. But I'll tell you what, one of the hardest days of work I ever had was that day 4 years ago, and we had a camp, jet skis, boats, you know, 3 or 4. I had 4 people that knew how to work auto levels and theodolites and who brought their own. I mean, this was an ordeal.
Can I comment?
It
I
sucked.
think the only way I can show SE or other people that want to see the water hump is to show images like this and explain, look, it's humping.
No, that's an optical.
Hang on, dude. And the only way you can show that there's no hump is by telling us you did this horizontal plane test.
Yeah, the only way to know for sure is to measure the shape. You can't optically view it because every day it's different.
Well, I disagree.
Well, you just agree with me that it's an optical illusion created by the atmosphere, and now you're disagreeing? That's strange.
No, I didn't. I agreed
What?
on the pylons looking that curved is an optical illusion. I didn't
Right,
agree
and you can go to those pylons every day, and with different conditions, you're going to get different results.
I know.
That's why I can show you the pylons look appearing straight and
I don't think
deviate.
they're that straight in yours
You
either, to be
seem to
honest.
be
I think
cutting me
they're
off
still
every
curved.
time. You want to have a conversation or not?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll finish my statement. On different days, the mirage line is going to start in different areas. Over Lake Pontchartrain, it's very, very rare that you have conditions that aren't inducive to mirages because you have an airport nearby, an interstate system with thousands of cars traveling by and polluting the air. You have a hot and cold water system. You have cold water coming in from the north through the basin, through Lake Marpaw and the basin there that have yeah, you're cutting me off again. That's mixing with very shallow water, which is warm. You have normally humid conditions which induce a layer above the water, which has a lot of evaporation. So gas is mixing and creating a turbulent layer above the water. You also have many, like hundreds of refineries right there on the Mississippi River, along with ships polluting the air. You have a huge city right there on both sides, New Orleans, Covington, and Laplace, and all those cities surrounding the lake, which are dumping pollution and creating a toxic environment for viewing. Then you have the marine layer itself, which by itself, low level, is terrible to shoot over. Y'all taught us that, years ago. But now it seems that as soon as Soundly does it, low level over long distance over a toxic, turbulent marine layer, and it shows curvature, or what appears to be curvature, which is an optical illusion. We call it the sounding angle. Y'all say that's Earth curve. Funny that, right?
Said toxic,
Extremely
turbulent marine
hilarious.
layer.
Yeah, it's a very toxic area. Yeah, very toxic. It's
What
polluted to
coincidence.
hell and back.
The best way to see Earth curve is too toxic and turbulent. What coincidence.
You understand why I laugh now, Don? That's part of the reason what Rakia just mentioned.
50% of the planes that take off from New Orleans Airport, which is only the international airport there, there's many other airports, fly directly over the lake and dump many pounds of fuel into the air or exhaust.
I think, you know, your zoom in where you zoom in and it does look straighter, much straighter, because you keep zooming in and it looks straighter. I think it's still curved in the distance as you zoom in.
Yeah, where the mirage starts. But the key point is on different days, that mirage line starts at different distances. That tells you it's not consistent physical Earth curve. It's just the conditions of the day creating that mirage point. And isn't it funny that right at where that water gets glazy or slick looking, that's where the mirage starts. Just look at the pylons, and that's also where the pylons start to get distorted. It's all an optical illusion.
So you're saying the airplanes cause curvature, right?
Yeah, if you want,
Yeah,
that's what you got
left
out of
lane,
that. That's
exactly.
what you got out of that left
What a
lane.
load.
No, I said airplanes produce an environment over the lake which is turbulent. A lot of toxic environment, smoke, you know, all that fuel, all that exhaust that's creating that lake is like a bowl, and it's surrounded by big cities, which is also pollution. So polluted air will create more distortion. And if you don't understand that left lane, you need to leave this server and go find something else to do.
Okay, you're still arguing against the curved pylons. That was never my argument. All I was doing is presenting the water hump by showing you a horizon of water, really.
Same thing creates the illusion of the water bulging. The first time I went to Lake Pontchartrain, after viewing, the first time I went to Lake Pontchartrain after viewing Soundly's picture of the bulging water, I also saw a water bulge in front of me when the conditions were like that. Went back home and said, well, it's a globe, I'm done. And then started being told how that can be different on different days. Went back 10 days later, and guess what? That water bulge wasn't there. So you're saying Earth curve went away?
You've seen a water bulge that disappeared another day.
I've seen a water bulge that was there one day under certain conditions and wasn't there on the next 10 days later. Yeah,
That's
absolutely
insane.
Yeah, I know. It's because it's an optical illusion, and you admit it's an optical illusion, but say it's insane when I tell you I've seen it different.
No, I didn't.
So you don't think that water bulging up is an optical illusion? You actually think the water is bulging up? You told SC that you thought it was just an apparent.
Bulging down, not bulging up.
Well, I saw the water appearing to bulge up, obstruct the distant shore in my view. And 10 days later, I went back and could see that same shoreline, which 10 days before I only saw blue water. So now you're going to say maybe the shoreline itself is bulged up where I can see it over the hump of water? No, it's just optical illusions being created by the atmospheric conditions of that day.
So do you think in those Soundly pics that I showed, there is an apparent bulge of water?
I think it appears that when you, I think when you look down a parallel structure like a parallel
you're roboting
on our bridge, it helps.
You're roboting. Okay.
He might have just gone to a tunnel.
Yeah.
How deep is this lake?
6 to 14 feet.
You've seen an apparent water bulge and then you've made up an excuse for that. That's interesting because most flat earthers will actually deny they see any bulge.
Hey, screw you, man. I didn't make up an excuse.
That's what I think it is.
I told you a logical explanation, which is
you're breaking up. You're breaking
the
up,
atmosphere.
You're breaking up, man.
Don, why are you calling it an apparent water bulge?
Oh, I didn't need it.
Rakia has never, ever denied, right, that the first time he went out there, right, he saw what appeared to him to be a bulge of water. Right? He has claimed that for years. Now, why are you turning around saying that he's denied anything? Why are you trying to trigger? Why are you trying to trigger people with rubbish?
No, Ansel, I'm saying it surprises me that he's different to a lot of flat earthers and admits to seeing a bulge of water.
No. People see what they see, right? Now, people, right, are going to argue the reason for what they see. right?
Yeah.
But people aren't denying what they see.
No, I
And,
didn't
you know,
say
I don't
that.
think
I didn't
well,
say that.
yes, yeah,
I said I
yeah.
think his reasoning is an excuse. That's what I said.
Yeah, well, your reasoning too, like both myself and SE pointed out to you, the optical illusion of what appears to be bent power lines and footings and all that sort of stuff helps for you, right, to confirm that there is a curvature or bulge of water there. And you said yes, it does help confirm that illusion of what you see in that picture does help you confirm your beliefs. You did say that.
Slightly, yeah.
Yeah. Not slightly, you did.
Well,
That's exactly
if
what you said.
without fully explaining what I meant again, I'll just agree. Yeah, I said it.
Yeah, every time you say that I'm making up an excuse makes you look like a fool because I'm giving an explanation that you can go experience yourself. You can go out in different times of the year, go to the same spot, view the same observation over the same distance, and that view will be different due to the atmospheric condition. If you think that's an excuse, then you're the fool.
No, I know it looks different. I'll give you that.
So not an excuse then, right? A logical explanation of why we see what we see.
I think that what I'm saying is the toxic
So
turbulent
not an
marine layer
excuse.
is an excuse so that you
Yeah.
can believe in flat
Yeah,
Earth.
there
That's
it
what
is
I'm
again,
saying.
excuse. I don't
You're
believe in
clipping him,
anything.
Rocky. You're clipping him. Be careful.
Yeah, thanks, Left Lane. I mean, you were really doing a great
You're
job,
welcome.
man.
I know you don't mean to. It's just the thing.
Yeah, he doesn't mean to. Funny you didn't say something earlier, huh? Bias prick.
No, you took care of it.
Yeah, I know, because you wouldn't.
You know what I love today? We came up with a new word, or I came up with it. Selective curving. Let's add that to our lexicon.
Selective curving.
What does it mean?
That means, shout out to you, Don. That means the poles can curve when they're in a line, but a single pole will not show the same curvature. Selective curving.
That just sounds like logical fact and sense.
Only to you, my friend. Only to you.
I mean, SE, do I feel a new meme being
Not only to
born?
me.
Absolutely, brother.
Left Lane agreed.
Absolutely.
Terry
You know
agreed.
me well.
Two people agreed with me.
Or SE, you could even call it relative curving, meaning it's relative to the atmospheric conditions. Use one of their terms.
I like
Relativity.
that. Yeah.
Actually, that's better.
We'll go with that. Relative curving. I like that.
SE, could you explain why you think one pole that's not in a line should bend because Earth's bending?
Well, yeah, very simply put, if there's conditions conducive to the other pole's curving, I don't see why this one should remain straight. I mean, that's
Do you think
logical.
it should be like
You should
a bendy
explain
line,
why.
bending over to the right or bending over to the left or something?
No, I repeat what I said. If the conditions are conducive to causing the other poles to curve,
Earth
I don't see why
curving
this
would
one
be-
shouldn't.
Earth curving would be the condition. And how would you
There's
expect
no
to
Earth
see, hang
curve.
on. How would you expect to see that big pylon? Would you expect it to bend to the left or the right?
Well, I would expect it to do something similar to the other ones if it's bending, if it's a bend.
Okay, tell me
of
what
the
is
curve.
similar. What are the other ones doing?
They're bending.
Are they bending left and right?
They look. They appear to be bending right. I mean, down and a little bit to
the line of them appears to curve, but each one is actually very straight.
Oh, really?
Yeah, did you not think of that?
So they're straight and curving at the same time.
Thought of that, man.
Yeah, funny. My brain doesn't work like that. I don't suffer from
The line of the
dialetheism.
pylons appears to curve, but each pylon is straight. Do you get it?
Okay, so how come the other one doesn't appear to curve?
Because it's not in a line.
So in other words, in order for Earth curve to work, the poles have to be in a line, is what you're saying.
If you want to see the line of poles curving, then they have to be in a line. If you want to see just one pole going up and down, it doesn't have to be in a line.
Right. So, like I said,
understand the difference?
Selective curving.
Yeah, but you could just
What was
say,
the other
yeah,
term?
that's how lines work.
Look, you can say whatever you want, bro. Look at that picture Rakia posted. There's no way you can explain that. No freaking way. The last one he just posted. 56 past the hour.
Hey, can you tell me if the pylons are curving or if the line is curving of pylons?
I don't have to tell you nothing.
Which
I
one
look
is it?
here, I see poles going down, and I see one standing straight up. Now you gotta explain that, bro, not me.
No, you've got to explain why it's a problem.
Everybody but you understands that this
No,
is a problem.
ask Terry, ask left lane. They'll tell you that's not a problem
Yeah,
at all. Just one
that
pole.
pole might look straight when you're looking at it from this angle, but if you were on the side of it at that distance, it'll be what, half a degree or less, maybe leaning away from you.
So we have selective curving. There's no other way to explain it. I mean, you
You're
have.
being silly.
No, I'm being logical. That's the difference
You
between
can't
us
explain.
and you
can't
guys.
explain- You don't even know the difference between pylon curving or a line of pylons curving. You can't even tell the difference.
Right. Nice try.
I asked you, and you just blased over it, proving you don't know the difference, or you're pretending not to know the difference.
Dude, I'm looking at a picture here. I see a whole bunch of poles in a straight line.
Let me ask you a
Then they
question
appear
about
to
that
curve.
picture.
Then I see another pole in the back, and it's standing straight up. Now, that's a problem.
Is each pylon curving, or is the line of pylons
To
curving?
Dawn, SC's conflating the pylons going over the curve to actually leaning away from you, like as in if it would over a curve, instead of the actual curve, the curvature of the line of
He's
pylons.
made up another paradox that doesn't exist.
So the curve doesn't affect the pole in the background? Only the pylons in the front?
No, we're not talking about that type of curve.
But I am.
It's the bottom of it. It's been affected by the curve. What's your curve?
How so? It looks perfectly straight to me. So.
Well, it would do from this
Why
angle.
would it curve? You'll have to tell us.
No, you'd have to tell me why it doesn't.
No,
why this?
It's your
why this
claim
curve?
that it should curve.
No,
You'll
it's
have to
your
tell us
claim
why.
that the poles
We're
curve.
not claiming that big pole's doing anything.
We're not claiming the poles are curving. We're claiming the line of poles appears to curve.
Can I just mention something to like shoreline? Would the shoreline not be sort of lower in a sea situation and possibly higher, like actually the ground, under the water? So is the seashore? It's going to be lower than than the horizon, and a lake.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
A lake being higher because you would walk into the water, but with the sea, you walk down to the seashore, and then you're actually dipping down because of the wave function. It's eroding all the soil there, so naturally it's all going to dip down to the shoreline, isn't it? But on a lake, are you walking down into the lake? So surely it's just the form of the ground itself that's actually just causing what the posts are doing in this lake situation. Thank you.
A low shore, you're saying, makes it seem like they're curving.
Well, I'd imagine
Selectively apparent curving. Beautiful. There's no way you guys can explain this, man. There's just no way.
Yeah, I guess I was just saying in any scenario that when I go down to the seashore, I'm below the horizon. So the ground that I'm standing on is lower than the horizon. But then again, the horizon is going to be much, much deeper. I don't know.
This is where the model affliction comes in. This is where the sphere filter comes in and just jumbles their brains. They have to say crazy stuff.
Your model afflicted to the flatness. I can hear it.
Exactly. Thank you for using our terms. You are severely model afflicted, my friend.
Your term applies to you. Fancy that.
Hey, Don, I had a question. So in that last picture that Rekia posted, right, of the, I'm assuming it's a Soundly image across Lake
Yeah, I
Pontchartrain.
think that's his best one, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one that we're referring to. So if you're saying that the Earth is curving and that those poles, telephone wires, whatever they are, telephone poles, those are going down in the distance due to Earth curvature, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so if those towers are set at level, what would be the expected degree in which they are from your level, from where you're standing, where this picture is being taken? What is the degree of difference if you dropped a plumb at each one of those alleged curving poles? And then I have a question after that, right? So would that give you the appearance? Let me finish real quick.
Perfect all the way along.
Sure, they're all perfect. So from the first plumb where the picture is being taken, so from plumb there, what degree would you expect for the furthest poles that you can see? What degree difference from the observer's plumb would you say you would see? And then secondly, let me finish real quick. Let me finish real quick, bro. Let me finish real quick. Secondly, would you see that separation at the top of the poles as you get further away in the distance, meaning you would see more of a separation between the poles as they get further in the distance because they will be deflecting away from the observer's plumb?
Oh, that's interesting. Yes, I think the difference in degree, however slight, 1 degree over 69 miles, so it might only be 1 or 2 degrees across the whole picture to the farthest pylon. That is what's giving you part of the effect of the curve, them curving. But you can't see them totally spread out because it's only 2 degrees or something over the whole shit.
Well, no, it's less
No,
than
it's
that.
not.
It's like 28. It's like 28 miles. So it's less than a half a degree from the first to the last. Less than 1/2 a degree.
So let's
Yeah,
say
that's
1
what I was
degree. You're
saying
not gonna
before
tell it.
about the
You're not
last
gonna be able
poll.
to tell. When SE
Yeah.
suggests that one pylon on its own should curve, he doesn't know what he means because the only way it would curve is leaning back 1 degree. And you're not going to see that because it's straight on. You're looking straight at it.
Yeah, I know. That's why I went through all that.
Yeah, you did.
No, we've had this thing before where they say you can look at it from the side to see the curve. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're going to
I
see
see
us
what you mean.
curved like that at that distance in the field of view.
Shut that down straight away, and he had to admit infinite humps straight away. Napalm, yeah. Just you can't like say, oh, because we can't see the degrees that should be there, Earth can't be curved. That's a really weak, small argument because Earth's so big. Earth's so big that you don't see degrees like that. That's why you have to look down a length of pylons.
To be fair, if you're being honest with me, that wasn't my claim. It was a simple question as to what degree difference there would be. I made no claim.
Yeah, but
I
I
didn't
think
say that you would see
your
that.
question is leading into you saying, oh, we should see a big discrepancy in the degrees.
Or I
Because
just had a legitimate question. I'm sorry. I'll go on mute.
No, please. I'm just telling you the line of questioning is a bit weak. That's all I meant. The real reaction should be to this. Oh my God, it looks like Earth could be curved.
No, it's just one single snapshot, right? So I do observations. I live very close to water, and I have a very good point in which I do an observation just over 17 miles. And every time I go out there, I get different results, meaning the horizon and the amount of pylons that I can see on this bridge varies every single day. So for me to make a determination specifically off of observation, I think would be foolish on my part, which is why I don't make a determination that way. Meaning I can't make a single observation and say, oh, it looks like part of the the bottom of that bridge pylon is being hidden, therefore Earth curve, and then come back the next day and say, oh, I can see all the way to the bottom of that pylon.
I don't expect you to see
therefore
one
flatter.
observation and become a glober. Well, I do expect you to say, oh, wow, that's something going on there. And then I want to remind you that it isn't one snapshot. It's everyone that looks down a length of things on Earth.
Yeah,
all
and
of the pics show it.
yeah, and making these observations has led me to look a lot more closely into perspective and what things do in the distance, in even like what could be said, you know, like zero refraction situations, right, on smaller scales, even though there's probably some very, very small portion of refraction.
Does any
It's
part of
caused
your
me to look into that, along with even philosophies of vision and how we perceive the world around us through our human eye, meaning that, you know, we observe the world technically in 2D and our brain converts it to 3D. So there's rules within perspective that take place that we are interpreting with our eyes.
do you think we can only feel 3D, we can't see it?
Correct.
Weird. Do you think that your research into perspective told you that straight lines can appear curved when they go into the distance? That would contradict my research into perspective.
So with atmospheric conditions, straight lines can appear to be curved. If you have turbulence, you can look at a tree in the distance with a fire in between you and that tree will appear to be all types of wavy. Yeah. So straight lines can appear to be
some
curved.
type of medium effect happening into the
Right,
perspective.
atmospheric conditions which
What
affect
I'd say
optics.
is that isn't perspective, that's the effects of being on Earth's surface.
Right, so due to perspective, do things bend? No.
No.
Can things bend in your perspective view due to atmospheric conditions? Yes.
Yes, that's it. Yeah, I agree. So you'd need something more than a water hump. Good enough for you. I offer you a picture from space.
Picture from space. Who has a picture from space?
You can actually see the ocean wrapped round a sphere shape.
Yeah, so this goes off into the realm of falsifiability. Is there falsifiability of this picture that you're providing me? Meaning you and I have the ability, if we chose to do so, to falsify this image or
Well, do you believe
confirm it?
Humans could send something into the sky and look back and take a photo?
Into the sky? Sure, yeah.
I mean, really far enough to see the shape of Earth when they look back?
You're still going to have to deal with optical effects for sure. And as others have pointed out, I mean, due to Rayleigh scattering, light tends to, it will have an arc if it's coming from a single projected source, meaning if you hold like a flashlight above your floor, the light will hit in an arc pattern, or actually a full circle pattern. So if we have light coming from above, and due to the attenuation of light and this Rayleigh scattering, right, even at a high distance, you may only be able to see a certain
You're saying even if we did manage
things
to
may
send
only
a
be lit up,
craft,
so it could appear to be curved even though it's flat due to this.
So you're sort of saying even if we did send something up, tried to look back to see what Earth was, we could be totally fooled and it could look like a globe even though it isn't?
The possibility is there, yeah.
Wow. Welcome to denial as a philosophy.
I wouldn't say it's denial. I say it's being open to all the possibilities that are taking place in what you're observing.
It's a terrible excuse to avoid the truth.
So let me ask you a question. If I'm standing at one vantage point and I'm looking straight forward, and let's say I can see 10 miles, and let's say the surface is completely flat, do I see in 10 miles in all directions from my vantage point? I don't know if you caught that or not. If I'm standing in a position on a completely flat surface, let's say the flat surface is 50 miles in circumference around me, so it's measured to be completely flat, and I'm standing in the center of this, and I look out and I can only see 10 miles. Do I only see 10 miles in all directions from my vantage point?
Yeah, I do think if you're
So
imagine if you're in the
I
middle of
would,
the ocean on a flat Earth. I do think it's still hard to see the shore in the middle of the ocean on a flat Earth.
yeah, well, I mean, you can see the shoreline for a very long time. I mean, I live in Florida. I go deep sea fishing. I go out to where I can't see the shoreline all the time. And mind you, we're talking about Florida, so it's not like I'm looking at mountains. Highest objects I'm even seeing are questionably no more than about 100, 150 feet at the most, not even. So, but what I'm saying is if you're standing at a central point, you see in 10 miles in all directions. So if I took a pencil 10 miles away from me on a string and I ran that pencil around that string, it would draw a circle, right? Meaning there is the possibility that something that is flat could look curved. Now, if we put a local, so if we put a local light source over me that I can only see 10 miles, but let's say this light source can only reach 5, is that light source from its single location directly above me is also going to cast its light in a circular pattern as well. Would you agree with that?
I don't know about that one. But I mean, I'll give you general reality has lots of circles in it, and we could be on a flat Earth and call this a globe by just saying that can't see far enough, so I think it's curved. I agree that's not enough on its own.
Yeah, well, that's good, and I'm glad that you're honest with that. And anybody that claims otherwise, I think, is being dishonest with themselves, because when we talk about observations, there's so many things that come into play, right, that we can't really draw definitive answers from.
Would you agree that the explanation for the ocean looking like it's curved and things being obstructed, Earth being curved, and the water actually obstructing things is quite a good explanation?
No, because that changes from day to day, like I said before, in my personal observations.
Wouldn't it change day to day on a globe too?
Possibly, which is why
every day instead of
which is why we can't say definitively, right? In order for it to be curved, we would have to establish some sort of baseline, right?
I think that's why I'd go back to the photos from high up, photos from space. And I just wanted to say, you shouldn't make up an excuse now for why it might look like a globe. You should see if you trust or believe that anyone could take a picture of Earth from high up.
I mean, high altitude photos are taken all the time. Spy planes do it. There's many different high altitude photos. And
that's some evidence that craft could go really high and look back with a camera, like the Himawari 8 or the ISS.
Sure, but I see no definitive evidence that those things are where they are claimed to be, right? So, especially with the Himawari, when the FTP files were found about the Himawari, and they're using the Blue Marble data set, and they're putting weather data that's gathered from across the world into that imagery, so it looks real time, but it's overlaid over the blue marble data set. So, I mean,
Yeah, I have heard that. So, okay, space pics are out, curvature's out. I mean, obstruction, horizon pics are out. But I don't know. I'll have to think of another way to convince you.
I would hope that you're not trying to convince me.
I mean, it would be good to turn you back to truth.
No, I've found
I'd find
truth.
it.
Yeah,
I'd feel like I've helped you if I did.
I was lost before, for sure.
Yeah, I would probably believe you that you're in a better place now, but you're still unsure and in denial of the globe, which is.
So you have the truth now, Don, do you?
No, not the truth, capital T, but I try and get close to it.
Unless we're talking about Earth curve, that is.
Well, no, in all my beliefs, I try and get close to the truth.
So we have selective curving.
Yeah, if you can't understand the difference, dude, between a pylon and a line of pylons, and you can't imagine what a line is like on a ball, that's your problem, not mine, I'm afraid.
Oh, if you can't imagine that conditions conducive to curving something should curve everything, I mean, that's a you problem, not a me problem.
Do you think it should curve left to right, like bending?
I think it should curve just like the other ones.
And how are they curving?
Same way. When you look at them, exactly the way they're curving, that's how the other one should be
Could
curving.
you explain how
Have
they're
a look.
curving? Are they bending
Have
left
a
to right?
look at the picture, and you'll see exactly what I mean. Exactly the way the other ones are curving, that's how that
When
one
I
should
look
be
at
curving.
it, I don't see them curving. I see the line of them curving.
Well, that's a you problem.
No, it's me being honest about there being a line different to one, and me saying it's not actually the thing curving; it's the line of things that's curving.
It's not the thing that's curving; it's the line of things curving. You keep it up, bro. You keep saying stuff like that. It's beautiful. It's just beautiful.
It's so simple and honest, but
right.
You tried
So
to make it
simple.
a paradox. It's your fault if you're hurting yourself.
Look, you're hurting yourself. You're thinking that something
No,
could
dude,
curve
I can tell the
and
difference
something
between a line
else
of
next
things
to
and a
it
thing.
cannot curve.
That's not painful for me.
That's a you problem, bro. I mean, you got to deal with that, not me.
It's an adult thing. It's not painful to recognize the difference between a line of things and a thing.
Sure. So you're saying the Earth curve acts differently on a line of things than on a single thing. Got it. I mean,
that is exactly what I'm saying.
Keep it up.
Yeah.
Keep it up, bro.
It's exactly what I'm saying. And
so
if you could explain why that's silly for real, I'd give it to you, but you can't.
It's called dialetheism. You believe in two truths. You believe something could make something curve, and then another thing next to it not curve. That's called dialetheism. You're believing in
You've
two
gone back
truths.
to denying it's the line of things. You've called it a thing again.
Call it what you want, a line of things. Call it what you want, a group of things.
If it's important, I'll call it what it actually is instead of something else. So I won't.
Yeah, so you have to admit.
If the difference is important, I won't call a line of things a thing. I'll call it a line of things.
Okay, you're saying now.
Knows what I mean.
Right. So you're saying now a line of things, the Earth curve, is different than one thing. You're saying a line of things is affected differently than one thing. Got it.
In this context, yeah.
Yeah, selective curving. Got it. Thank you.
I don't know what it means to you.
So Don, I've done photography, amateur photography, for a very long time. I grew up taking film images. We would develop them in my basement. We had a dark room in my basement, and we had a projector to where we could make our own prints, right? Talking back in the 35 millimeter days. And one thing I've learned from photography and various lenses and seeing things optically is that more often than not, a straight object can appear curved due to not only atmospheric conditions, but also lens effects, as well as angles in which you're taking the photograph. Now, when if you're talking about curved objects that you're photographing, it's much more difficult to get a curved object to look flat due to lens effects. The only way that you can get a curved object to appear straight is typically due to the angle in which you're taking the photograph. Meaning, say you're at an object like the St. Louis Arch. If you want that to look straight, you have to get an angle to where you completely take away the curving top portion of it, and you have to shoot at an angle that makes that thing that's curving away from you look as though it is in a straight line due to the angle in which you shoot that image. So just from many years of doing this, I find that straight objects appear curved way more often, and with it's much easier to do that, right? Unintentionally through the type of lens that you're using or where it's presented within the image. Typically on the outside, you will get some sort of lens distortion. So point being is a straight object can appear to be curved more often due to these effects than a curved object appears to be straight. It's much more difficult to do that.
So basically what you said, Napalm, it's far easier to get a straight object to appear curved rather than a curved object to appear straight. You have to align everything just perfectly on a curved object to get it to appear straight, where a straight object, the atmosphere, the lens, anything can do it, and you can achieve that same result.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Interesting.
It seems more and more we have people that actually do things on this side of the argument than on the fantasy storytelling and reliance on other things on the other side. But don't worry, Rumpus is going to take care of that in a month. Rumpus will bring the globe side back to fame with his famous rect experiment. Mr. Grimm, you there?
It took me so long to get to. Yeah, I'm here.
No worries, bro. I'm
What's up,
shopping around
Macho?
an idea, and I was wondering your take on it.
What you got?
Can the sun produce parallel rays being a sphere? Think about it for a second before you answer.
Well, yeah, and that's the only reason really that can be treated that way is because so many of them can come to you facing the same direction because it's so large. You know what I mean?
So you're
'Cause, I mean,
saying yes because it's so large?
yeah, because they're not all parallel rays. There will be some parallel rays.
So some, not all.
Right, it's partially coherent, not fully coherent. Otherwise, it'd be like a laser beam.
Well, no, we're not talking about coherency now, because we know that it's not coherent light, right?
Well,
It's
no,
incoherent light.
it's treated in both senses. I'm not an expert on this, but
Well, look,
I know
to
that
make it simple,
they use
coherent
double-
light is a laser beam, right?
Yes, and partially coherent light would be light that is
what would that
traveling.
be exactly?
Right, it would be like both incoherent and incoherent. By like you would have like some of them would be in waves that would follow each other like a coherent frequency, and then some of them would be loosely, I guess, and since I can't even talk about what light is on a regular level, this is hard. Yeah. But I think they use a lot of double speak because they'll say, "See, it's incoherent. See, it's coherent at the same time."
Exactly. Yeah, parallel and not parallel. Yeah.
Curved, but not curved. You know what I mean? Look, it's almost hard to believe anything they say, to be honest.
Yeah, agreed. I think that what I just came up with, it just kills their parallel line thing. Like they have to say it's some parallel and some not parallel. So that's some pretty serious dialetheism right there. Dualism, call it whatever you want.
Well, it's kind of like, I can imagine though their argument though from how, from such a large thing with the light rays coming from it in all directions, some of those light rays would be going in the same directions. You know what I mean? So those would actually be parallel. But the other ones,
I heard them say because
would
of
not be.
sorry.
So if you imagine like a row of 10 lines, right? The 2 lines on the ends could be parallel, but all the ones in the middle can be going all the other different directions. But we receive all of them, so we can signal and find the parallel ones between the other ones. You know what I'm trying to say? So it'll show signs of parallelism, but at the same time, it'll be distorted enough to show you that it's also incoherent.
I don't think you should be using that word, incoherent.
I only use it because I think of a light bulb like incoherent, where it's so small that like it's coming from like almost a point source, so that any receiver that we receive it from, if it's not a tiny little receiver right up underneath the light bulb, is going to think that it's all incoherent light. A tiny little receiver way up against the light bulb though might show a tiny bit of parallel light because of a couple of those rays at that moment would be reaching as basically parallel. But I don't know, dude.
I heard that the distance argument. Yeah, I heard that. But you gotta realize that even in the distance argument, right? Those rays leave all directions around the mythical sphere, right? So that means they would have to change vectors midway during their path between them and the Earth.
Yeah. I would imagine. I mean, That's why I'm locked on it and I don't think that there's like, I don't go, oh, I completely understand this. This one's easy. You know what I mean? Like they do. I think that a lot of that confidence shit is just, they place that there because, you know what I mean? Like because of the comfort of, you know, thinking you know something or whatever. But you know, sorry, I'm busy doing so many different things right now. I'm trying to be quiet.
No, it's cool. It's cool, bro. I just wanted your take on it because I heard a lot of things about this, and I think that argument kills their parallel rays.
Most Glovers have what's called academic hubrism, where they never look for the answers that they think they already have the answers to.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what those consensitards do, right? Consensitard. I just made that up. But they
Another
love
good
that.
one.
Yeah. They like the consensus argument, you know. So that's why I love to rub it in their face. Like, well, I mean, as long as you're always on the consensus argument, then you'll be the last one to ever find out anything new. Because you have to wait for everybody else to fucking know it first before you can then know it. Therefore, you're going to be the last one to know anything.
And what's the
People
use
don't
of
like
doing your own research? I mean, somebody else smarter than you will do it, right?
Yeah. There's no one smarter than them. They could have done it. You know how it goes. You know, I just like how when people have really good memories, they then think that they're actually smart. You know what I mean? That's kind of like a false, you know, comfort there, because I've seen people who they could memorize everything they ever read, and they're just dumber than shit. I mean, you can hustle them in any kind of way you want. They can't, you know what I mean? Work things out on their own. But boy, can they remember and spell everything.
It's possible to be highly intelligent at the same time highly insane. I mean, there's people in mental asylums that can do math on invisible chalkboards, but they can't wipe their own ass barely.
Well, I mean, here I am.
I mean, yeah. What it's all about is being able to form a clear, logical thought. Like, that's the difference.
Yeah, well, yeah, form it on your own without being, you know, without having it memorized that it's been told to you. Therefore, you're just regurgitating it. Because some people are the best memorizers and they can regurgitate everything that they heard, but you can't ask them. Well, alternatively, what would you think if you had to do it alternatively, a different way? They shut down. Broken, because they can't figure that shit out on their own. It has to be told to them so they can memorize it and then put A, B, or C on the test and make, you know, the great grade.
Yeah. Perfect example. Look at Left Lane. He just posted a picture saying it looks parallel to me, right? With the ball and the shadow. Now, I can ask him this question and he's going to freak out now. So how does the umbra penumbra work if the rays are coming in parallel?
That's a good question.
Yeah, if intelligence is a sword, then wisdom is a scalpel. Some of the world's sickest people have been highly intelligent, yet very deranged and unwise, like Mao and Hitler and these types of individuals. Wisdom should be of the utmost importance.
Yet they use their intelligence like a weapon to control other people instead of like uplifting humanity. It was like a way of giving what they wanted, you know, sometimes psychopathically.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Left Lane, how would you explain that? The thing that you posted in the question that I asked you, how would you reconcile parallel rays and the umbra penumbra?
Yeah, they're not perfectly parallel, but you know, they're practically parallel, but you know, there's a half a degree that you know, that you'll get a fuzzy edge on shadows. And on small shadows, I mean, it'd be difficult to discern, but But like on the solar eclipse where you have, you know, that's pretty significant evidence of the penumbra and the umbra where that half
That's
degree makes a difference.
that's exactly what I
You
thought he
know?
would say. Right?
Me
There
too,
was
yeah. But the rebut to that is you realize that you need non-parallel rays from your own explanation to form the umbra, right? Like severely
Well,
non-parallel rays.
no,
that's
not
why he used
severely, about a half a degree.
yeah, that's why he
A
used
half a degree.
the almost and treated as, you know what I mean? That's what I was
Yeah. Oh,
saying. They
just
say
a
treated
smidge
as
off, you
parallel,
know?
but they're not exactly parallel, so there will be some distortion, you know?
That doesn't cut it for me, guys. Sorry.
I know, I know. I mean, I'm okay with it in a sense that, like, it's not the hill I want to die on because I can kind of understand both sides of the argument, and I don't know how to make a decision on it, but it seems feasible, I could say, you know, since I can't prove it, but I lean towards it being, you know,
Yeah, look at the thing Dice Low just
feasible.
posted. 41 past the hour. That's what your rays have to do, you know? And
Yeah.
that's it's not parallel, man. Sorry.
It's a
It's just so
contradiction.
close to parallel that they treat it as parallel, or they'll use the words parallel, but it's clearly not parallel. Not exactly parallel. The parallel means that these lines will never cross or diverge, and that's clearly not the case.
Exactly.
It's a contradiction.
Yeah.
That's dialetheism at its finest. Believing in two truths. Nice one, Dice Low. Yeah, look at that. That's what we should see, parallel lines, and that's what we do see, non-parallel lines. So yeah, good one, Dice Low. And there's no way around that. I mean, there's just no way
No,
around
well,
that. You either have parallel lines or you don't.
that's what I said, though, wasn't it, SC? Didn't I say that they were nearly parallel? I mean, what's wrong
Yeah,
with that?
he was clear. He didn't say they were actually parallel. He did say nearly and virtually. So
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
like saying nearly pregnant. You know, that's the way I see it.
well, I mean, it also could mean that there are some very close to parallel, which would make what we see look optically like parallel for some situations. And then also, if we dial into the other side of that, we can see the distortion very clearly too. So we know that there's absolutely, there's also not parallel. It leads some people to believe that some of the rays may be parallel while some of the others are not. I mean, it leads me to believe that.
Yeah, that's like the selective curving before, you know, same story. It is, it isn't, it's partially, a little bit. You can think of it that way, you know, those kind of things.
Yeah.
And that's why guys like me find holes in the model. I mean, it's so easy.
If you just lay his two graphs over each other, though, we get results from both of those. You see what I mean? That's the point.
Yeah, that's dualism, bro. That's dialetheism.
Well, it's
That's
like saying
believing in.
a rectangle, you know, a square can't be a rectangle because it's a square, but it's also a rectangle. You know what I mean,
Well,
dude? It's not
there are
really
similarities there
dialetheism
because
at
it's a
its best.
four-sided figure. It has
It's
four,
not like clear
you know,
dialetheism, though,
90s and
right?
stuff. Yeah. But can the same be said with this?
Well,
I'm
that's the
not so
thing.
sure,
You
Grim.
can't say it's a rectangle is a square because it's not, right? So that's what they're trying to do in some cases. It's what I think you're saying, right? But it's so that they have to be a little bit more clear on that, you know, maybe to explain it. I think what you're doing is good because you've got them already stopping with the, oh no, they are parallel argument. Yeah,
Exactly.
you know
That's
what
their
I
whole
mean?
argument.
Yeah.
And then when pressed with the umbra, they have to double talk. They have to. because there's no other way to explain
Well,
the
I
umbra
have
and
to
the
too.
penumbra.
Yeah, I got it. I get you. You know.
So really, it's easy for me to do. It's just it's easy, man. I mean, anybody can use this argument and destroy their parallel lines, arrays. Sorry.
Hey, SE, can you mention it again? Because I was doing something else about your argument. Can you go over it quickly again?
Yeah. I was asking Grim if he thinks that the sun, being a sphere, can produce parallel lines, parallel rays. Excuse me.
Yep.
And we have conflicting things, like they're saying, because then I asked them if it's producing parallel rays, how does the umbra occur during the eclipse of the sun, right? And their excuse is now it's partially parallel. It's not fully parallel. Left lane says it's off by 1 degree, the parallelity, if there's such a word.
1 degree. Okay.
Yep.
I'm partially insane, though not completely.
Yeah.
Although that
A little bit
description
pregnant.
matches what we observe in reality, all right?
Virtually pregnant.
Oh yeah,
Well,
I like that one.
partially pregnant, partially,
Yeah, just partially
because they
pregnant.
don't know, even though her head's in the toilet, right?
Yeah. Schrodinger's baby.
Yeah.
Well, that's good
Hey,
too. Yeah.
Schrodinger's throwing up wife. Is she really in the toilet or not?
Right. I had Schrodinger. I can't even say his name anymore. All of a sudden, Schrodinger's blunt last night. Is it lit or is it not lit?
Well, it's just the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. They're uncertain.
Yeah, they're.
Well, then how the hell are they making claims then?
It's the model, bro. The model dictates. They
Hold
have
on,
to say these
because the
things.
scientific model, according to the professors at Beecher University in their science department, states clearly that a scientific model must be testable by experimentation. I've yet to see one experiment from any globers of anything in their alleged model. So it's not even scientific, it's philosophical.
Yeah, maybe you haven't seen some of the things that have been presented. I don't know.
Bro, I went on with Professor Phil last night after chilling out here. I went and smashed that. There were a couple other Globers over there, and I kept asking the same question repeatedly, and all of them went dead silent. So, I'd like to say that they don't know shit at all, because if they'd had, they would have given me a straight answer instead of obfuscating. I mean, the whole fun to a debate is both sides actually bring evidence and then they state their evidence. They show their evidence. Well, that's the problem. I can show you a picture, infrared, non-infrared, across the ocean on a clear, calm day, and there's no curvature. Where's the X or the Y axis picture of curvature?
Yeah, at this point, that they're just clinging on to beliefs, like
Well,
as
here's
hard
the
as they
thing.
can. They're hugging that sphere.
If a priest is at your church and they're preaching a message and you can't go and talk to them after or at any other time about that message that they're standing up there gacking about, there seems to be an issue, doesn't there? These guys haven't talked to any of their priests at all. They just think everything that's been said is great, but they haven't even questioned the source. But they're here telling us that we're wrong. Well, how can I be wrong when you didn't ask the guy who told you to prove that shit?
Then they'll tell you, you can't prove anything.
Oh, no, even better. You can't know anything, but they can. That's one of my favorites. When they're getting their butts whooped, nobody can know anything. Well, you couldn't know anything. I can't know anything. Ah.
No, I hear that. I hear that come from the flat earth side way more than what you're indicating. It's, and SC's a good one to say it. We don't know what the sun is, and you don't either. That's
Okay,
a flat earth.
hold on. That's a false dichotomy, bro. People saying that nobody can know anything when they're getting their ass kicked in a debate because they don't have any evidence versus
Can you be
us
specific?
telling the truth and saying that we don't know X because, well, we don't.
Could you be more specific in what you're talking about? You're being kind of general about
Oh,
what
that
you're.
was it. That was it, buddy. See, we say we can't tell you what the sun is made of because we can't. Nobody has done an experiment. But you guys tell us what it is, and you guys haven't even experimented with it at all. The sun, the moon, the stars, anything.
I mean, you're.
I mean, how do you
But the
experiment
fact
with a
is,
rotation?
there is a pretty significant database of information on the sun and what his potential constituents and how they've done it. And I mean, there's all that information is out there, and you're claiming it doesn't
Oh
exist.
yeah, they stopped it. They made it go backwards, right? They figured out why it is, what causes it to be. Yeah, it's funny because I look online, I can't find that experiment anywhere.
Yeah.
So you're telling me something exists that can't be found at all from anyone.
Maybe your standards are a little bit pedantic, or you know.
Yeah, I'd say you're going off onto a trail that isn't the conversation context.
Well, I think that, you know, to go at it from a standpoint that we can't know anything is not going to be productive to knowing anything.
No shit, I hear that from Glovers day in and day out on every debate channel. I do not hear that from flat earthers. I hear from flat earthers honesty that we don't know what causes the sun or the moon or the stars. We don't know because we haven't been able to experiment with the thing. So how can we tell you something if we haven't even run one test? One actual test for experimentation.
Silly argument.
Very silly because you're a professional welder, but you've never seen a welder, never touched a welder, never even read a welding book, but you know. That's how silly it is.
Why are you talking about welding? As a matter of fact, I am a welder.
It's an example.
Oh, okay.
You want to go with something different? ASE certified Le Mans mechanic. How about that?
Well, I'm an ASE certified parts man. We got certified at my store where we sold parts, which is, you know, kind of
That's a
silly.
dealer thing. That's
You go through a few questions and answer the questions correctly, and you get a certification.
that's not a. Oof. Certifications in welding and mechanical stuff are not a questionnaire. They actually test you to whether or no you know what the fuck you're doing or not.
Yeah.
So that would be a category error. And a misnomer.
Yeah, you're kind of all over the place, man. We're talking about the sun and the moon, and now we're talking about welding and ASE certifications.
There's examples from everyday life to apply to the arguments the way they look to me. I boil things down and make it very simple so I can paste it on something else.
So one of the issues that I have personally, and I'm not being ultra critical, and I'm not trying to put anyone down or anything, but you do have to consider qualifications and things that would qualify you to dismiss a field of study in which you have no experience.
I have a functioning brain. That's all I need to disqualify a liar. To say that I need more than that is completely erroneous.
Yeah, I think my statement was a little more practical than yours.
That's great. You can opinion all you like.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what we've all got.
No, I have facts, buddy.
Oh, well, hey, you got some evidence of the flat Earth? I mean, if you're gonna be all particular and ultra pedantic about it, my question
Oh no,
would be
I'm being semantic, not pedantic.
of a flat Earth.
This is, I think the
Have you?
big.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I think the big thing is if somebody offers something and then the other person says no, thank you, just in a general rule, right? Just a general rule. Like someone's like, I've got a good idea, and the person says, well, no, thank you. I don't like good ideas, even if the idea is good. And the person gets angry by that, like they're upset, like they're triggered, or they start using that to make a claim about the person. Well, you don't like good ideas because you're X. That to me tells me the person was bullshitting. It's a quick test that something might sound like a good idea, but it might not be, because there's a catch, there's a trick, there's some bad faith data or argument attached to it that only makes it appear to be a good idea.
Well, here's the fun one, right? I used this one last night for Professor Phil. He was talking about Earth rotation and so on, and so were other globers. So I asked him, where do I go to experience this phenomenon? And the only thing they could post was some apparatus that they made based on a formula and a story. But where's the phenomenon? Where do I get to go to see the phenomenon that you're making the apparatus for? That doesn't make any sense for you to make an apparatus without a phenomenon. That's cart before the horse. Hell, the horse isn't even out of the barn. He's still asleep.
Well, would you say that the sky appearing to move would be a phenomena?
Oh, sky stuff moving? Absolutely. Now,
Well,
what you're
no,
going to have
that,
to do is manipulate the sky stuff. You're going to have to stop it from making the trails. You're going to have to make it go backwards, forwards. At least you're going to have to be able to do is stop it.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Well, okay, it's an experiment. It falls within the parameters of experiment. Manipulating.
Maybe QE's 6th grade level, introductory level of the scientific method, but there are entire books on the subject of the scientific method, and there are as many scientific methods as there are scientists. It just depends on a, is your criteria and your observations, are they within the parameters of what we would consider, sufficient to come to a conclusion, and it's not a matter of step 1, 2, 3. It's a lot more than that.
Well, if somebody's very confused with what the method of science is, which is experimentation, so if any
that cut out.
Am I just too country for this?
And then you cut out, man.
Yeah, you're like halfway through, and then it just paused. I didn't know for sure if it was me or not. So
Sorry,
maybe
no, it's my connection. That's on me. But I'm glad somebody said something. If you're missing stuff, like the independent variable, manipulating what you think could be causing it. If you're missing a phenomenon, you don't have an experiment. You have a story. So every scientific method out there can't be correct because the method of science is experimentation. Building an apparatus and presupposing your story is correct based on the apparatus movements, that's not science. That's divination. See, I'm semantic, not pedantic. You saying there's hundreds of scientific methods, that's being pedantic. Because then that gets back to the whole we can't know anything shit.
That would be the opposite of pedantic. I'm offering a broad spectrum of conclusion and opportunity rather than focusing on one little dinky part that really doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean anything because you don't have any evidence for any of it. Duh. That's why.
one thing that works, like if there is more than one scientific method, or like Veach has said that there's as many scientific methods as there are people, that works only if the person shares their scientific method. Because if they said I use science, but they don't tell you what their science is or what their science even means or what method they followed, it would be impossible to recreate their experimental methods and practices. You have no idea what they did. It would just be like a random guess at that point. You would just be like, I have no idea what you did. I'll try to do something similar. And if I get a different result, well, the problem might be you didn't share what your methods and practices were.
Hey,
Well, the
Howard,
difference,
Yeah,
it'd be a fish story.
do you know what the scientific method is for astrophysics?
No. I would say that it's practically dependent on pure observation.
Right.
So no scientific method then.
Well,
right.
observation
There's no such
is part of the scientific method.
observation
Part
is
of it.
part, but there's no such thing as observational science. I've heard that one out of several Globers.
Well,
Yeah, there is.
well, we definitely can observe things, and we can definitely observe what they do. Right? To say that we can't observe what they do, I don't think is quite accurate.
Well, there is observational science.
Yeah.
When you go to when you go to a
Yeah.
strip joint, that's observational science.
Oh, yeah, you definitely study the way they move, right? But that's about as far as it goes. It's just the observation of those curves that are jiggling in front of you, right? Because you, as you know, SC, if you go to a strip place, you ain't allowed to touch those curves, right? You
That's
have to
right.
keep a distance from them, right? So.
Uh-huh.
Saying it's part of the distance from. Better
saying
see
it's
not.
part of the saying it's part of the scientific method is very deceiving, because if that's the case, every baby, child, human, everyone on Earth is always doing part of the scientific method, which would make it absolutely worthless. Very, very deceiving to even say that.
And to answer your question, Chucky, it should be called an observational science. That's how it should be perceived and named. An observational science.
Yeah, like adding the word to it to categorize it outside of regular science. It'd be like
Yeah.
a branch of pseudoscience, but without
Well,
having the harmful stereotype of pseudoscience.
of pseudoscience. Exactly right. So, like I said, studying things or observing things that move and their patterns and how they twinkle and all that sort of stuff, I think is a very valid thing to do, and to notice what sort of phenomena they do, the different ways they move, and different times, and all that sort of stuff. But at the end of the day, all you're studying is the twinkle and the movement, so to speak. Maybe the different color spectrums of light that they may emit, but it's still all just observational, and it's only using part of the scientific method. It
Well,
falls short
Bandsaw,
of the rest of it. Yeah, mate.
I'm a professional driver, but all I have is the Momo steering wheel. That's all that's all I hear when they say crap like that. Oh yeah, I'm a professional race car driver. All I have is the steering wheel to the car, though. I don't have a car. I just have the steering wheel, but I am a professional.
Well, I think just to actually say that these people that observe things aren't professionals in what they do, that doesn't sit comfortably with me at all. Because they are definitely doing something. They are definitely doing a job.
Dude, did you know I'm a professional football player? I sat right behind the 50-yard line. But all I did was watch them. But I am a professional football player.
Yeah. No, that's not in the same. That's not the same thing. You're not being analogous at all. I don't think. That's just me.
It is funny though, right? Hearing people go, you're just a dumb country boy. Oh yeah, that's why you can't answer my question, huh? Because I'm so dumb.
Well, no, you're saying that. You've said that a couple of times, and I haven't heard anyone tonight say that at all. Actually.
Yeah, no. I got you, but that's where it twists.
Cuddles, you're just a dumb country boy.
Yeah, I love you too, buddy. Bet you won't say that to my pig's face. Yeah, she might run you over for that one too.
Oh man, I've been attacked by a pig. That shit's scary, bro.
It's not pleasant when you have an animal that can break your entire shin bone with a bite. Mad at you.
Yeah, bro. This thing was totally cool with me as my buddy's pet, and I ordered a Domino's pizza with bacon on it, and ever since then, that fucking thing hated me, bro.
We've got flat earthers in this server that have studied the stars and their movements extensively. All right, been to school and studied them extensively, know the ins and outs of them and their movements and all that sort of stuff. Will I call them a professional because of what they've done and what they've spent a lot of their life doing? Yeah, compared to me, 100%. And we have flat earthers that have done exactly the same thing in this server.
So can you name one?
Sorry, Mama.
Can you name one that's been studying astronomy a lot?
Yeah, Geo himself.
Oh, where in what university? I haven't heard that he's been studying.
Yeah. Oh, definitely he's been to university and definitely studied. The actual university, the name of it, I don't know off the top of my head, but you are more than willing to ask him that.
Sure, I could ask him that. Yeah.
Yeah, but he definitely has done it.
Yeah, because he says there's five southern celestial poles, so I'm baffled that he studied astronomy.
No, well, Why? Why are you baffled? Because he says that. Because he studied something and now he has come up with his own theory about how things work and all that sort of stuff. Why does that baffle you at all?
Oh, it's not the theory that he has. It's just that what he says goes against observations. So that's the.
Do they go against his observations and how he has studied things at all and how he sees things? Do
I
they?
think if you studied it in university, you might know something about star movements.
Really? Okay then. So
Yeah.
you're okay then. So that's very strange. That you know what, you need to have that conversation with him. I'm not going to talk on his behalf, but I
Yeah.
do know that he
Yeah,
has
I
done
agree.
it 100%. So, but yeah,
I,
It's
I want to sum
funny.
this up real quick, man. Today's scientists really, they think that they've completed their task once they are able to form a coherent description of a said phenomena. But ultimately, science is supposed to be getting to an explanation on a said phenomena, because an explanation will always supersede a description. And science today has forgotten that completely. They never get to the essence of what it is that they're discussing. They only pinpoint the quantitative measures as to what it is they're discussing and act as if they're so profound.
why don't you ask me directly, Chucky? I can't be bothered, mate, to be answering you in text, to be honest with you.
And that's why I say today's scientists, they're nothing more than mathematicians. They're not actual Neoplatonic or Aristotelian based scientists doing true science, original science.
I think scientists define science.
Oh, go ahead, define science.
I'm not a scientist.
Well, I'm just curious.
That was hilarious.
The guy who invented the method, who thought up the method didn't exist before then. Could anybody have done an experiment and still been a scientist?
Sorry, can you ask me again?
Before that method, science was a natural philosophy. So science has taken on different forms as it's currently defined. But as a natural philosophy, where it has
I think you cut out fights.
That's
Lemon.
easy for you to say, Lemon. You cut out, dude.
push the talk thing, but that's a 17th, 18th century formulation of the scientific method. Before then, it was just known as a natural philosophy. We were talking generally about science. And Voxday talks about at least 7 different definitions of science itself. There's scientody, there's scientistry, there's scientedge. The knowledge that's gained from science, number 1. The methods that sciences, that are used to do science, number 2. The institution of science, the place where science is done. These different definitions encapsulate what we say when we say science, the scientific method, all that. So there's varying definitions, even with the method, what science is, all that.
Hey, Lemon, would you say that anything that is captured under the umbrella of the word science that does not involve direct experimentation would be considered scientific philosophy as opposed to natural science?
Sure. Science in general just means knowledge. Or, specifically, it's like a systematically, studied form of knowledge, systematically studied from a body of, prior knowledge that's been gained and used to build up new knowledge. Natural science, other sciences, theoretical sciences, all that.
Yeah, and I would say one of the big problems we have in society today is that the average person will lump things under the umbrella of science and assume that it's gone through experimentation, even though it may be philosophical beliefs on scientific questions, but they associate it with a process that has been gone through rigorously to prove out these philosophical ideas that are being proposed within certain areas of quote unquote science?
Well, on a philosophical level, science is kind of, at least, when they talk about science, giving up on, cause and effect per se, because, once you find a cause that, duplicates an effect in a scientific lab, great. But what if there's a cause that you haven't seen or experimented with yet? And so they just say, we've proven that we can duplicate it this way, but that's it. They're not going to use such grand language, usually like, we found the cause of this or that, even though they kind of act like they did. Because even if you do duplicate the process with an experiment, great. What if you missed another cause?
That's the problem, because there's an underlying backbone to all said phenomena. And I personally would say that would be magnetism. And when you look at what science says about magnetism, they've never given a coherent explanation upon it. They only talk about the actions of the magnetic field having this attracting and repulsing force, but they don't dive any deeper than that. They just scratch the surface on it and then want to act as if they have everything all figured out. But they have to explain the things that they're using as an answer.
Well, according to Richard Feynman, apparently magnetism is analogous to somebody slipping and falling on ice. So there's that.
Ice law. Like I have never heard a single scientist say that they have everything figured out.
Do you know what
they say
electricity
they have no
is?
proof, and then they proceed to tell us how the universe
Do you know
works.
what light is?
No, and I have never heard anyone claim that they do. No one.
Has science? Science doesn't claim they know what electricity or light.
Yeah, no.
Or a field. Oh no, they just prematurely merge words together like electromagnetic field. Although they haven't deciphered each and every one of those words that they've just placed upon the phenomena.
Sure, but have you? What does di mean in dielectric?
Well, now you're jumping somewhere else.
No,
not that
I mean
that's
you
not a
said
good
that you have.
question, but
No, do you have everything figured out?
as far as what phenomena is premised off, yes.
Okay, and science that you say isn't science, they don't have it figured out.
Science has never given an explanation on magnetism or light or a field or gravity or electricity. Many phenomena that everything's premised off of. They never dived any deeper than scratching the surface in a equivocating particle interaction to sew it all up.
No, but they have to stop somewhere, like you do too.
Yeah, did you say that merges words? Is that what you said, Dustin?
Electromagnetic field. Yes, they haven't explained electricity. They haven't explained magnetism. They haven't explained a field, but yet they want to combine. Excuse me, I was talking. But yet they want to combine all three of these words together.
Sure, but I can ask questions to you about Ken Wheeler's stuff, and you can't explain it.
Okay, go ahead. Let's try it.
Sure. What is ether?
The ether is a combination of two fields composed of a dielectric and a magnetic field, creating this conjugate synonymous pair of actions and reactions, which constitutes the ether.
Okay. What is a magnetic field then?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's a fucking very loaded question, but yeah, I'll go ahead and. But yeah, I'll go ahead and explain it. You realize there's a difference between a magnetic field and a magnet, right?
Sure, because a magnet is the cause for a magnetic field.
Is it really?
Well, you can't have a magnetic field without a magnet.
So what makes a magnet? Is it a qualitative or quantitative attribute that makes a magnet?
I don't know. You have to explain that to me, because I'm asking for the explanation from you to what the magnetic field is.
So it's
one of the better definitions that I've heard are worlds and vortices in the ether.
I thought he was asking me, but anyhow.
You avoided answering the question by asking another question.
I didn't.
So to cut to the
have a
chase,
chance.
it's worlds and vortices in the ether.
Jesus Christmas.
Lemon. If ether is the combination of magnetic field and the dielectric field, then magnetic field can't be ether. That would be circular.
It's basically worlds and vortices in the ether. You get different worlds and vortices depending on how the ether pushes in and through the object. And that's what we call these fields. Magnetic, electric, and otherwise are just worlds and vortices in the ether, essentially.
What is ether then?
Well,
The
ultimately,
underlying
there's only one
water
field
that forms space.
Yeah, there's only one field that everything's premised off of. To say that electricity's over there, magnetism's over here, the light field's over there. I mean, this is what science has done, is they've subdivided everything into these discrete particle interactions, and they're never going to get to a grand unified theory doing this.
But have they? If they say that there's an electromagnetic field, are they saying that there's two fields or one field?
Well, they're kind of contradicting themselves, because you can never separate the magnetic field from an electric circuit. They're synonymous. Being that magnetism is part of the electric field, so to prematurely say electromagnetic field is a superficial farce.
But you're saying that ether is dielectric field and magnetic field. So you're saying that it's still electromagnetic field. The ether.
So yeah, so the ether, again, like I said, is two fields combined. Yes, they're inseparable due to their geometries. So the dielectric hyperbole geometry is the negative inverse of the magnetic toroidal geometry, and vice versa. They're inseparable. They're conjoined at the hip.
Sure,
And as far
so
as a
then
magnet, before a magnet becomes a magnet versus after it becomes a magnet, there's zero quantitative change, whether it be ferrite, Sumerian cobalt, neodymium, or otherwise. The magnetodielectric elasticity, or the atomic molecular nature of the object, defines its ability to become a magnet and to what strength. And it's been demonstrated that we can polarize strawberries and living frogs in a strong enough magnetic field, but only temporarily.
If you've been today magnetize plastic, they talk about the crystalline structure of the plastic making it magnetic. I think somebody got a Nobel Prize for being able to magnetize plastic based off of the crystalline structure within the plastic. So it's a combination of shape, how the ether butts up against the object, flows through the object, that gives you all these different fields: magnetism, electricity, dielectricity, all this other stuff. So the best definition that I've heard is, of all this stuff, these fields, is basically whirls and vortices and different, movements of the ether, essentially.
Yeah, hey Dicelove, I would be interested in your opinion on kind of this explanation. So a magnetic field arises with the loss of a dielectric, meaning the dielectric collapses into this vortexual nature and a hyperboloid, and what arises from that is the toroidal geometry of the magnetic field, meaning you have a higher magnetic over the dielectric, and the opposite would be true with a loss. A collapsing of magnetism would give rise to an increased dielectric field.
Yep, the anti-locus of force and mass, all of which define magnetism denotatively, of which magnetism is the dielectric field expressed in and by the loss of inertia potential. So yeah, that's correct.
To be honest, that sounds like a bunch of mumbo jumbo to me, bro. Sorry.
I was just about to say, SC, is it possible, Dicelo, for you to
I totally agree, SC.
because we have listeners out there in the YouTube world, right? Is it actually possible that you could break it down into very simple terms that maybe some other people in the YouTube world can't understand? Because I'm finding it hard to understand myself, and so is that possible at all?
Maybe I should have said it that way and more diplomatically. Thank you, Bansaw.
Yeah, that sounded like a load of nonsense what that guy said. Jeez.
Well,
look, I say it like it is, no matter which side says it. Sorry, guys. That's the way I am.
I mean, you kind of have to understand these conjugate fields. And so speaking solely on dielectric being the primary half of the conjugate field modalities of the dielectric and of the magnetic, the internal capacitance or energy, or the dielectric torsional, and lastly, the circular magnetic. So in these terms, essentially the dielectric is the capacitance potential of counter space. So dielectric dielectric loss is defined as magnetism, increasing potential terminating towards and into counter space. When this is defined as the increasing of the dielectric inductance or charge. So the smaller the space, the higher the dielectric or capacitance. And space is the attribute of the magnetic, which itself is the absence of or discharge of the dielectric.
Can you please explain this counter space? What is this counter space?
Yeah. So counter space, or accurately called the ether realm, or you could call it a 0-point energy realm, or simply the ether. It's the realm of pure potential or unmanifested energy, of which and by which and from which nothing is possible or even theoretically potential without same. So science today often discusses the release or diminution of energy, but they never really touch on the impotency of energy. So counter space would be this null point opposite to Cartesian forms, masses, magnitudes, and phenomena. And there's only two dimensions in nature. You have spatial and counter spatial, or more accurately, dimensional and non-dimensional. All ether modalities are only so known by the fact that they're torsional or circular. So yeah, counter space is just the noumenon, and everything within the magnetic field would be the phenomenon that we perceive in reality.
So the nothing part of all of this.
Well, the noumenon is the blanket that all phenomena lies under.
The phenomena is what we see. The noumena, philosophically, is the thing underneath what we see. The thing that I guess we say causes or undergirds what we may or may not see. The
So
phenomena.
noumena. Yeah, noumena is just the inverse of phenomena. Phenomena is everything in the visible universe and has magnitude, and all magnitude is measured in time. And noumena is literally the substrate, if you will, which pre-exists phenomena. So there's only two constants in the universe: that for field pressure, for noumena, and time for phenomena. So the universe isn't governed by math, only these field pressure mediations, all of which terminate and are destroyed in this plane of inertia or pure potential. And this is why we say nothing can be created nor destroyed.
What evidence do you have to show that the noumena pre-existed the phenomena?
What?
What evidence do you have to show?
What evidence do I have to show of what?
The noumena pre-existed the phenomena. I said it twice. That the noumena pre-exists.
You're breaking up a lot, but I'm kind of catching on what you're saying.
That's not.
You're asking for something I can point to show this being a possibility. And with that, I would say, I mean, you can look at light, you can look at electricity. I mean, you can look at lightning. You can look at all these things that are phenomenally existent and then seemingly vanish before your eyes, back into nothingness.
It's philosophically assumed because the phenomena has a limited form. The noumena is thought of as being less limited by form, less, confined. So one would logically assume that which has formless has the power to give rise to forms like phenomena. That which is less limited.
How do you even know that it exists when you have no actual
more limited in form?
Because like I said, there's nothing that doesn't have a magnetic component involved with it in phenomenal existence. So the loss of inertia breeds magnetism, and the loss of magnetism breeds magnitude. And when you have magnetism, you have magnitude, and magnitude is expressed and calculated and measured in a construct called time. And a magnetic field has volume, which you can measure this qualitatively with a Gauss meter, but you can't measure it quantitatively, because at the center of any and every magnet, there's no magnetic flux or magnitude, because that's the plane of inertia. So all life exists at the plane of inertia.
Okay, you still haven't shown how you know it exists, though.
It's assumed philosophically. Your hand would be the
philosophical
phenomena that you
speculation is
see.
fine. He's saying it like it's fact.
Percentage. Are you saying that what you're requiring from him is a physical representation of the metaphysical?
No, that's the claim is that this metaphysical thing exists, but how does he know that when he observed nothing of it? You know, it's only philosophical, like Lemon said.
Well, the thing is,
it's logical. It's hyperlogical.
How would you observe something that's metaphysical? That has no mass and magnitude, no volume.
You can't. That's the point. You can't assert that it exists without a doubt when it couldn't possibly be observed.
So, but you can observe something
let me ask
like a magnetic
you this:
field, right?
Do you love your family?
See,
I mean, I know it sounds a little
when you
ridiculous,
talk
but
about
just
love
answer the
or any
question.
other,
Do you love your family?
I got you. All of these emotions, they're brought about by what came before them, what pre-existed them, which is the physical. These metaphysical second higher level emotions, they're products of our mind.
It was a simple yes or no.
And, the neuron synapses.
It was a simple yes or no question, dude.
No, I don't love anyone.
You don't love anyone. You've never possessed love?
I've never possessed
So you don't know what love is?
Love is metaphysical, though, but I'm telling you, it relies on the physical things. So the physical pre-existed it, which is exactly opposite of what you're saying.
That's a category error. There's physical stuff everywhere. Why don't you have love for everything? There's something else going on there, something else other than physical matter that generates this love. Otherwise, you'd have love for everything. That's a category error. Physical stuff is everywhere. Why don't you have love for
that's everything? A red herring. Why would I have love for everything?
If you're saying the physical stuff is the cause, then why don't you have a universal effect with the universal cause? Something else is going on here.
It requires brains, like neuron synapse, impulses synapsing and stuff like that. So why would other things that are physical that don't have these have love? Why would they be capable?
You have a problem because you have a universal cause, but you don't have a universal effect. So if you're stating that the physical is the cause and the physical is everywhere, then why don't you have?
I was pretty specific about the physical. I said a brain and neuron synapsing. I don't know why you keep on just taking it to physical.
Okay, well now you're shifting it to the brain, not just the physical.
I said that from the start.
Are we equating the physical world to the feeling of love?
It sounds like percentages being a bit of a physicalist, but anytime you're talking about any sort of universal statement like cause or anything like that, that's highly metaphysical. Have you tested all causes to know that this is the universal cause and effect? No, you just state it metaphysically as a philosophical axiom and use that philosophy to go forward and do exploration. How would you know that noumena perceive phenomena without at least having a philosophy of cause versus effect or something being prior to something else? Can you prove that? No, you just state it, axiomatically and philosophically, and use that to make some investigation and figure out what's going on from there. But
hold on. I think percentage has the point here because he's saying essentially, how can you have love without a body, without a brain to process this thing? And he's absolutely right in that. One has to precede the other. You can't have love without physical matter, brain.
So you're saying once you perish and you die, that's it, lights out, nothing more?
Yes, a lot of people.
I don't know. But
a lot of people,
certainly you don't feel love anymore. I know that. Yeah.
I was gonna say a lot of people will argue that the soul is part of the mind. It's like a product of your brain, and it's just emotions and stuff like that. Some people claim that it's something in and of itself.
Well, this has been talked about for thousands of
thing is
years.
speculation. You know, they're both speculation that you can't possibly prove. So
I mean, this has been talked about for thousands of years by Buddhism, and they claim that there is no soul. However, I don't say that. I do believe there is a soul, but the body doesn't possess it. I analogously compare this to a hand radio, where you have the signal being broadcasted and received by the antenna of the hand radio, and to say that the host coming from your radio channel that you're tuned into is within the radio is not accurate. It's being manifested by the radio, but that doesn't mean that signals in the radio. It's just being picked up and received, and it's similar to the soul, where the soul is not necessarily in the body per se, but it's unified with consciousness.
Your belief
with that though is
speculation. It may or may not be true. We'll never know. We'll know when we die, basically.
The category,
or we won't.
The category error is seen obviously percentage when you take a person and put them in a blender and liquefy them. The same matter is there, but there's no longer any love. So what was about that physical form that was so necessary that they were able to love before, but when put into a blender and killed, no longer able to love afterward? What was so necessary?
Sorry, are the neurons firing when the brain is blended?
Well, there's a university study where they took
the activity of the physical stuff, the neurons firing. So that appears to be the primary cause that you're pointing to, but the physical stuff itself, after turned into blended goop, appears to be
not all this
love.
Not all of this is a responsibility of the brain. There's a university study where they took worms, which have no brain, right, no central nervous system. And they essentially ground these worms. Actually, they trained them before they ground them up. So they trained them every time they receive light to get a small electrical shock. So literally every time they seen light, they got a small electrical shock. They got trained. And then they ground these worms up and fed them to a batch of untrained worms. And after that batch of untrained worms devoured the puree of ground up worms that were trained, after receiving a small dose of light, they reacted as if they were being shocked and electrocuted, which goes to show that a lot of the memories and such aren't necessarily held within the brain, rather than within the blood and the water of the body. And there's also people that have had large,
and just like extends to like the skin and the muscles.
There's been people that have had large portions of their brain removed and still had full memory. So to say that memory and everything that we do is solely responsibly held within the brain is not quite accurate.
I didn't say that's fallacious. I didn't say it was proportional. That if you take some of the ones claim that, so that's a red herring.
Well, you said you were talking about the brain function with the synapses and neurons.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you're talking about activity. You're shifting from the physical stuff.
Well, SE, did you get
I
your
never
question
shifted.
back?
I said from the neuron synapsing. I don't know why you keep on trying to make it seem like I've shifted the goalposts. I never did. I was very specific.
You talk about something physical, and now we're narrowing it down to some sort of specific activity.
What was that?
But now we're talking about an activity. And the thing about activity is several different things are capable of similar activities. I run, a bird run, a hippo runs. These are all different forms that have a similar activity. And when you talk about something like an activity, you're talking about something that's a bit more metaphysical, something that's a bit more universal and has less necessity, or makes the matter itself, the thing itself, a bit less necessary. It's more overarching than just the physical matter itself at that point.
Okay, but you still need the physical to run, right?
But that's trivial. For us to see this stuff, the physical is going to be necessary anyway, but it doesn't appear to really help us go anywhere in the discussion to really find the ultimate cause.
Well,
If we're in
what's a
room,
synapse of a neuron?
Anyway, so
Isn't
really
that just an electrical signal to begin with?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay, so we're to electric fields and magnetic fields.
Are electric signals, are they not physical?
Well, I'm not saying that they're not, but I'm just saying that they blip in and out of existence, right? Like it's not this complete neuron that's having this the synapse that's completed and staying as is. Like they're just blips of signals coming and going.
What's your point?
So where are they coming and going?
Where are they coming and going?
Where are
From
they
one
coming from and going
nerve cell
to?
to the other.
If it's not right, so it's not a constant.
No, that's why it's an impulse.
So
Neurons
so these
fire.
signals come into existence and then they leave. So what's generating this electrical
I
response and
wouldn't
where is it
say
going?
it like that. Your body.
But the problem with this philosophy is physical forms tend to be very limited in what they can accomplish physically. Once my hand is formed, there's only certain actions that my hand is capable of performing. Grabbing and pushing, that's it. My hand is not capable of grabbing water. It just goes through the water or it tends to fall through the hand. My hand is very limited actions from the time that it's formed. So people assume philosophically that this formless world gives rise to physical forms and determines and limits what those physical forms can do from this formless spiritual world that has more causation, more power, and more ability to determine what, if anything, the physical stuff will do. It's the more
So let me just kind of break down. I know we were initially talking about the concept of love, right? And then we started talking about physicality, right? So meaning that somebody was claiming that the physical nature of the being needed to be present first before the love. But when we think about this from kind of everyday experience, right? I'm sure everybody understands the term like vibe, like you're vibing with somebody. And there's a good reason that that term is used, because I notice with my interactions with other human beings, I have certain individuals that I can instantaneously vibe with, and certain individuals which I instantaneously will not vibe with, no matter what they look like, what they say, or what they do. There's never that connection that I can feel with somebody else that I would quote unquote vibe with. So this kind of would lead one to believe that the essence of us, right, the vibratory nature of who we are and how our bodies, thoughts, emotions, and everything gets put in energetically into the world in a vibratory nature, you have resonance with certain other vibratory natures that other individuals, even up to and including plants and animals, because I have a good relationship with those life forms as well, right? And I interact with them in a way that a lot of other people don't. But what I'm saying is, could it be that the body, the physicality, and the person that we are on a vibratory nature is present prior to, meaning that maybe how we look physically is more in tune with the vibratory nature of our essence or being?
It's a
as opposed to
possibility,
the
but
opposite.
it's a possibility, but saying that the physical stuff is necessary, you have a bit of a problem. I have a house. What if
That's
I
what
take the walls of the house and I space them apart by, I don't know, an inch? Do you still have a house? What if I space the same physical stuff apart by a foot and the walls are kind of separated now? Do you still have a house? How about if I take that physical stuff and move it a mile apart? Do I still have a house? Basically, the question is, at what point does this form become a house? There's a very non-physical dimension to what, if anything, a house is, and the point at which we consider these walls to be connected enough and, in sync enough or connected enough to be a house. There's a very non-physical dimension to that, and that implies something that is beyond the physical or non-physical to make the house a form, a world of forms, something that is beyond the physical
This
stuff.
is where we get into manifestation versus creation. Like one would say that I created a house, right, by building it. However, those materials were ever so present to begin with. You just put the parts of the puzzle together to create this totality of a house. But in actuality, it's a manifestation, right? Like when you put a fishing hook on the end of a fishing line and cast it out into the water as to catch a fish, you're not generating or creating that fish. That fish was already there. You're just manifesting it into fruition. And this ties back in with the physical versus the metaphysical.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Lemon's overall response, and you as well. And what was said before that. Now, in the first, what's your name, man? I know.
You sound a little fuzzy, Elijah.
You think Dice Flow was sliding out?
Napalm. That's right.
Yeah. What's up?
Yeah. No, I'm saying like you're. I follow what you're saying. Lemon does also seem to be consistent when he says, "Well, that's still trying to view it through just physical," because we're talking about, physical things vibrating in a way that it appears, it still would be physical. But I wanted to say everything that you were saying. The reason behind that couldn't happen with just like electrical connections in the brain or in the body. Like the reasoning behind the actions that you were talking about, your reasoning, your ability to try to relay what you were relaying just now, that specifically isn't a part of this. Okay, here's an electrical function, and then now I'm gonna move my hand. Well, the reason you moved it is totally aside from all of that.
Yeah, correct. I would agree with that. My point in stating what I was stating is that this physicality, right? What we can see with attraction and repulsion within just the vibratory nature of individuals, right? Like we experience that attraction or repulsion is very similar to the way that attraction and repulsion can be manifest within like magnetism or dielectrics or whatever, right? Because you're talking about frequency and vibration and how those can be in tune or out of tune with one another. What I'm not eliminating.
I'm sorry, I wasn't disagreeing with that either. I was
right
agreeing.
Well,
My disagreement was mostly for percentage, like with
right,
the whole.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my point being is that there has to be the underlying counter to that, right? Like that already has to be in existence in order for us to create the vibration that becomes our aura or whatever the hell you want to call it. I know that all these terms sound very woo, but what I'm trying to say is in order for us to have this vibratory nature of attraction and repulsion that we can experience within other individuals, that has to be coming from somewhere initially prior to physical manifestations of ourselves. And I want to give one perfect example as to why it's not just sight and sound. So my wife has cousins that are twins, identical twins. So they look the same, they sound the same. I can rarely tell them apart, and I've known them for over 15 years. It's been almost 20 years. I vibe with one of those twins way more than the other. There is a connection, right, that can't be spoken about, right? It's a connection that is just there. And I feel like with twins, you can remove a lot of what somebody would say, well, it's because of X, Y, or Z, what you're seeing within them, or, you know, subtleties within the way they speak. You cannot tell these individuals apart, is what I'm saying.
Well, the thing that goes beyond the physical stuff is the connection. We were talking about the synapses, and that's ultimately some sort of connection between this physical stuff that allows it to have an overall structure. The question then is, are all physical connections made? And the answer to that appears to be no. Just because the physical stuff is there doesn't mean that a connection is going to be made between the stuff into a new form or an overarching form. Sometimes we make the connections mentally in our brain and it's just an abstraction. Sometimes there's an actual physical connection here that is or is not necessary. And so that's why people tend to go to this higher, I guess you could say, woo-woo realm of more connection from mental, spiritual, or something that allows the stuff to take on a particular form.
I think you guys are missing the point here. I don't want to speak for percentage, but what I understood, what he said, and I agree with that, is that you can talk all about what is love and all these connections and whatever, but there's one undisputed fact that you cannot disagree with, and that is all this stuff has to happen within a human body.
But the thing is, not all connections are made. So something beyond the physical.
Well, that's debatable, but you have to start off with the physical. Without the physical body, you can't have any of this stuff.
So
That's the point, I believe.
Let me state this in terms of electricity, SE, for you. So when we have magnets pass through wound copper coils, we can induce what we call electricity, right?
Yep.
So the question there would be, this energy transformation that we can cause through physical movement, was that energy pre-existing, or is the physicality of these two objects necessary for that energy to be existent to begin with? Or is it the physicality and the placement and the movement of these two objects that induces an already existing energy?
That's a very good question, because I would have to say that energy cannot be created or destroyed.
Right,
But in
exactly. And this
breath,
goes back to manifesting
let me finish. But in the same breath, I would have to say, maybe contradict myself, I don't know, but it's a fact that you need those two things to produce the magnetism, correct? So
no.
What do you mean no? You don't need you don't need the metals turning to produce the magnetism or the electricity?
No, you can have a magnet with zero movement, right? You can have just a chunk of whatever, neodymium, that's been magnetized and it's sitting there. So you don't need the movement of the magnet in order for magnetism to be present.
Are you sure? Have you ever seen the field of a magnet? Are you saying they're not moving? You think the fields are static?
No, the fields aren't static. What you were saying previously was that the physical object's movement, which I say is not necessary for the field. Now, when you have two different, or if you have an object moving, for instance, a magnet moving through a copper coil, you have movement of the field across the copper coil, which induces what we call electricity from an already pre-existing energy, which is not manifest in just the magnet coil
Okay,
itself.
I get
or
you.
the
But
copper
listen
coil.
to this question.
It's a
Can you
misnomer
have
that an AC generator creates or generates power. It doesn't create nor does it generate power. It manifests power.
I like to say it induces power.
Yeah, but you still need
So
the
can
mechanism,
I?
whether it being love or power or magnetism. You still need something there. That's my point.
You said don't you need movement for there to be a field? I just googled it because Napalm's response was that that if that something was magnetized, then then you know that you would have the field without the movement. But okay, but I see.
So electricity is just a circuit composed of the dielectric and magnetism, or in other words, a whole entity comprised of two constituents for its existence. So the dielectric induction voltage is always proportional to the rate of increase of the magnetic field, of which this is so D in the electric circuit. So comprising these two field modalities, we have the conjugate pair. Magnetic times the dielectric equals quantity of electrification, and electricity is essentially nature's more simplex circuit, and its own field conjugate phenomena allows electricity to propagate without guiding wires, etc. on its own. Hence, we have light.
Can you have electricity without movement?
Yeah, it's called capacitance.
How? Explain it.
All right, so we got to get into what capacitance is, and
Hey,
capacitance. Go
Dyslo,
ahead.
before you move forward, I think it might be good to edify the room with the fact that these two fields, the dielectric and the magnetic, do not run parallel to one another, right? They run perpendicular, always.
Right. Yep. Yep. True. That's a good point. So capacitance is usually of a dielectric medium, such as like transformer, oil, glass, air, etc., under the influence of dielectric induction. So I always refer to the Leyden jar experiment, which it's well proven there's no charge whatsoever in the metal jar or rod, rather in the glass medium. So in simplex, all reflective mediums, mostly metals, are dielectric reflectors, whereas all clear mediums, such as glass, oil, air, etc., are dielectric capacitors. So capacitance is just the threshold a medium is able to absorb of units of dielectric induction before discharging it.
Yeah, so you're saying the light in the jar can be induced without movement?
Well, I said the Leyden jar, Leyden, the Leyden jar experiment. You could look into that.
Oh, I'm not familiar with that. What is that exactly?
You could Google it, or I could Google it if you'd like.
So is that done without movement? Whatever that is it done without movement?
It's essentially just creating a battery. It's an early form of a capacitor, consisting of a glass jar with layers of metal foil on the outside and inside.
And does that produce electricity without movement?
Well, it stores a high voltage electric charge between the electrical conductors.
And when it releases that charge, does that involve movement?
People theorize that there's movement in there, but they don't see anything moving or anything being moved to make the Leyden jar storage.
When you say movement, when you say movement, and this is kind of a catch that science is falling on, because they always believe everything is these discrete particle interactions, and they can't get away from it. And to an atomist, everything's a particle. But unfortunately, not everything is a particle or a particle interaction. And
it's theorized that something is moving into the jar. Do we see anything move, or do we move anything for the jar? No. But they theorize that something is moving into the jar and being stored in the jar, essentially. But technically, yes. Technically, no, unless you can see the thing moving.
let me propose this, right? So the energy itself does move. So this would be called the ether moving across
ether torsion.
Right, exactly. So this can best be described within like a corona motor, where you can raise something to higher and higher elevations, typically needle-like objects, which just the movement of the ether across those needles will induce power.
Right.
Increase power as you go further away from the surface of the earth, which can be measured.
Definitionally, if you're going to have a mechanical explanation where something touches something, then something has to move with something else or move into contact with something else if you're going to have any sort of mechanical explanation of what's going on. So some of it is just based off of the sort of definition that you're looking for. If we're looking for something touching something else to make this happen, then something has to move. So definitionally, it's just going to be movement anyway, whether we see
not necessarily. I mean, you can have a vibrational disturbance of a medium which has this ripple effect, but there's no discrete particle traveling down a said pathway at a set speed. It's this vibrational disparity. It's a small amount of movement, but when you invoke speed or movement, you're invoking something moving from A to B, and analogously, when we speak for sound per se, there's no speed or movement of a discrete particle. It's this vibrational field disparity, which has this ripple effect, which we equivocate as sound and movement. But in all essence, there's nothing discretely traveling from A to B.
But SC, to I guess get back to your answer, we theorize some sort of movement, be it vibration, something flowing, something like that is what's going on. Yes.
Yeah, it would have to be, Lemon. It would have to be, but you know, in order for something to transfer something, there has to be movement. I mean, there's no other way to do it.
So how does wireless power induction work within a vacuum without the channels of flow per se of electrons to be had?
That's a good question, but I guarantee you something is transferring that information by movement. I guarantee you that.
Well, induction isn't necessarily equivocating to movement. You know, when you induce electrical charge or discharge, it's not necessarily saying the flow of electrons exist.
So how does it get from point A to point B? If I'm here in my living room and my Wi-Fi is back in the back room there, how is it getting to me without moving?
Something would need to vibrate or something, yes, SC. But the thing is, if you're talking about movement of something physical, then there has to be something necessary about that physical form, be it the hand or something else. It's going to leave an imprint, and it's going to have a very necessary range of operations of what the physical hand can and cannot do. That's why we tend to go towards something non-physical to give us rise to these other forms that go beyond the hand or beyond the limited physicality. Something that forms the matter into a necessary shape beyond the limitations of the physical form. Something
this is all revolvent around fields. I mean, to say that the flow of electrons is happening by breaking their force lines, it's not. It's just the discharge in a terminal movement system of the inductance or dielectric capacitance. So there's no discrete particle in the universe, and certainly none that mediate charges or discharges, magnetism or electromagnetism, gravity and radiation. This all belongs to fields, which are modalities of the ether.
And how can bumping particles form anything? I mean, it's like a billiard ball. I mean, if we break everything down to these particles that collide, it would reality would just be a big, pool hall. There'd be no form, there'd be no organization, there'd be no structure. There has to be something beyond at least the forms that we're invoking that is helping this matter take on a particular form that's organized and structured and more than just a.
Well, form and structure is one thing, but what we were talking about before, movement, right? Take magnetism, because it's perfect, it's invisible to us. So we have two options here, right? we can either believe that some sort of magic is attracting or pushing, depending on the north-south fields, right? Or we can say it's something, but we can't see it, but it's definitely something, you know, causing that. Like that movement, it's definitely caused by something. It's not magic. There has to be something there.
We would have to invoke a field, yes, but we don't know what form the field is in. We don't know the shape. We don't know the color. We don't know if it's shaped like a hand or shaped like anything. We would just have to say there's something here.
No,
yeah,
no.
It
We
would
know
be
the shape by
form
metal
of
filings, Lemon. We know the shape of a magnetic field, right? We don't know what it is. I have some guy, he thinks it's ropes. If you hear this guy, Gatey, Bill Gatey, he has the rope theory. He thinks every molecule in the universe is tied to every other molecule in the universe. And he thinks, you know, all kinds of stuff, right? All kinds of theories. Other
But that's
people
more
think it's
like
like
the
little
flow.
hooks, invisible hooks.
But that's like the form of a river. And that's like saying that the water swirling the drain is in a swirly form. That could be a little equivocating. That's why we have the space and the counter space. Whenever space moves in one direction, we see a counterflow that is perpendicular to this flow of space in this direction. There's like this counterflow that appears to accompany these fields. They're always in pairs. The field moves one way. There's a counter field that moves perpendicular or kind of opposite to this, you know, field going in this direction with electricity. And so we're getting these fields and these counter fields that appear to be, you know, quote unquote, visually anyway, when we see them in a magnet, totally opposed to each other in a way.
Well, we have two options here. We can believe in magnetism, that is. We can believe that there's something there that we can't see, option A. Or option B, we can believe they accelerate towards each other due to this thing called counter space. Now, for me, the option is obvious, but, you know, I'm just putting it out there.
Well, fields and
You cut out, Lemon. Essie, I posted a video that you might find interesting or informative on some of these principles in the live stream text.
Thank you. I'll check it out.
But this philosophy helps equip us to explore this phenomena a little better. When I think of space and counter space, I think of space pushing on the object. The object pushes back. Say you push on a triangular shaped object. The object pushes back with, I guess, its own counter space that's triangular shaped. But if the space pushes on the object really hard, it can break the object, or you'll get a different form of counter space. It'll crush the object, reshape the object into like a ball or a circle, and give out, you know, a circle in counter space as opposed to like a triangle or something like that, or a new shape, a new resonant shape that goes out in response to what went in. Space, counter space, reaction, action, reaction, you know, that sort of thing. Space and counter space working together to give us what we see.
So you believe in a non-space. You believe that these magnets accelerate. Are you sure you want to go on this hill, Lemon?
Well, there appears to be the center to the magnet where everything just gathers.
Yes.
And there's no
Well,
form
it comes from and goes to, right? So if you look at a magnetic field under the ferrocell or supercell, you have this nexus within the center of it where all these constructive and destructive lines are coming out, creating this holography of seemingly nothingness, which would be this dielectric portal, which
I've
is
seen that
the
thing
magnetic
that
field.
Ken Wheeler puts there, that film there. I've seen, but that just shows a zero spot where there's seemingly no magnetism, and it just shows the lines around that spot. So you're saying that spot is zero space, non-space?
What I'm saying is the magnetic field isn't within the center of the magnet. It's emitting from that and going back to that. It's creating this this vortex, if you will, where it's coming from counter space and going back to counter space.
Yeah, you see it in a tornado, SC. The eye of a storm of a tornado is relatively still. There's nothing going on there. But around it is whirling this huge tornado where houses are being picked up and totally different stuff is going on. So at the very least.
Yeah, we don't say it's counter space, though. We say it's the eye of the hurricane.
It is the eye of the magnet, where seemingly nothing is occurring, and there's infinite potential for peace, movement, new movement to go out, all of that. That would be the eye of the magnet.
Yeah, but stuff doesn't attract to the center of the hurricane, does it?
Yeah. Well, magnetic attraction is kind of a misnomer. There's really no such thing. It's a phantasm. It's a false idea based on the mutual acceleration of magnets towards one another, which is a false concept based on faulty observational acuity. It's essentially dielectric acceleration towards counter space. So they don't accelerate towards one another rather than towards this lowest pressure point, which is the vortex center point between both. And this is the same phenomena that we call gravity, or likewise electrostatic clinging. All three are one and the same field expressions, the one difference being an attributional difference between the so-called gravity and magnets mutually accelerating, that being that magnets are point source, so not additive rather than multiplicative objects, whereas gravity phenomena is a non-point source mutual mass acceleration towards the same low pressure point of this vortex center. So magnetic repulsion is what the true phenomena of a magnet is, and rather than additive, like polarities forced in close proximity have these multiplicative force manifestations due to the compounded torsion, where rather than force dissipation, force is multiplicative and the most basic definition of unnatural. So only this phenomena is actually magnetism in action, since so-called magnetic attraction doesn't exist.
That was a mouthful, bro. I don't know where to start there.
Yeah, I'm with you, SC.
Well, nothing in the universe has mass or volume without magnetism. And the volume of every atom, which ignorant teachers told you an atom is 99.9% empty space, is due to the magnetodielectricity, since all atoms are dynamos generating energy, of course, but also their volume, which is due to magnetism alone. Magnetism is the universe's most fundamental force, and literally force and motion, and is centrifugal in nature. So magnetism is the dielectric field attributionally, in that the loss of energy of the dielectric forms magnetism. And explaining how an electromagnetic works is extremely simple if you understand these conjugate relationships. So logically, we should call magnetism the dielectric dissipation, such that analogously magnetism would be akin to like water or ice, and the dielectric akin to steam. And ice, water, and steam are all three the same thing, but due to their pressure and temperature are conceptualized as different entities. And the same is true for magnetism in relation to the dielectric. So the attribute of magnetism, such that its force and motion itself, is the creation or wake of the divergent magnetic field that manifests space, and further, therefore, the measure of which is time. So space nor time are things of themselves whatsoever, despite what anyone's told you. They're ultimately nothing more than what a shadow is, and a shadow is not a thing of itself, just the absence of a thing, and that thing being energy or the dielectric.
Can you have pressure without adding temperature?
No, all the entire universe is governed by temperature and pressure mediations.
So I want to know. I just thought it was weird. This ain't really even about tearing down your thing. The idea of pressure and temperature. I mean, are they one and the same?
Well, real quick, I just want to sum this up. Magnetism, in short, is energy as manifest, whereas the ether is energy and potential, and the dielectric is energy and torsion. So magnetism is literally that which gives shape to shapelessness and form to formlessness.
Resistance and potential. Yes, sir. Differential of resistance. The change rate of differential gives you the amount of power. That's just easier said. Like what you say, I can like say it easier. But you do say it right. You are saying certain shit right. I know certain stuff doesn't make sense that you say sometimes die slow, but a lot of stuff that you do say is 100% correct. And even the Globers cannot disagree with like the stuff that you like right exactly right now. You're saying right stuff.
Well, it's the same principle, just scaled differently, right? On a different scale.
Exactly. They took reality and flipped it to something different and used a different word and terminology and way to explain it. Yeah, the K value, all that for gravity, yeah, instead of electricity for just plain electricity and magnetism diamond. Yeah. It's just flipped. They both work. They both do the same idea of what they're doing. You know what I mean? You get the same action reaction of them, but one explains one gravity, mass, and time warping into the gravity well, and the other one explains the electromagnetism, like Dotslow's telling you, like the different variances of static electricity. It's all the same shit, but just different variances of it, different
Yeah,
amounts of potential.
the principles of the movement are the same, right? So what Dyslow is explaining, the principle of that movement is the same as, high pressure moving to low pressure, hot moving to cold.
Exactly.
It's the same concept.
Yep, and that's what I'm with. I'm with high to low, hot to cold, positive to negative. I mean, that's what we see. That's what we experience.
That's one thing, but talking about counter space, that's a whole different kettle of fish, right?
Oh yeah, yes. I didn't say nothing about counter space. I'm just talking about the magnetism and what we see in action and reaction. Yes, sir. I don't know about counter space.
Right. Well, metaphysics and physics are inseparable, man. They're just two sides of the same coin.
Right. But as a human, I can't really get into something that I can't. That's like, if it's material, doing something with material, I'm there. If it's not, I don't know.
Absolutely. Well said. You can't be talking about fields and counter spaces and all this stuff and affirming it into reality without any, any proof or any, yeah.
So before a magnet becomes a magnet, what changes are had? Is there any molecular or anatomical differences prior or post magnetizing?
Well, with my small knowledge, the field, the poles are not aligned in the atoms, and then they align them, and then it becomes magnetized. That's the limited knowledge I have.
Right, and that's where most people have left off. But unfortunately, this isn't accurate, and I'll explain it to you really quickly. Faraday was the originator of this concept, and essentially, these presumed magnetic lines of force are just ether wake fronts, both two-dimensionally circular and extrapolatively curvilinear to the mass. And these endless wake fronts are the genesis of magnitude, which begins the measure of same. So conceptualize this time. So the interference observed, like in the double slit experiment per se, it's the same exact thing as seen on the ferrocell. And it's the same misinterpretation made by Faraday. So constructive and destructive phase due to spatial variance or displacement, depending on the subject observed, be it light or magnetodielectric interlacing of the palpable magnetic field of a magnet, are the source of these presumed lines of force and thereof. So the absence of light or assumed magnetism is destructive, or rather loss and self-canceling in the dielectric, which terminates in counter space. These lines of force, it's a false identification terminology. So there's no magnetic lines of force. These aren't lines at all. These so-called lines of force pertaining to magnetism or fields in general is a gross perceptually based error and absurdity. It has absolutely no basis in reality whatsoever. Said lines are just the peaks and troughs of the conjugate magnetodielectric system, which are mutually both manifest and anti-manifest as they interplay against each other towards both space and counter space. So these merely simplex constructive and destructive interference patterns, i.e. the lines of force, it came from Faraday in viewing these iron filings above a magnet. But there are no lines to construct and destruct. These are just pressure mediations between the divergence and convergence of the magnetodielectric system, namely the reintegrating dielectric. Yeah.
So you're saying those lines are the manifestation of the counter space interaction with actual, like,
Yeah.
bro,
So you have
seriously, it's like what you're saying is like really hard to grasp. Did I do justice? Is that what you meant? Sort of.
well
Let me give an
basically
example.
what you're talking about is domain alignment, and to say that creating a magnet is like passing a comb through messy hair of an object to be straightened or magnetized is incorrect. Like if we were to carry this analogy to completion, all straightened hairs would have to be emanating from one point. So again, descriptions are not explanations, and to say that a magnet is an object which has aligned magnetic domains is a superficial farce which neither explains what a magnet is nor explains how a magnet works. Collectively, humans think due to 5,000 plus years of experimental observation that a magnet is an object which emits a magnetic field, and that magnetism causes other ferromagnetic objects to accelerate towards it. And these are incorrect conclusions. And as such, all of this nonsense, due to the inherent defects of human sensory input, we must conclude that aligned magnetic domains are far less than a full description and really no explanation at all. Rather, a magnet is defined by having point source field incommensurability. And the field is spatially coherent and emanating from the inverse of spatial mass, so now deemed a magnet. And this sink is, of course, counter space, the anti-locus of force and mass, all of which define a magnetism denotatively, of which magnetism is the dielectric field expressed in and by the loss of inertia or potential. And gravity, likewise, cannot be an autonomous field modality. It's simply non-point source or spatially incoherent dielectric acceleration. And this is the same idiocy that intellectually deficient humans call magnetic attraction, which is not magnetism at all. This is nothing more than a point source dielectric acceleration, or essentially a point source called gravity. As I mean that gravity and so-called magnetic attraction are the same exact thing, only different due to their attributes. Magnetodielectric torus and the hyperboloid are the conjugate geometries that define everything in the cosmos. So likewise, we can say of these field modalities or geometries that they're the archetypes of space and counter space.
Man. Come on, dude. Jeez. I mean, I'm just being frank and honest. I mean, I'm not an idiot.
So
I'm
why
not
is
an idiot, but I'm
why
going to
do people
say
get
95% of what you just read is meaningless to the majority of the crowd. Nobody understands what you're saying, and if you could provide some utility, some examples, or something that you could put all this together and demonstrate what you're saying, it would have a lot more impact. But I mean.
So let me try to help you out then. Typically, like an N35 Gauss magnet, it has a fairly large spatial footprint, as meant magnetic field. And as you increase the power of the magnet to like an N40 or N50, it becomes much smaller. And ultra high power permanent magnets rated at like N55 and higher have a much smaller spatially palpable magnetic field or footprint. So all the power in a magnet.
Yeah. What's the Gauss value of a piece of plastic or a piece of wood?
Well, it depends on how much electrostatic charge you apply to it. So like I can take a pencil per se, and I could have it stick to a wall by simply just placing it onto the wall with a little bit of electrostatic cling. I can also do that with a rubber eraser. It doesn't take any. Go ahead.
Right. That's electrostatic. That's not magnetism.
Well, that's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you that gravity, electrostatics, and magnetism are all three one and the same thing. They're only different due to their attributional manifestations. Like that's why I analogously compared it to water, steam, and ice, which you would say are different, but molecularly and anatomically, they're no different than water. It's all water. It's only being expressed different due to the pressure mediation.
Do you think the plastic has one charge and not two, kind of like a magnet? So it's not like a magnet in itself. It just has one charge and it has to like complete the other part of the magnet, and that's what it's doing. It has to
and you didn't
itself.
compare it to water, steam, and ice. Uncle Fester did. You read it.
No, I'm just saying the plastic on the balloon, when you're asking about the magnetism of it, it's just got one charge of static. It's just got an amount of permeability into it, right? It doesn't have an NS. So it's not really a magnet, but it has to complete itself. Everything has to define zero to like balance out. And that's what it tries to do. I mean, that's just the easier way to say it. But does that, I mean, because a magnet to me seems like it's the north and the south, right? So if you're trying to read a magnet, the idea of that, you're definitely going to get a different reading because all you're reading is the electrical permeability of these things, like with the flow of what they have or the charge, right? The constant, or you know, I mean, the currency. So when you have plastic and other things, the plastic has one little charge around it. It's
I mean,
not two things.
all of this is visible under the ferrocell. I mean, you can clearly see
This
this
is just how I'm
hyperbole
picturing it.
geometry. You can
This is
clearly
just how
see the hyperboloid geometry, which is it's all visible under the supercell. And to
I've never
compare
seen
it
the supercell.
analogously, well, you could. I mean, there's hundreds of videos on it.
No,
I
I
mean, you
know.
could
I'm
easily.
just saying. I was just letting you know that some people haven't seen it. So in my mind, this is the way I see like the
Okay,
balloon.
so to give you a fair analogy, this would be comparable to the shower head and the drain of like when you get into your shower, you got the shower head,
Okay.
where you got centrifugal.
You got the differential where it comes, and you have to go where it has to have the outlet. It has to have the ground. It has to. Yeah, I got you. The toroidal field that takes it out.
Right. So a more powerful magnet would be a shower, which has a far greater cyclonic suction at the drain than the output of the shower head. And as the power of the magnet is increased, the magnetic flow, instead of going out like a shower head, goes straight back towards the drain. So all this is visible under the supercell. All of this is the same, whether it's samarium cobalt magnet, neodymium, iron boron magnet, weak ferrite magnet, or just the Fi field or field incommensurability, which is extremely important and necessary to understand what a magnet and or magnetism is. A near perfect analogy to drive it home would be that a 5-watt light bulb is all but utterly useless, whereas a 5-watt laser is dangerous and can blind you and has infinitely uses and will literally burn you in an instant. So what is the difference? Well, 5 watts is 5 watts, right? Well, the difference is that a laser is a point source light, whereas a light bulb is not.
Focus, the focal point.
Right.
The angle of attack, the focus. That 33 degrees is the fucking the sunlight that comes out of 33 degrees is this little circumference of light you get out of the fucking the magnifying glass. When you focus the magnifying glass on the rock and you get that little circle, the light is all focusing at like a 33-degree angle to that spot to make like a little pyramid at that spot of light from the magnifying glass being bent downward to wherever you focus it.
Yeah.
And you make that little red dot and you burn shit. Yeah, you gotta have the red one. The white one don't
Yep.
do it as good, right?
And the magnetic field is of
The
force
same fucking thing.
is ab extra to the magnet.
Well,
which
the
is
analogy that gets us thinking about this stuff properly is the tornado. A magnet with its ferrocell lines is just like a tornado. Something is flowing toward the center, and in the center, relatively nothing is happening. It's action reaction. Either something goes away from this magnetic field because the swirl around the central eye of the tornado is so strong, or something goes into the tornado, or something goes through the tornado as if it's not there. Action reaction. And so something can flow through it light-wise, solid-wise, matter-wise, and it's like it's not even there, depending on what's going on in the eye of the tornado and or around the tornado with the space counter space sort of thing. They work together, action reaction, to give you sort of visible, sensible, or non-sensible manifestation.
It's not really counter space. I mean, there's still air in there. When you let something down the drain or you're doing a thing, there's air that like it's hot and cold like meeting. So like it's a they start fighting each other. So it's all air. There's not nothing. It's never yeah.
Well, you need an action and reaction that's, you know, a sensible way of seeing the object. If you get space trying to push on this object and say, okay, you look like you look like a visible manifestation of a square. You'd like that object to give out a counter space, you know, field or a counter space vibration of being a square. But, you know, based on what's going on in the eye of the tornado of that object, it may send out the impression of being a triangle or not being there at all. You know, space may flow just straight through the object and have no reaction, no sensible reaction, and it's invisible. It has no manifestation. There's nothing that appears to be there because there's no outward manifestation with space and counter space working together to give you some sort of visible, sensible manifestation of the object.
There's never nothing there. I don't know where that exists at.
So a single
but if
force
the light
vector
rays that you're using to see the object pass right through the object, right through the eye of the storm, for all intents and purposes, you don't see the object. If your atoms pass right through the eye of the storm of the object, for all intents and purposes, you don't sense the object. It's
Your
like
sight
it's not
is
there.
electrical, women, and if you're watching an electrical storm of high to low, hot to cold, why would you be able to see through it? It would mess with your vision, would it not? The static field between you is definitely going to mess with your vision.
It depends on if something is given back out, if something is absorbed into the object, and or if something passes right through the object.
Well, you
It
can't
just
sit
depends
there
on
and say
what
it's
happens at
nothing.
that eye of the storm.
Hold on. You never stop. You can't say it's nothing because you see clouds in a tornado. That's definitely a tornado in front of you, right?
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
Okay, so there's no such thing as nothing. That's all I'm saying.
But sometimes you pass right through the object as if it is not there. Sometimes you bounce off of it. Sometimes you go right into the storm. There's different things that can happen even
That's how
here.
air works. You can walk through air, buddy.
Can I offer an analogy, and it would be coming at it from a slightly different direction?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's high to low, hot to cold. The permeability is being exchanged until it reaches zero.
Hold on, D-Mock.
Ground.
Let Napalm share what he wants to share.
Right. So we were talking about magnetic, quote unquote, field lines as seen in iron filings around a magnet, right? And then we talk about the supercell, which I dropped some pictures in the live stream for people to see a magnet under a ferrocell, which is a very thin ferrofluid that is in the basically sandwiched between two pieces of glass there. So the effects that we're seeing within these demonstrations would be very similar, if not analogous, not the exact same, as to if you've ever seen very small styrofoam balls stacked up above one another, where a speaker is emitting sound below it, right? And we know that that speaker is creating a disturbance within the air or the atmos, and that disturbance, that perturbation, moves outward in what we call waves, right? And the peaks and valleys within those waves, you have certain nodal points where we can see physical objects remain still and be able to be stacked at these nodal points, right? So what we're seeing is styrofoam balls that don't appear to be moving, but we know we have movement of the medium of air as it permeates or perturbates away from the speaker.
Yes, you have centrifugal permittivity and centripetal permeability. I might have got them mixed up.
And what Dyslow is saying here, or how we can draw this analogy together, is that perturbation that's happening within the atmosphere or the air, or something physical that we can work with, we see this also energetically taking place within the what we would call ether, and the disturbance within that ether, what you see under the ferrocell or with iron filings, would be the disturbance of this energy, right? This energetic field is around us that has the ability to hold physical objects within certain nodal points based on the type of disturbance within that field, the same way that different frequencies of that speaker, you would have different nodal points in which you could place those styrofoam balls.
So people need to understand that there's no straight lines in the universe, contrary to claims of Newton, because all force and motion and movements are tied in their expressions against their conjugate, like a dog tied to a rope staked at one end to the ground. And as such, the dog will run in decreasing curvatures towards the stake because all force and inertia vectors are tied in counter space. So the shortest distance of pressure expression is always curvilinear, which extrapolates out of vortex. And a torus is a force vortex, which creates a spatial vortex polarity, which is a torus by definition. A hyperboloid is an increasing inertia vortex, which terminates in counter space. And humans only partially conceive a vortex as a funnel, which terminates into the ether or counter space. However, the explicit vortex, which is centrifugal, is likewise the conjugate vortex of magnetism, which is polarized as all force vectors are by definition, which manifest the toroid, and that being a polarized force vortex. So for nature, in short, the fastest low pressure mediation of force and inertia is this curvilinear vortex. And this is where we start getting into polarity, and which is essentially Mother Nature's expression of magnetism. Yeah.
Well, your analogy of the twisting hair is very apt because, you know, the hair has to align just like these quote unquote poles. If you have some sort of physical, you know, idea of what a pole is, and they're going to tangle if you try to line them up, you know, assuming that they're emanating from a scalp and terminating on what, another scalp. How would you align the fields? You'd have to cut off the hair from, you know, the other scalp or the other place where these lines are connecting, realign them, and then reconnect them. What is, you know, detangling or connecting and disconnecting to have this polar alignment if you're going to have a physical idea of what a pole is or is not? You'd have to have something that's non-physical for things to attach or whatever.
Polarity can't be merely two-dimensional. Dimensional polarity, which polarity is by definition, cannot be merely linear, nor can it be straight. All of nature's lines are, of course, curvilinear and mutually divergent and centrifugal from a non-Cartesian nexus, and manifesting both three-dimensionally as curvilinear, but additionally so as necessitated by the definition of magnetism, which creates space as this processing to create the mass. So geomagnetic precession is the full and complete dimensional reification of polarity by definition, as it must be three-dimensionally divergent. So it's not any more complicated than that. Two-dimensional force, i.e. magnetism, divergence is impossible and illogical. Dimensionally, magnetism is an extrapolated vortex given multiple divergent vectors from each so-called pole. These force divergences, like I said, are tied like a dog to a stake, where it just essentially coils itself back up to.
It's like a bunch of people lining up. I mean, the people are physical, but for them to line up without tangling, there has to be some level of disconnection between whatever's lining up, pole-wise, people-wise, or whatever. So there's a physical dimension, I guess you could say, but a non-physical dimension where it's not like hair that's tangling or whatever to give you a polar alignment. There would need to be something that disconnects, I guess, and reconnects or something, or locks into place in a physical and, I guess, non-physical way.
Well, it's kind of enshrouded within incommensurability as this geometric pattern, if you will, which everything follows after. And this is what the Pythagoreans guarded as their best kept secret, is incommensurability. Like if you go to Plato's Republic 509D through 511 and dive into the divided line, this is what's being extrapolated from it. It's essentially
incommensurability. You mean something that can't be measured, something that doesn't appear to have a form? Is that what you're talking about?
Not necessarily. It's a little complicated, but it's completely witnessed within everything. So like if you were to look at the phyllotaxis of a sunflower and you were to look at that geometry, it's no different than that.
Because that's
One
the
cannot
problem that I
understand.
have with saying everything's physical. Because if you say everything is, I don't know, hand, then everything would need to be connected to the hand. But there are some things that are disconnected from my hand. The water's disconnected from my hand. So everything can't be hand in this bad analogy. If you're saying everything's physical, then what is disconnected from the physical? Like this tangled hair with the
That's what I'm
holes
getting
in it.
at.
What
That's what I'm
happens
getting
when
at.
there's a
Don't
disconnection?
ask for definitions. Just read Ken Wheeler's PDF like everybody else and obey. All you need to do is obey the PDF. Dicelo, go ahead. Go back to reading the PDF.
Thank you.
He has some good stuff here. But the problem with the physical is there needs to be something disconnected from the physical to give rise to new forms. Otherwise, it's just a mat of tangled hair that, can't disconnect and realign or reform.
Lemon, Dicelo's trying to read from the holy PDF. Shut up. Let him read from the holy PDF that can never be questioned. So stop trying to question anything.
Then let's read it together. But the thing is, everything can't be physical. Otherwise, we have a mat of tangled hair, basically.
Or
what's not physical?
Everything in the magical PDF could be bullshit.
Or it could not.
What's not physical?
Well,
What doesn't have a physical reaction or a material reaction on material? That's when
Spirit.
you let me know it's not physical.
Energy, ideas, forms,
physical,
plans.
or else it wouldn't shock you. It's physical, or else it wouldn't burn you or heat you up or compress you. What are you talking about? That made no
But
sense.
not all energy
The
does that. Some
conductor-
energy warms you.
The
Some
conductor-
energy appears to be
The
cooling.
conductor of solidity is temperature, buddy, because you can be put in an oven and melted. Sorry to let you know. I don't know what you're talking about. That's energy. What are you talking about, Lemon?
Does it
There's
have
no
a
such
physical
thing.
effect? Sure,
Show
but
me
what is it shaped with
non-material.
its form?
No, cool story. Show me
Something that
non-material.
tends not to have a shape,
I
tends
just
not
wanna
to have a
see-
form, tends not to be seen, tends not to be controllable, or tends not to interact always with the physical world, basically. Whatever we call the physical world.
material
anyway.
stuff. If it interacts with anything, it's material. Sorry.
You're good.
So how would you define energy then, DMOC, if you claim that energy is purely physical?
I'd say how does stuff happen in front of you from this energy?
You're asking a question for a question, though. Could you please define it without asking a question for a
You tell me
question?
what energy is, and then we'll go from there.
We can tell you, but you're going to reject it. So why don't you give us the
Lemon, can I
basis
finish
for
my
your
own sentence,
rejection?
buddy? Lemon, we can talk for ourselves, I think, right?
But you're avoiding the question. I've seen people do this in these
Lemon.
circles all the time.
Hey,
They ask
Lemon,
a
who you
question to avoid
talking
a
to?
question because they don't have an answer.
remember. Well, are you answering the question? Go ahead then, dummy.
No,
So
you're
I
not answering the question. So our definition of energy, as far as I can tell, stands.
Guys, I presented the question. I presented the question, right? And my question was to DMOC to define energy because you made the claim that energy is physical. So I would like to just hear what your definition of energy is if the claim is that energy is something of physicality.
Well, it's probably voltage. It's probably a differential of the medium that you live in, right? You can never control it. All you can do, right, is direct the flow. If you can, if you have the ability, that's all you can do. You don't direct the flow of nothing. I'm sorry to tell you.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with
If
that,
you get heated up like a chicken, right, from energy, it's something because it's burning the fuck out of your something.
But is that the only kind of energy?
Where do you live in? What are you talking about? I don't know what your energy is.
Heat
Is your
is
energy a religion?
yeah, obviously heat
is your energy a god or a religion?
Is that
because
the only
thing that can't
kind?
be physical are gods and religions. Hold on, man.
Hold on.
I'm not even
Hold
done
on,
my
man.
sentence. Your energy is a god or a religion. I don't even know what your energy is. You're asking me what's energy. Well, you in your mind, you have a different idea what the fuck energy is. Apparently.
So,
You think
essentially,
whoa, one more second. You think energy can be non-material, magic, God.
So, DMOC, this is why I was asking for your clear and concise definition of energy, right?
I didn't make up the word energy. Some other dipshit did. I don't have to I don't have to go along with
No
retard
need to get
stuff.
excited.
But
I'm just telling you, listen,
but
hold on. I'm
DMOC,
trying to tell you guys. You don't listen. You get burnt by it like a chicken in the medium that
I
you live in.
understand the chicken,
Where
bro.
is there nothing? The energy that's burning you is energy, right?
Well, here's the
What the
thing,
fuck
DMOC.
is energy to you?
Here's the thing, DMOC. That chicken you're talking about, it's frozen energy. All matter is energy,
Yeah,
just
I
in
don't
a
know what
different
that is either,
expression.
Slow. I don't know what your energy is. I don't know what his energy is. You know, everybody's got their own idea of God, energy, and God and a religion, right? I don't have it. I say the most known unknown, right? For God, right? Because I have no fucking clue. And whatever you want to call energy, I call action, reaction, and the differential, which creates potential power. It's potential and energy. That's like the power from the reaction of stuff. How the fuck are you calling something else than the reaction from stuff? So if the sun reacts with the light and the voltage coming down reacts with your skin, that's not, neither one of those are nothing. So what's this word energy helping you with? Still be retarded? So you fucking
Well,
can't define anything?
that's why I
No.
say science
We got
has
voltage,
confused
we
you,
have
man.
electricity, and we have stuff, and it reacts with
Mark.
that stuff. You need material
Mark.
for the energy to even
He's
happen
not
in the
gonna listen.
material.
We're at a point now where we're in the discussion where new definitions need to be come up with for describing things that we're in uncharted territory in a certain way, and we did need to change definitions and figure things out.
Yes, impotency of energy would be most accurate.
Yeah, because I don't think it's anything new like the word energy. Like, what's energy? It's like, what's a rainbow? It's like, what's Papa Smurf? Who the fuck knows? Whatever you want it to be, apparently.
Well, you need a definition that allows you to go forward and try to figure out what's going on theoretically.
Well, that's why I asked the questions that I asked, because I don't understand like everybody else's different idea of ether or their idea of energy. They keep telling me it's this, and everybody's got a different idea. So who the fuck knows? Who's right?
Well, we just go with the idea that allows us to go forward and explore and figure out what's going on. Because if we can't do that, we're just going to stop. We're not going to do any exploration.
No, you stop making up fucking words and just pay attention to what happens. Like if I melt this plastic and I know it works a million times, I'm going to keep doing that and add on to that. Trial and
But
error.
how do you explain what happens in a way that gives you more exploration to figure out what's going on? Without a good explanation, exploration stops and science stops. You need a good theory. You need a good explanation.
I melted the plastic, women. You need something more than that? Are you fucking broke? You guys need a Bible to explain
what's happening at the quote-unquote atomic level or whatever, yeah.
72 words, phrases, paragraphs, and terms to explain fucking you chew bubble gum. Get out of here.
DMOC, we were having a nice Bible study on Ken Wheeler's definitions. All right, there's no need to get upset.
Really quick, Democ.
Amen, brother. Amen.
I don't know nothing about Ken Wheeler, man. I'm Democ. I'm just saying, guys. I'm talking human to human.
Democ, is heat the only way to melt the plastic? Is that the only way to use energy? Is it the only type of energy that can be used to melt the plastic?
It's all electricity, man. It's not even really heat in the idea of that. It's all electricity.
But energy can also be constructive.
Heat is voltage, is it not? If the sun comes down and does something, do you not read voltage? How are you saying there's nothing there?
Yes, Democ, but the thing is, energy, you're talking about destructive energy. You're talking about destructive energy. Energy can also be constructive. So your definition misses that. What about constructive energy? Life-giving, structure forming. What about that energy?
I don't know what you're talking about. Show us. So the sunlight
You're talking
comes
about
down,
destructive
right?
melting energy.
Through the medium. So the sunlight comes down and hits my skin through the medium of air. All those reactions, when it hits my skin, something's hitting my skin through something. I'm residing in something. I'm residing in a medium, and a medium is coming through that medium, and they're intertwining and reacting. The action or reaction of is the voltage hits my skin, and I get a fucking charge on my skin, and it burns it. I get a sunburn. Now, that's not nothing. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. There is no such thing as nothing.
I get what you're saying, Moyak, with energy having physical implications or physical, some level of physicality. But what is being transferred upon collision when I run with all my energy to a football player and transfer the energy of my movement to that player? Am I transferring to them balls? Am I transferring to them books? What physically is being transferred? That's the non-physical dimension. What is being transferred upon my physical collision with the person to send them flying? What's being transferred?
Potential, baby. The differential of exchange, you versus it. If you're not the same as it, there's going to be a differential there, causing a reaction. That's power. That's potential. Every fucking thing in the world is nothing but potential. A rock, air, dirt, water, sand, plastic, turkeys, every fucking thing has the ability to do or not do.
Okay, then I need to see a physical shape or a physical book or a physical something that is transferred upon my collision with the linebacker. Otherwise, I'm going to say that it's non-physical.
What's the shape
What's
of
the
a
shape
cloud?
of the
What are you
physical?
talking about? I
It
don't know
needs
what
to have
shape
shape for it
means.
to be physical, as far as I can
What's the
tell.
shape of
Otherwise,
a
it's not
turkey?
physical.
I'm gonna
What's
have
the
to.
shape
I'm
of a
gonna have to
turkey?
mute. I'm gonna have to
I know
mute
you
someone.
just.
I don't know why you keep talking over Lemon. Maybe
I
shut the
think
fuck
he's
up while
talking over
Lemon's
me.
talking.
You dumb motherfucker.
No.
Yeah, I think you
I
need to
tried
clean
to
out
get
your
him to
ears.
calm down. Hey, Demark, you're going to have to calm down a little, man. It's
Yeah,
not like a
physical
viper
shape
you're
is
dead.
not a turkey.
No, just calm down is all you got to do.
All you guys got to do is listen to what Democ's saying. This shit is profound and brilliant. People love this shit. Well, I don't know why you're fighting them on it. When one football player bashes into another football player, he transferred potential into him. That's fucking genius right there. What's there to what?
I think
So
the
now,
main.
the one that he bashed into has more potential to hit the fucking ground. Now what, Jeremy? Use your fucking brain, buddy. If you ever
Well,
had
I
one.
think. Well, I think that the impetus to define, out of, the discussion, anything that's non-physical is partly the animus and the resistance.
Let me cut out, or did I?
Well, I think because of that hatred of, things like.
You're cutting out, Lemon.
You forgot how push to talk works.
Oh, I freaking hate this push to talk thing. I think we're defining it at a discussion because of our prejudice against anything that's spiritual or anything that's non-physical or metaphysical or philosophical or anything like that. This abject hatred for anything other than what we can sense, see, touch immediately in a physical sort of sense.
And maybe that's why I didn't know I was talking over you, because your push to talk was cutting out. I thought you were talking over me, man. No, I'm saying when the light comes, you get a reaction. All we can pay attention to, you guys, is the action or reaction in the medium we live in. No magic needed. No phenomena.
Well, when we say something is physical, that prepares us for a certain way to analyze the issue. We're going to look for a form. We're going to look for a shape. We're going to look for a color. We're going to look for a pretty set reaction, like a hand touching the ground is going to leave a handprint. That's what we're going to expect if it is physical. Energy appears to elude all of those quote unquote physical definitions. So in a certain sense, Demak, I agree with you that it has some sort of physical reaction with something that's physical, but beyond that, it just becomes meaningless. It doesn't leave a mark.
How do you focus a non-physical light through a fucking magnifying glass physically? Not possible. And a shape doesn't have. Hold on a minute. A cloud doesn't have a fucking shape. What shapes are you talking about there, Einstein? Shape of chaos? The shape of action and reaction? There's no such thing. There's no phenomena.
Are there such thing as ghosts, or are those fake?
Show me one. You got a million ghosts walking around you right now, great grandmas, brothers, uncles, family members from the past, cousins, nephews, friends, buddies, neighbors, lawyers. You got a million fucking ghosts of a million ghosts of a million ghosts walking around you right now, every fucking square inch of everywhere. Don't think so.
But Demak, we're trying to compare the framework that you have for analysis. You don't have a framework for analysis, Amoya.
You don't have any
Demak. So I'm going to step in and offer one, okay? A ghost in the form of something spiritual.
He's muted. Go ahead, Lemon.
Thank you, Jeremy. A ghost in the form of something that is physical, that can step into a physical body, take over a physical body, or be seen by a physical body while you're passing through it. Yes, something like that does exist. The proper ontology for it is probably a demon from hell or something else. But that does exist, yes. Something that you're passing through, something that you see, something that can knock or have some sort of physical effect. Yes, those ghosts do exist. Yes.
Don't think so. Nice try, buddy. That's your imagination, your religion, and your holy phenomena. Bible.
But you're just being dismissive. You don't even have a framework for analysis.
You believe in nothing.
So
Shut
it's
up,
hard
dude.
for me to take you seriously.
Shut up. It's
because
hard for
all
me
you're
to
going to
take
do
you
is just
serious.
dismiss
You
me.
believe in nothing. Shut up. You believe in nothing.
But you don't have a framework for analysis.
All right, I'm gonna step in now. Let's try to bring it back. You guys made really good points. So no harm, no foul. Napalm, you got anything else to share?
Yeah, I was just going to say that my analogy earlier about people vibing and energies, you can see what happens when a counter energy enters into even something like a conversation and how it can dissolve or deconstruct or cause it to go out of sequence, as was just displayed because we did have a good conversation going. And that
We had a good convo going, and then what happened to ruin it?
and that
people got excited. Let's not point fingers.
Hold on, man.
Yeah, no. Let's not do that.
The counter energy.
The real question is the answer.
The real point of the whole
counter-
conversation is with that. The point is that there's something else is probably going on, and to say one way or the other that it is definitive, to know at this point, we should know better than to know. What we're trying to do is try to figure out and coming up with ideas we don't know. But the point is, we're trying to jump over the second hurdle, right? The point is that something else could probably be going on. Is that true, Demo? Like something else other than what we've been taught.
I want to know
is
what
probably
happened to the
going on.
conversation. Hold on a second,
It
Fuzzy,
derailed.
please.
It derailed.
Yeah, it derailed
Why?
because
What happened? What happened?
Because a counter, let's just say a counter vibratory influence came into the conversation to disrupt what
happened
seemed to be
exactly?
harmonious. But
Wait,
what the
how's
gentleman
it
was just
harmonious?
saying,
How's it harmonious, Napalm?
because it was a good
harmonious. Because you said, hold up, you guys said they're conjugates, that they're necessary parts, two equal necessary parts.
Not for a fucking
So,
second. I want to know what
wouldn't be
exactly
balancing
when
it out?
Napalm thought the conversation went to shit.
When you Jeremy, why don't you leave Napalm alone a little bit? Maybe he wants to
I'll
rest.
say it. I'll say it. The problem is nobody can shut up for 2 seconds for me to say it.
It's when everyone was talking over each other.
Yeah, a certain energy came into the room that just wanted to dispel everything and turn it into, it's just simple this, that, or the other. When the conversation was starting to go into fairly deep realms, right, to get into some sort of better understanding other than the simplistic understanding that all of us can certainly recognize, but doesn't need to be repeated over and over. We understand the simplistic explanation. What we were trying to do is find a deeper explanation to get to more of the essence of what's actually taking place.
I don't know why you're bothered by it, though. Because
did I say I was bothered by it?
No, it's a
or
good
are you
thing.
putting
seem a little
words in my
bothered by
mouth?
it.
It's a good
Did I
thing.
say
You weren't bothered by it at all?
Did I say I
Hell
was
no.
bothered by it?
I'm asking you.
No. What do you mean bothered by it?
We like it.
Bothered by the counter to what was, the good conversation that you had, the bad conversation.
It wasn't a counter to what we were saying. It was bringing it back to more simplistic terms that we all agree upon, right? That we don't necessarily have a disagreement that two football players running into each other do exchange energy, right? They're physical, they have that movement, and there is an energetic exchange. But the problem being is, where did that energy come from to begin with? You say it's potential that is within the physical things.
The air you're
Right,
in.
exactly.
You can't
It's
get
not
rid of it, buddy.
it's not just the air that you're in. It goes even deeper than that, and that's what we were talking about, the conjugate nature of reality, right?
Well, what the air come from?
Air is physical. Air is physical.
It was exactly. It was physical, physical versus metaphysical. That's what we were just. That was the cornerstone of the conversation.
How do you get from non-physical to physical? How do you get from that one point, from non-physical thing to physical? What's that one reaction? So that's all we need to focus on, right?
Right. It's the perturbation of the existing energy, right? So when you
mean compression?
Excuse me?
Do you mean compression?
There's certainly, compressions and rarefactions within the energetic field, correct?
Can I give you my idea? If anything can be compressed to a certain extent, The exchange is electrical fucking output like a lightning bolt or a spark or an arc. Okay, so
So
if you compress sound,
within a
hold on.
lightning bolt, what's physical? What is physical within the bolt of lightning?
That bolt of lightning is physical. It's the electricity. What do you mean?
So it's all it is a manifestation of light. So that is an energetic discharge into counter space.
The
No,
problem
it's
is it's
exchange of
massless.
electrical
It's
currency
massless,
from you to
D-Mod.
ground.
There's no mass to it, dude.
No mass. Yeah, yes, there is, because electricity is mass. You fucking idiot.
Well,
That's
mass
what
in
I'm
the
trying to tell you. There's no such thing as
mass in the
density.
sense of
There's no such
having.
thing as density in the
Anyway,
sense in the way that you think about it. It's electrical fucking continuity and
you
The
rumpusing,
problem,
D-Mod.
Dema, with your definition is you appear to be saying that anything that reacts with the physical is physical, but we don't use that definition in any other area. Just because water interacts with the table by splashing the table doesn't mean that the water is the table.
Oh,
So
don't
why do we
invoke
have
water.
such
He'll
a
tell you
messy
that's electricity.
definition? Yeah. I mean, why do we have such a messy definition for something that's physical? Just because something like light has a physical effect on the body doesn't mean that necessarily that it itself is physical. We're going to have a problematic definition there, potentially.
No, light's definitely physical.
Okay.
If it has a
So-
physical property, it's physical.
So is it a particle or a wave percent?
I'd say it's a wave.
And can you ever show me a wave of itself?
No, you show the physical medium.
What you're invoking a wave as being a thing rather than what something does. So I'm asking.
No, the wave is disturbance in the physical medium.
But when I wave my hand, that's an action.
So
I'm
does
waving at you with
light?
a physical hand.
Hold on. Does light exist where a medium isn't, such as the vacuum of space?
Light is the medium.
So again, I'm invoking a vacuum. Can light be present in a vacuum?
I don't see why not.
So
Wouldn't
where's your
necessarily be a
medium?
vacuum though, if it's if there's light.
If light's dependent upon a medium to be present, then where's the
I just
medium
told you
within the
light
vacuum?
is the medium. Why would a medium be dependent on a medium?
You're invoking that light is a medium. So I'm
Yes.
asking you where a medium isn't, can there be light? And you're saying you don't see why not, which
Well, that's
is
why I said
counterintuitive to what you're saying.
No. If it's a vacuum as in air pressure, then light could be present. If it's a true vacuum, absent of everything, then nothing would be present and no light would exist.
So you're saying in a small vacuum like space, what is it, 17 to the or 10 to the negative 17 torr or some
I
shit?
wouldn't call it space, but okay.
Okay, well, what would you call that?
A low pressure air environment.
And can we have visible light being present without any physical material other than what I just gave you?
Yes.
Where do we see light in the depths of space without an object being present?
Wherever there's light.
Can you point to a spot where there's light present without an object?
Probably.
Well, I'd like to see that. I'd like to see an image or something that you can show me where there's light without a material object present.
The way you do it is you have like some sort of detector, and it'll register that there is light there. If it's not visible.
I'm talking about visible light. Yeah, visible light can only be present with a medium.
The medium is the entire electromagnetic
What
spectrum.
I'm telling you is a medium is required to have visible light.
I'm telling you, light is the medium. It's just visible at certain wavelengths for us as humans.
Okay.
He's not necessarily incorrect.
He's not disagreeing. I get it. I get it.
But present it to him in this way, in stating, yes, light is the medium, meaning it is a certain particular pressure modality of the medium of ether.
Right. It takes some sort of a disparity, some sort of a, what's the word I'm looking for? crinkle in the bed sheet. If the medium was a bed sheet, right,
Disparity.
and you were to put a wrinkle in it, that would be the light. That indifference in that medium.
Yeah, I
light,
believe I said
light
that
is
in the
in
beginning
ether
when I said it's a
modality.
disturbance in the medium. That's what a wave is.
Right. Well,
So what is
the
what is
problem
the
with
medium, right?
yeah, but the problem though is visible light is the only thing that has that wave-like frequency to it.
That's not true.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, if the sheet, imagine the sheet has all kinds of crinkles, but our eyes can only see certain ripples of those crinkles.
So let me ask you this question, right? We know how we can create what's called sonoluminescence, which means that light is forming from the cavitation of a bubble due to frequency
Internal
being
pressure
passed through the
deformation.
medium. Right. So this manifestation of light, you said light is the medium, right? So that would stand to reason that medium is ever present within what we're talking about, right?
Yeah, I would say so. I don't think we've ever, had a volume without the medium, without any, with no electromagnetism or any kind of EMF waves whatsoever. I don't think we've ever done that. I don't think it's possible.
The Tesla coil, Chernikov radiation, all assumed velocity is I'm reading right now. All assumed velocity is in fact actually the rate of induction of the medium against the ether hysteresis. So C, light in a vacuum, contrary to the minds of most, is both not fixed and count for countless examples and the ones I just stated. And these exist at rates of induction speeds much faster than C. So Charles Proteus Steinmetz said that C is the relationship between luminal velocity and electrostatic capacitance.
I don't get the whole rate of induction thing.
Well, that's another word of saying the speed of light, but speed infers something moving, discretely moving. And he's saying that
but I'm
light's
saying,
a rate of induction rather than something traveling down a path.
Right. So
that's what I don't get, because you have a light source. So
a good analogy for a rate of induction would be right. Yeah. So throwing a pebble in a pool, right? The waves across the pool move, right? It's not in a speed per se. It's a rate of induction, meaning that energy inducing right down the medium.
See, that's what I don't get, the use of inducing as opposed to propagating. Inducing means to pull it, kind of.
Because a rate of propagation invokes like a physical vibrational disparity. Like for sound would be accurately measured as a rate of propagation, where light's a rate of induction.
How's it a rate of induction when light also has a light source, just like sound has a sound source?
Well, it's not the fact that they have...
Induction denotes basically the destination of the light is somehow pulling this wave towards it, as opposed to
induction implies movement without contact. Like contact would be me pushing you to make you move. Induction would be me just standing next to you without pushing you or contacting you, and you just move yourself. Induction is like what you see in a stadium when a bunch of people make the wave. Nobody's touching the next person to make the wave happen. Everybody is just inducing the wave to happen by participating in the movement themselves.
It's just the influence upon a field, essentially, or a circuit or an object. Typically, for like human consumption, and induction are just units of dielectric capacitance and magnetic induction, which together form this electrical circuit known as like voltage and amperage. Or you could say dielectric times the magnetic equals electrical inductance of the circuit, which, all of which gives rise to dimensions of space and time. Induction in simplex is just a field's excitation of an object or circuit, so induced to flow of energy or a raised state of capacitance, or both, depending on the form of induction. But yeah, what Lemon said essentially.
Induction is just if it's not matter, because you're not actually touching it. There's no matter touching.
Well,
it's hard to describe. I mean, it's like being in a river, and the river kind of pushes you along. It's kind of like we think that that's basically what's happening with these tornadoes, these vortexes. That something is inducing some sort of movement and pushing something along without us seeing anything making contact with something else in a field, magnetically, or whatever. Something is causing some sort
I
of
think your river example is bad, but
What
the
are you talking
magnet
about? Every
makes sense.
example's bad. A tornado is made of stuff, dirt, everything, high, low.
Stuff
It's
that we
made of
can see,
temperature.
yeah.
What are you talking about?
But at the subatomic level, we're not seeing anything contact anything else. Or in these
Can
fields,
you
we're not seeing
magnify?
anything contact anything else. So that's
Can you
induction as far as we can tell, because we don't see anything contacting anything else.
So, Lemon, I think the analogy of the river is a false analogy, but a magnet pulling it, like a magnet inducing an object, a metallic object, a ferromagnetic object. That makes sense to me, because you're not actually, there's no touching,
electromagnetic
there's no
induction. Electromagnetic induction is actually a misnomer, since no magnetic effect is involved in the phenomena. And since the induced current is caused solely by the time variable electric current and by the electric field produced by that current. And even Dr. Oleg D. Jefamenko, in his book Causality and Electromagnetic Induction and Gravitation, agrees on that.
Okay, but that's not. That's kind of like a tangent of what we're talking about, though.
Lemon, this is for Lemon and Jeremy. Can we magnify a ghost like we can light through a magnifying glass? Can we manipulate ghosts, or is that just electricity too?
Well, ghost hunters technically use they use the same instruments that you would.
Soul you got from Mama, huh, Lemon?
Yeah, I don't know why that was for me. I never said jack shit about ghosts. Maybe pay attention to the conversation more.
That was a thread from like 10 minutes ago. But anyway, when we're talking about induction, we're talking about movement without contact or an influence without contact. You can induce somebody to run away from you if you give them a baleful stare of hate from across the room without having to touch them or make any sort of contact with them at all. You just look at them and that induces them to just run away or something like that. That's induction generally. We're seeing something contact or some sort of general influence. What was that, Jeremy?
If that's the definition, I'm good with it.
I don't know. My phone cut out for a minute. Never mind.
So we have two ways that things can move. They can be pushed upon contact and or induction of some sort with a general area of influence somehow making this thing move seemingly without contact. But if you're going to invoke a mechanical definition, then something is probably going to need to touch something, whether you theorize it, invoke it, or theorize that it's true or not, or see whether it's true or not.
Yeah, like propagation is mechanical contact, whereas induction is not.
It's a field of influence without this contact or something like that. That influences the thing to move in a certain way, to form in a certain way, to act a certain way. So that's where we tend to invoke things like sound and vibration, because sound and vibration, like the salt on a Chladni plate, can form structures, forms, and cause a lot of what we would otherwise cause induction. It induces something to form or take shape, basically, without seemingly anything making contact with something else.
Everybody wants a phenomena or some crazy magic to believe in.
That's because we're trying to explore
or they want to not know what something's called or what something does, or they want to have 70 different meanings for 70 different words and then argue all day about something that's goofy that a kid understands. You know what I mean?
To figure out,
they want to tell you that there's something such as nothing, and then argue with you and tell you ghosts when we're talking about whether there could be nothing or not, and then they say ghosts, which would be an electrical permeability manifested in the medium that you live in, which is air electrical continuity. So if there was ghosts, they wouldn't be nothing. They'd be electrical footprint left of you. So it wouldn't be nothing. And where you got your soul from, Lemon, was your mama from the jumper cable. Okay, so let's not get past reality here, guys. How were you made, Lemon? Were you made from nothing, or were you made from a little bit of liquid and an egg out of your mama's belly?
Going back to that tornado example,
I'm not done. Stop interrupting
you're not
me, please.
done. You're working out 3 or 4 different threads.
Belly, right? So stop fucking denying your mom and dad and your great grandma and your great grandpa that exist.
Technically, DMOC, this is the only time science ever accounts for God is within that spark of life that they can't explain.
Yeah, I don't care what they do. They can make shit up all they want for phenomena. All I know and all you know is what we see every day. Everything else beside that is just bullshit jokes and stories you guys want to fucking add to anything. Just like scientists who want to fucking act like they have the great answer to everything or some magical phenomenon nobody else knows about, or twist the words around so you don't understand what the fuck somebody's saying.
Well,
Really simple.
Democ, we don't know a whole lot of things, but we have to have a just-so story to power our exploration so that we can figure out what is the case or not. Without a just-so story and a just-so theory of some sort, Moyak, we don't even have science. We don't even have a way forward, and everything just grinds to a halt. So we need to tell ourselves a just-so story to power exploration, Democ.
Over talking each
Pyramids
other.
were built without your opinion, Lemon. What the fuck are you talking about? Shut
But
up.
they told themselves a just-so story of some sort to power the building of the freaking thing.
Anybody's self. Shut up.
Yo,
Speak
please
for
stop
you.
interrupting each other.
Well,
One at a
speak for
time,
Lemon,
please.
not anyone else, please. I'll speak for Democ.
So
Jesus,
DMAC,
don't
when
speak for myself. While he's speaking.
When a magnet passes through a copper coil and there's no physical contact or touch in between these two things, and we can induce electricity from that, what is your explanation of what's physically taking place within that?
There's no such thing as non-physical. You're in a medium.
So you're
You
saying
call
the
water
friction of,
non-physical?
so you're saying
So
the
if you're in the
friction
medium
in
of
the
water,
air,
stop
bro,
for a minute,
let's
dude. Stop.
stick
I'm
to
going
my
to help
same
you out.
example.
Water
So
is a
when you're
medium.
talking about the magnet moving through the copper coil, what is the physical contact that is taking place that induces the electrical current? Is your claim that the air, the movement of the air, if that was the case, you would not necessarily need the magnet to be magnetized and you could just drop a stone through the copper coil and get the same effect if it's strictly just the air's movement across the copper coil? So I would like your explanation as to how this energy
That's
is
your
induced
shit that you just
physically.
came up with. I never said anything about a coil. I never said anything about a magnet. I never said anything about excitement. I said the last thing I said was about you being born out of your mom's flesh. So whatever the fuck that garbage was, I don't know. You tell me what you think's happening, mighty wizard. I'll tell you that you're never gonna have something without nothing. No matter what phenomena you want to add or make up, Goofy, you're in air. Right? The electrical permeability of air. That's a medium. It's called a medium. Stuff can go up or down in it depending on the charge or the fucking potential, right? So if you have a certain potential, you're going to try to find ground. If you have a different potential, you're going to go against ground, right? Helium goes against, goes away from. Most other stuff goes to.
What we're talking
What's
about
going on
also
there
is
is all
not
you got
air
to pay
dependent.
attention to.
What we're
What's
talking
going on
about
with
is not air dependent because it can't happen in a vacuum, right? So it's not dependent on the medium of air as you are claiming.
I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't seen you in a vacuum. I don't know what. I don't have any clue what you're talking about right now. The last thing I said was about your soul coming from electricity from the umbilical cord that they had to cut when you were born to give you your initial energy.
You're technically carrying our conversation off a different direction, dude.
No. It's a material cord. So when are you having energy pass through anything not material? Where do you have
So
no
you're
air?
basically demanding that we have material explanations, basically, but you're not really giving us anything to ground those material explanations. You're not even giving us an explanation or a just so story to power any sort of scientific exploration at all. What medium? Where is it? How do we think about this stuff? How do we make experiments based off of what you're talking about? There's nothing to go with.
You went under compression, you went under a temperature, you were a certain type of liquid getting baked in your mom or your dad, right? And then you cooled to a certain temperature in his nutsack away from the heat of his body with the differential, right? And then you have electricity and current, right? And there's a certain amount of salt and whatever that you are in the solution of like ammonia or whatever the fuck that is that comes out, and it goes into your mom, and there's a chemical reaction of stuff and stuff and stuff, and then lemon bird comes out. There is never nothing. What are you talking about? If you have a magnet in the air, there's air around you. That is the medium that is doing the work. That is the thing that's holding the magnet because you're exciting the medium around the magnet
Air
and
holds
the
magnet.
magnet.
Jesus Christ.
It doesn't matter to me. Listen, you guys keep saying you can't build upon action and reaction. That's the most retarded thing I've ever fucking heard in my life. If I take some Legos that are scattered in chaotic order and throw them on the ground, and the kid starts putting them together, and they
Okay,
just figure out
fine.
how to put them together on their own, what do you mean? They couldn't do that? What are you, crazy?
Could you show me air holding up a magnet in a lab?
Yeah, you can go look that up anytime you want. You can go do that yourself. Anything that you can't do yourself that you need my help with, let me know. Okay? Anything you guys' brain can't think of on your own, let me know. I'll help you out. There's no such thing as nothing. If you got a copper coil,
I thought the lab
right?
thing was important.
What lab? I never seen you in a lab. I heard a guy tell a story about a copper coil that he did not
No,
have.
I'm asking
A
you.
rock he didn't
Can
have.
you go in
I
a
didn't
lab?
see any variables changed. I didn't see any controls. I didn't see him add charge to the rock.
All right, D-Mock, dude, you're killing the convo, bro, with the negative bullshit,
You
dude.
mean with
Chill out.
reality? Oh, reality. You guys like
No,
phenomena.
dude. No,
I'll read from
it's the
Lemonbird's Book of
negative. It's
Souls.
the negative energy, bro. You're just
You
naysaying shit, and then just I don't know, bro.
No,
Like,
no. It's not naysaying. I'm telling you what reality is.
yeah,
I'm not trying to say it's
yeah.
not.
You're
This is the naysayer of
denying
reality.
things that
So
are
what?
fucking
Your
already
energy doesn't
understood.
come from your mom and dad.
So you agree with Lemon Dice Low? Is that what
So
you're
you
telling
agree
me, bro?
with Lemonbird, huh?
Come on,
Yeah,
guys.
you
Can't you
agree with
see he
Lemon
has?
Bird?
Yeah, bro.
Can't
It's
you
not
see he
about
has
agreeing
all?
with somebody else, bro.
We're talking about
Everybody's talking
nothing.
at
The
once.
whole topic was, does nothing exist? And you came from your mom.
No,
You guys keep calling it soul.
That's a stupid question.
You're claiming a fucking soul. That's stupid. When it's electrical continuity from your mommy and daddy. Don't be fucking retarded. Quit trying to add magic to shit because somebody sold you a fucking story. Stop trying to
That's
tug
a
stupid
on the
question.
How
shoulders
the
of
fuck did something happen? How does something
Explain
happen?
stuff right now, bro.
What happened to you guys?
It's not.
How
Here's the
What
thing,
happened to
bro.
you guys that you don't like your mom and dad and your grandma and grandpa? You want to believe
What the
fucking
fuck?
retards and lab coats. What is
Oh,
wrong here with
bro.
this picture? You don't even know
Dumbass.
your
You're
grandma and
venting,
grandpa's
bro.
favorite color.
Oh, I'm
You're
not allowed to
venting
do
your
that.
you're
Sorry.
venting
Do
your
you know
anger
your
out
grandma
on
and
here,
grandpa's
bro.
favorite
Chill
color?
out, bro.
So you don't even know your grandma's favorite color, but you're a good
To
scientist,
answer
right, motherfucker?
See,
Cool.
he
Dice Low,
has
Cool
all
ball with a
caps
stub.
as his name,
hey,
so
Dice
Let's get
Low,
down to
see
the
that
Dice
nitty
Low,
he
gritty.
needs to be
hey,
listened to.
Dice Low,
What
answer the
about your
question.
great grandma? What's her name on your mom's side? What about your great great grandma on your dad's side? What was her favorite color? What'd she like to do for fun? But you know what happened in evolution? You know about Ken Wheeler's fucking story? Fuck this shit. You know about Ghost Lemon? Jeremy knows about nothing and wants to tell everybody great stories about how I'm so fucking smart when I told him I don't know shit. So keep on playing your fucking dumbass phenomena games, man. It's goofy. Why don't we
All
get
right,
to
get it all
reality?
out,
That's the only
bro.
way you're ever
Get
going
it
to
all
answer
out.
anything.
Get it
to
all out.
reality. That's the only way we're going to answer anything. Trial and error is how we got here. Don't fucking lie. You don't need magic. You don't need to
Yeah.
make shit up.
Yeah. So Dice Low, you agree with something from nothing? Is that what you're telling us?
No, Steve, it's not about what's
Yeah.
even being the debate
Yeah. No,
anymore
it
right
was
now.
when Lemon opened his mouth and said that. I didn't hear you say a fucking word.
It's not. Here's the thing, dude. We're
It's not
talking
what?
about.
No, we're
Stop
talking about
interrupting me,
fear.
dude. Stop
We're talking about
interrupting me.
physical
What's the
reality.
topic?
Jesus
Physical
Christ, you guys
reality,
carried this
bro.
shit off into Narnia, bro.
No, bro, you're the one that invoked something from nothing.
Then let him answer, bro.
No, I didn't.
Well, you stood
We
there
were
and let him say it.
talking about the metaphysical versus the physical, the fucking noumena versus phenomena. Like that's been the cornerstone of the conversation
So,
today. And
okay.
and prior to that, we were discussing light
Yeah.
in terms of its physical or non-physical properties. All right, and somehow we got on to baby batter and mom's
No, we
fucking
were on.
jumper cables and shit.
No, the guy brought up his own idea to me, a question to me, and then he said I said or my idea or what I thought was or my explanation from his goofy question that came out of nowhere about a magnet in a copper coil acting like there's no air, like the airplanes are not flying in air right now, like there's no medium around everything in the existence in that lab or that experiment that he's doing, right? I don't give a fuck if it's a vacuum. I don't care if it's regular air. If you're in it, it's a medium, right? A vacuum is a fucking medium. It's a differential, right? Anything that creates a differential is a fucking field, and you're gonna get a reaction of such. Anytime you compress something to a certain extent, you're gonna get that certain reaction.
I
And the
agree.
more you compress it, the more
Point of clarity.
potential you're gonna get. It's gonna turn to light.
Just for
Sound will turn to light. Water will turn to light. Air will turn to light. Stop me when I'm fucking wrong.
Just real quick, I have a question. So in a vacuum, so if are you defining air as the oxygen and the
Potential.
gases that make up what we're breathing?
No, I don't fucking know anything about that. I
Oh,
know it's
so when
potential.
in a vacuum, when you remove all the oxygen and helium and nitrogen,
I've never
all of
seen a
that stuff.
vacuum in nature.
No, I
I
understand.
don't know anything about a vacuum, man. All I know is you're creating a fucking differential, which creates power, which creates compression, which you're fucking changing everything in that vacuum. There's no such thing as not doing something. You're just creating a reaction, man. There's no fucking vacuum there, dude.
No, I
And there's
guess.
no vacuum of space either.
Yeah, I
Stop with the
understand.
lies.
No, I
All
understand.
you're seeing is
Hold
high
on,
to
hold
low.
on. I'm just
An
asking a
exchange.
question. I'm asking what
An
do you
exchange,
find
bro. You got
as
an
air?
exchange chamber.
Air.
Does that not make sense to you?
What is your definition of air then? That is what I'm curious about.
Potential. I'm not writing the book. You write the book. Potential, man. What else do you see?
But we describe potential in terms of something that has potential. So what has the potential? Is it electrical potential? What is
I
it?
don't fall under we. You talk for you, Lemon. Can you do that ever? I talk for Democ. I don't believe that shit. Sorry.
Yeah, but you talk in a way that doesn't allow us to draw any implications from what you say. That's why what you say just reduces down to this, kind of, meaninglessness because there's no implications that can be drawn off of what you say. What
Greatest
has the
Glober sentence
potential?
I've ever heard in my life, Lemon. Thank you. Greatest Glober sentence I've ever heard in my life. We can't get nowhere because we need phenomena and magical words, guys. We can't do nothing now. We can't put dirt and material together and build stuff. Stop. Please don't interrupt me. Not fucking once has a man who has a brain that knows how to fucking put shit together, intuitively build or do shit, and is not retarded, right, has ever needed any fucking magic or dumb shit. They make their home, they fish, they do all their fucking shit with no magics. Nothing needed, buddy. I'm sorry for your fucking goofiness that you want to sell people in a college. It's not needed. It's ignorance. It's more of a problem than it is a fucking solution. You're the problem. Phenomena. Where the fuck do you go with phenomena or nothing? How can you teach a kid how to build with nothing or phenomena? What the fuck are we talking about here? So if you really want to teach a kid, you teach them material. I'm done.
So you're talking about two different things then, right? Obviously, we can teach
I'm talking
people
about
how
reality.
Yeah, I know that. I know.
Physics.
Yes.
Science.
No one's denying. No one's not saying that. Yes, we know how to put 2x4s together. Okay, that's But what you still didn't.
So why do you guys keep letting Lemon say there's going to be no advance? There'd be no advance. We will never know anything. Why am I the only one calling him out?
I'm just asking because when you asked before, you said there's air in between two magnets, and that's what's causing whatever is going on. And magnets will still work in a vacuum, right?
All of it's causing what's going on.
But
whatever
I guess
you said's
You're
exciting.
interrupting. You're interrupting this
I still
crucial
don't-
point he's trying to make, Democ.
I really don't understand what exactly are you calling air? Because what you're calling air might be the exact same thing that Lemon is calling ether.
Well, how can you know somebody's imagination, buddy? All I'm telling you is its potential. That's what we can work with. That's what we see.
You gotta work with communicating, Democ, a little bit better,
Yeah,
dude.
it's called potential. Write that word down, all of you.
So all right.
You keep asking me the same question for the last year now. Potential. Air is potential. Nathan Oakley asked me it. QE asked me it. You guys all asked me it for I don't know how many days now, and you act like you don't understand. Repeat this to yourself. Potential. Water, same thing. Every material you're working with has potential to either
But
be
the thing
positive,
is, Moyak, we also use our language to help refine incorrect thinking and incorrect action. What you're talking about with potential is so.
Why is it so important?
All right. Do we not
You
have any
just hack the
moderators here?
server and just overtalk somebody when you don't want to hear what they say, Moyak. If you want to be moderated this way, where wherever you speak, you're unmuted, and whenever somebody has to react to you without being uninterrupted, you have to be muted. Fine, Moyak, fine. But an adult should carry themselves better than this and should listen to people, even if they don't want to hear what they have to say for the sake of a discussion. As to what you said, Moyak, what you said is so general, it can't help refine thinking or action in any sort of specific way toward any sort of specific goal or, any sort of specific, conclusion. Potential of what? People have questions about that. What do you mean? Can you refine this in any way? Are you just going to pack the server and just keep talking and talking and talking rather than
and address the problems and the inconsistencies with what you say. I'm going to mute you now. Anybody else want to respond before he packs the server again?
Yeah, before anyone goes, Lemon, hold on a second. Before anyone goes, Lemon, you keep calling Demok Moyak, I think.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, if I could just real quick, like Denmark, just my advice, right? Just go about, just drop it a little bit, okay? You're like on the 11. Go back to like a 5 or a 6, you know, just a little more low key. We'll go a lot longer. You know, this isn't the toxic globalist space that I've been in with you before. You can turn it down a little bit.
Yeah, can I say something real quick? I think it would be productive, right, in order to have a productive conversation, to be able to kind of define, or more specifically define, things we're talking about, because I think where the impasse is coming in within this conversation is that you use the colloquial term air to define something that isn't really what most people would define as air. So that's where the confusion comes in. But then you throw it back at other people as to, we're supposed to understand the DMOC Latin that's being spoken so that we can apply the proper DMOC Latin definitions for things. And all people are wanting is clarification or more specificity as to what you're calling certain things that we use colloquially and don't really have the exact same definition as you do of.
Yeah, I'd like a definition from you, what you call non-physical. Is a magnetic field non-physical?
It can have a physical interaction. It may not have a physical interaction. That's non-physical. It may touch something in a sensible way. It may not touch something in a sensible way that we can, necessarily see. That's what non-physical is. Sometimes it has some sort of physicality where it has a physical interaction with something else. You can touch it, you can feel it, you can sense it, but sometimes it doesn't. Non-physical.
Does the lack of air, for example, in a vacuum, affect the magnetic field, Steve? Does it increase or decrease it at all?
What are we? Oh, now you're going to invoke vacuum, okay? See, that vacuum sucks right off the get-go. You all know that, right? It's a big total
specific
bullshit
question.
scam. Yeah,
specific question.
I'm in a vacuum, and now what was your stupid ass fucking question in the vacuum?
Does the magnetic field increase or decrease?
Yes, it does.
Magnetic field increase or decrease in the lack or presence of a medium?
Does a magnetic field increase or decrease in air?
Yeah. Depending on the medium, like being in a vacuum or high pressure zone.
A vacuum is in the medium of air.
I heard you, Dice Flow. Depending on the fucking medium. Oh, so that might have condensation. That might be a better conductor. That might have more capacitance. All this fucking electrical bullshit you talk about. Yeah, go ahead, Dice Flow. What was your question?
Anyway.
Yeah, motherfucker. You talk
Steve,
shit.
The thing is, this is why we have these definitions, because we want some clarity that allows us to make a conclusion or to draw some sort of inference that can help power an experiment or power some sort of conclusion or power a way forward or power some sort of action. If these definitions are not clear and they're so all over the place and don't give proper guidance, experimentation stops, thinking stops, science stops. That's a problem.
You got your 5 guys
exactly. That's why when we invoke a vacuum, we want to be pinpoint specific about the bullshit that we're talking about. Okay? Understand?
So all you guys do is just yell and pack the server rather than explore the implications of what you are or aren't talking about. That's not good enough.
You're the motherfucker that doesn't know what a vacuum is.
Repeating philosophy of 5 guys, Lemon, from fucking 2,000 years ago that were retarded. So don't fucking tell us about your
The philosophy still works, and the philosophy still powers the way forward.
Hey, all right. This is let's start taking turns.
You guys got all your science from, who made all your chemistry and all your materials. How the fuck did they get to determine everything? 5 guys. I didn't get a chance
because they worked off of consistent principles.
Hold up. He was almost done, Lemon.
Did you get a chance to vote with this fucking 5 guys chemistry from their religious philosophy?
Their principles work, so we just adopt the principles. That's it.
Lemon,
but you never finished.
Lemon, please allow me to moderate.
You're not done, but you never finished.
I know. He's gonna finish soon.
Because you won't let me.
Wrap it up, Demo. Go ahead.
So, Five Guys Science, did you guys get a vote from 2,000 years ago? The answer is fuck no. Sorry. So fuck those words.
All right, all
fuck
right.
your words.
Let Lemon respond. Go ahead, Lemon.
I already responded by my interjections.
We didn't hear you.
Anyway, Democ, the thing is, their principles work. That's why we still use the principles, because they provide a consistent, clear way forward. You're not offering that. You're talking about potential. Potential of what?
Democ, please don't interrupt.
Your science doesn't know shit. You're a liar.
Were you done, Lemon?
Yeah.
I mean, this isn't even a formidable conversation.
Science some fucking apple seeds for me, Lemon.
Percentage, like I don't understand why the moderation's just allowing this. Why are you guys allowing this nonsense, man? Like,
what do you mean, man? I'm trying to get
some
decorum.
Is that what you're saying?
You guys are arguing. You guys are arguing against the thing you're agreeing on. It's funny.
Are you afraid of Five Guys religious chemistry or what? Let's do.
Thank you.
Okay, what's the problem, guys? What's the problem?
Where the fuck you been, Jeremy?
There's no problem.
I've been listening to. I'm mowing my lawn, but in the background I can hear Democ screaming
Yeah.
for the past, 10 minutes. What's going on?
Well, the only problem that I see, Jeremy, is we have a bunch of physical definitions that are being invoked because of this increasing antipathy toward anything metaphysical, non-physical, and or spiritual. That is all that I can gather from this situation. That's the only way that I could explain this hostility to
I'm not worried
any
about the
sort of
argument.
definition that's not in those bounds. What was that?
Yeah, I'm not worried about the argument or whatever definitions. I don't even know what you guys were talking about. Is the chat going fine, or what's wrong with the chat?
I mean, it's a back and
Yeah,
forth.
Is voice chat going good, or I don't know. I heard people complaining.
It fell to shit, dude. It fell to shit in my opinion.
Why? What happened?
Just people getting angry for obviously no reason, like other than not using the terminology.
Down, guys. Let's calm down.
I think it's like a kind of gut reaction to the stuff that you guys are saying, because you guys are basically saying, and it's impossible to prove, that things that we possibly were impossible to detect pre-existed the things that we could detect. So that's why they're getting this this feeling that you're basically saying that the things that actually exist that we can detect something came from nothing, the thing that you can't possibly detect. And so it's like an emotional gut reaction to the stuff you're saying, because it's to claim it is absurd. You can't possibly prove.
But the thing is, we don't detect everything before we declare that something has to be there as a logical, rational inference. We don't see love as a block or as anything, substantial or physical, the shape of love or anything like that. We infer back to love this non-physical thing based off of the physical actions that flow from this non-physical thing.
Okay.
These fields would be similar. The ether would be similar. It's something that you necessarily infer as the primary cause. Otherwise, what are we even talking about?
All right,
The
Lemon.
word love doesn't matter.
Hold on. I'd like to respond, please. Lemon, did your love exist before you did?
Yeah, that's how he came about. His mom loved his dad.
No, I said his love, not his mom's love or his dad's love. Did your love exist before you did?
No.
He's made from love. What do you mean?
There you go.
No, it didn't. But the thing is, love existed before I even came around. So
now
that's
we're
a bit
just
of
talking
a
about love in
category error,
general.
because you're talking about whether I could love versus love, period.
Okay, fine. Let me expand the question. Did the love of any object or person or being exist before that person, object, or being existed?
As far as I can tell, no.
So
what the fuck are you guys saying then?
We're saying that there are.
This is the point.
Love is
We're
nothing
saying
but a
that there
word
are
written on paper. An action of you doing something to exert your energy towards something, that's what you pay attention to, not you writing the word love on paper. Sorry, Lemon.
But that's incidental. Because to say that it doesn't exist without something for it to exist with is just kind of trivial.
Come on, man.
And it doesn't really allow us to explore the topic. If you're saying that something, physical had to exist before the love, well, then what is love? What's its shape? What's its color? What is its chemical formula? What are its dimensions? What is it?
You tell us. You made it up.
It
These
seemed
are the
like
implications of saying that love is physical. And you got to explore those implications. Otherwise, what you're saying is ultimately meaningless.
We don't have to do anything. Stop saying
Well,
we.
that's the
You got a
point.
mouse in your pocket?
That's the whole point. You don't have to take care of your kids, but you do. Why? Because you love them.
What if you don't have any
Why?
kids? That made no sense. Thank
I
you.
hear all
Next.
kinds of kids in the background every day from you, D-Mock.
Yeah, millions of people don't have kids, Goofy. What do you be quiet, man?
You got
You're just talking
grandkids.
stupid shit. Cool,
You got
goofball.
why do you
Sat
take
down
care
to
of
do
your
with people that
grandkids,
don't have
D-Mock?
kids. What about people that die at
Your
2?
grandkids.
What about people that die at 2? You go take
Yo,
care of
I
your
love
fucking
my
kids,
kids
you
that don't even
retard
exist
motherfucker.
yet.
How do you take care of your grandkids, D-Mock?
Get the fuck out of here, retard. Stop talking
you,
about kids, you little dumb bitch.
Yo, Denmark.
Why you
come on,
take care of your
man, you need to-
grandkids, bro?
I swear,
Why is that?
Take care of
getting-
your mom, you stupid fuck.
Look, can you leave people's families?
This is the kind of stuff we're gonna allow in here, dude.
No, just don't
Everyone
ask
stop
people about
talking,
their.
please.
Relax.
Hello.
Anyway, seems like we're talking
Guys.
about reaction, action, and reaction, right? And something coming from nothing, which really doesn't seem possible. And whether or not we're talking the physical, right? Action and reaction, high to low, positive, negative, hot to cold, these sorts of things, right? We can measure these sorts of things. We can see them, we can demonstrate them. Now to invoke something mysterious like ether or dark matter or dark energy and these sort of things that can't be proven, can't be manipulated or experimented with is just it's a lot of woo woo. So to actually explore something that is physical, all right, and understand that fully first, right? Instead of trying to understand something that is woo woo, really is just going round and round and round and round and round in circles.
But this goes off of the principle of action or reaction. For there to be some sort of reaction, there needs to be something to act and vice versa. If you're seeing these actions or reactions without something that they come from, that's extremely woo-woo as well. So the ether or some sort of similar explanation is necessary as something to infer back to help explain what what is going on and help equip us to accurately and adequately explore it. Otherwise, what is the physical thing in a field? Magnetic, electric, or otherwise? What is physically there? What's the shape? What's the form? How much space does it take up? That sort of thing.
I understand these are like taboo fucking conversations and could be triggering, but I think we all need to try to stay like fluent and like on point, not like diving off into ad homs and name calling, dude, just because somebody asked a question. Like, and with that being said, like let's the moderators need to be a little bit more on point with modding.
Let the moderators worry about the moderators, Dyslow, right? You don't
Yeah.
worry about that.
The main thing when people like Demok get a little crazy, just mute them, let them calm down, let the conversation flow back to a topic.
Lemon, you just
invite him back
interrupted
in if he knows
Bandy
how to
when he
behave and
was
not be
moderating.
insulting
Come on,
in both ways. But anyway, what were you saying?
I said you just interrupted Bandsaw when he was like, admonishing Die Slow about, letting the moderators moderate.
Well, it's about keeping the flow going, man. That's what the moderator's supposed to do, right?
Let me just add one thing. So, so yeah, this is like I understand the gut reaction, like the emotional response, and I feel like it's warranted, but it needs to be done better. So for this is like Steve and Demok, you can't get this triggered, man. You can't get angry because it's just not gonna. You can't even argue it well when you're angry. You're losing. When you're trying to elucidate a point and you're angry and you're insulting and stuff like that. It's not. People aren't gonna agree with you even if they agree with you. So please, let's just try to do better about being more courteous and stuff.
Well,
like I agree with you guys. It sounds ridiculous, but you can't get triggered.
Well, the minute you invoke voodoo, you're out of bounds. Anything in the world, in our life, is physical. Now you can't get out of that. You can wish and shit in one hand all you want, but you can't get out of the physical world, Lemon. Period.
Steve, I agree with you up to a point, but that doesn't equip us to explore anything. If anything, everything's physical, then what specifically are we exploring? That's when things get into the nitty-gritty and the specifics.
Okay,
some sort of necessary cause to infer to help power our exploration.
Why does he need to stop? Let him fucking finish, dude.
Oh, the long-winded motherfucker. Only take me about 2 seconds to say why I wanted to stop. Because you guys are riding on mainstream science. Okay, get past your little
No,
electron
we're not.
microscope. Yeah, you are. That's
No,
where you
we're
invoke
not.
all this garbage.
We're
Yes, you do,
contradicting
Dysol.
mainstream.
Yeah,
We're
ether is
speaking
not accepted
completely
in the
You
against
guys are
mainstream.
mainstream.
you guys aren't doing the science. Why? Or now you interrupt me. I got you. Go ahead.
But ether's not part of the mainstream, and you guys don't have a way forward. So with your sort of, physical dedication to physicality, you're going to go nowhere and not power any experiments. So at that point, we're going to need another way forward. We're going to need
Lemon,
another.
ether is part of the mainstream. They just call it space time.
Ether. I don't ever invoke ether. Only morons do. Okay? It's been debunked.
No, it hasn't.
Now,
That's not true.
Science, when you get into science and how everything works off electricity, then you start figuring out adding up 2 plus 2. See? That's what DMOC tries to give you a little clue about. See,
DMOC doesn't offer a way forward.
Over there. Oh, my talking. It was time for you to fucking interrupt. Huh? Go ahead.
Steve, ether
DMOC doesn't offer a way forward to potential of what? How does that power a way forward?
Neither do you. You invoke fucking
Yeah, he has potential of energy, potential, like he was looking for what it is that he's being hyper specific about, and all he could say is air equals potential. I mean, it's we're all talking about the same thing. We're just trying to get him to address it because he's acting hostile when he's agreeing, and you're acting hostile when you're agreeing with us too. You guys are too ignorant. You guys are too ignorant to realize that you're arguing the same battle alongside with us, and you're getting fucking. You're over here fucking beating on your own people because you're fucking not paying attention. You're not paying attention, dude.
You're the long-winded. Fuck.
Pay attention, dude.
Yeah. See, he comes out here, action, reaction. That's as fucking simple as a diesel engine exploding. You're not getting out of it. And that's your little counter space. See, that you can't explain. See, counter space. The fucking shit that falls in.
The fuck, I didn't explain it. I've been here all day talking about it, Steve.
Yeah, we talked
You're
about
just not paying attention.
Tornado. The space would be the space around the tornado. The counter space would be the zone of stillness in the middle of the tornado. Same with a magnet, or same with anything solid, really. There's a zone of counter space in the middle of the thing that appears to formulate things that go out. It could go out the same way as the tornado, differently than the tornado in the counter space.
Right now, you're parroting Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser, dude. All right, that's all you're doing.
You're parroting the same rigid view of science that doesn't power a way forward, that doesn't spark the mind, that doesn't lead us anywhere. It just leads to a brick wall.
Hold it. Don't say that he's just parroting someone. Tell him why parroting that person is wrong.
I'm an electric
It's not leading to a way forward. It's not helping us think about the subject.
No,
but if it's correct, then why does it need to go forward into something incorrect?
Electricity.
You have to show why it's
Dysol doesn't know fuck all about electricity, okay?
So you say everything's electricity, Steve. Can I pull a reading off a magnet?
Oh, talking was a room for you to talk. I got you.
Well, Steve A., you're just going to pack the server and not explore the implication of anything that you say. You're just going to stop other people from exploring the implications of their ideas. That's it.
No, I'm trying to stay on science. You guys, all you scholars, come in here repeating all these lies. And I'm sitting here calling every one of you out.
But science explores implications of ideas. You're not even willing to do that. You just cut off other people at the legs when they try to explore the implications of their ideas to have a way forward, to power an experiment, to power thought, to power a way forward. You're just stopping other people from exploring the implications of their ideas. That's it. You're just being hypercritical. That's it.
Lemon, how are you experimenting that something metaphysical existed before something physical?
Because that's the principle that we assume to go forward and explore anything. Do we know that all causes precede all effects? No. We just assume that so we can go forward and power a scientific experiment. We just assume it axiomatically. The ether, or some sort of framework for what space is a similar framework that is just assumed axiomatically to go forward and power experiment. That's it.
Have you ever found an effect that came before the cause?
No, but I haven't found the other one either. So invoking either one is just
You've
an
never
axiomatic
You've never
faith-based
had
statement.
an
That's
effect that
it.
came after a cause?
No, but I haven't explored all causes and all effects either. So that's just a framework that I assume to go forward in power experimentation. These are the frameworks that we use to go forward in power experimentation. That's it.
What's an ether microscope, Lemon? Dicel, how about you? What's an ether microscope?
Oh, you always go to
that.
this electron microscope thing.
Well,
So
you
go
don't know
ahead,
what
Steve.
it
Tell
is.
us about.
You don't know what
Tell
it
us
is.
about it.
So.
I don't believe in electrons. I don't believe energy is the flow of electrons, Steve. So no, I don't
Well,
agree
yeah,
with
but
that one bit.
if you understood the electron microscope, then you'd start understanding gases.
All right, so let's hear about your electrons, Steve. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Dicel. See, why don't you do a little research on them so you know about science when they talk about gases. And then they use the ether, you know, some people call it electricity, Dicel.
Well, science is invoked as a mantra by many people in these sectors, but there's no curiosity. There's no systematic thought. The theory is extremely inconsistent. How can we call this scientific? It's just being invoked as a mantra to just shut down people that we disagree with at this point. There's no curiosity. There's no consistent theory. There's no interest in the theory. You know, there's no systematic thought. There's no systematic method. What are we even talking about?
Yeah, electron microscope. Yeah. We're talking about real science. Gases.
Science.
How they work, you know, how they explain it, you know, things that make it easier to understand. I don't know what you guys bring up. Ether? Is that what
how
you
does
guys
it
bring
work
up?
then? Beyond invoking the mantra, how does it work? What are we missing?
Oh, you're probably all nuclear bomb fans, right? So you don't
Stay on point,
sound,
Steve. You're all over the place, man. You're going from one thing to the
yeah,
next.
right. Well, yeah, you guys can't get with the ether because you won't do science. And for Christ's sake,
science.
Yeah. Science.
So I think the biggest problem, like kind of like with what we had with DMOC there, is that it seems that Steve, you stop at electricity, and you almost alluded to earlier that what you call electricity and what everybody else is explaining as ether are basically synonymous, right? So this just kind of got into why we were having issues in the conversation with DMOC earlier, is because it's an application colloquial term, but you're using it very broadly.
You're wrong.
And stopping it at electricity is stopping the
Yeah,
conversation when we're trying
100%
to
right.
explain
You're
the
wrong.
nature
No, he's
of
right on. He's right on point, Steve. You need to hear this shit, dude, because you're the
No,
electrical
you need to shut
universe
the
guy.
fuck up,
That's
Dicelo.
what
I've
you're all
listened to your
about.
dumb ass for 2 years, Dicelo. You don't know fuck all.
So
All right.
basically, they're just
Good
here to
thing.
We all
shut
need to
down
relax,
people that
man.
they disagree with, but not really offer much else in the conversation other than what? Electricity, science, and shut up. Okay.
100% correct, Lemon. It's basically agents of chaos that just seem to come in, pigeons that come and shit all over the chessboard and claim that they won.
Yeah, pigeon
Well, you
shitting.
can't call them agents of chaos just because they're disagreeing with you like aggressively.
No problem with disagreeing.
No, but you have
please
to have
offer the
something to
why you're
put forth.
disagreeing.
You can't just naysay and walk away, dude, and rumpus the whole conversation repeatedly for over an hour now, while everyone's just stood by listening to the fucking chaos without
not
any
what's been
fucking
happening.
formidable answers being put forth and you know, to the contrary of what's being said. That's how conversation works. That's how progression works. So what are you really looking for? Drama, or are you looking for progression?
And look at how the conversation flows without them there to be, you know, hostile, to insult, to just, you know, pack the server and just rumpus, rather than address the implications of what they say and where, if anywhere, their ideas lead. Now, I'm going to unmute them, but listen to how peaceful it is. We're exploring the implications of each other's ideas as much as possible. We're being respectful. This is how a conversation that is not hostile
This
is
isn't a
supposed to
conversation,
go.
Lemon. Right now, it's not a conversation. It's just you guys remarking on.
No, you haven't done your
behavior.
job. That's why. You've allowed the chaos to ensue, and you sat back, and you've done nothing.
That's enough,
and
guys.
this
Bansal
Okay.
already told you let the moderators moderate. please don't try to just like,
Okay, a
incite
moderator's
discord.
moderating now. If you insult like this and stuff like that, you may find yourself muted. If you're hostile and you're not really taking the conversation anywhere, you might get muted. Okay? Now I'm about to unmute it. Does anybody else want to get their ideas in before packing the server with drama and hostility? Anybody? I'm about to unmute him.
Did you just unmute Democ?
Democ was already unmuted, it looked like, so he must have gone somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's no name calling, guys, for real. We're gonna start breaking people off with like official warnings if you just keep name calling, like on a continual basis.
I've got a comment on all this. I think the idea of nothing is wrong. Empty space or potential, as Democ called it, is a thing. And it's the only way to explain where something comes from. So in that way, there is a process from the unknown, emptiness, to what we have now, stuff. And the rest is just conjecture, maybe.
Well, what Democ is saying is not that it's not incongruent with what we're saying. I think the contention came in when he just really wanted to stop at the specific level of physicality and then offer explanations that he tried to kind of claim as physical in nature, but really weren't.
So here's the problem: is people perceive counter space to be this realm of nothingness, which it isn't. All right, the necessary antecedent or the opposite, the opposing opposite of something, isn't completely nothing. There's these two fields, as I told you, that makes the ether up, and it's the dielectric and the magnetic field. And this dielectric field is what's referred to as this counter spatial field. All right, and it doesn't mean that it's empty or devoid or non-existent. It's unmanifested. All right, it exists, just not manifest.
I think a better definition would be something, and the opposite, if you want to call it that, is something around the something that is so fluid, so flexible, it becomes whatever it needs to be to house the something. And that would be space. Space is infinite potential in that it can become anything. It can solidify into anything you need. It can do anything that you need it to accomplish, to house this something comfortably. And that, I think, would be a better definition of something that is locked into its potential, more or less, surrounded by something that has limitless potential to do whatever is needed to house the object or whatever.
If I was going to try and vocalize Democ's ideas, I think it's because he's on Earth and he's always touching stuff. This is mystical woo-woo for him to talk about spirit, nothingness, empty space, vacuums. He doesn't believe in any of this, so he thinks you're being kind of religious and making up stuff, fictionalizing the unknown kind of thing.
Well, when talking about space as having the ability to do anything you need it to do to solidify an object, be around an object, its limitless potential. And I would agree with Democ and you about that. Yes, there's no such thing as nothing. What we call space, quote unquote, nothing or the vacuum, is more like limitless potential to solidify into anything you need it to, do whatever you need it to do with the right frequency and vibratory pattern, basically.
Yeah, and I'm fine with trying to explain some unknown. I don't think it's all unknown. It just verges on the unknown. That's why Democ gets stressed, I think.
But how are we going to power a way forward to figure out what the hell is there? That's where the just so story comes in. And that's what I have a problem when your story is so half-cocked and the implications of it have been so unexplored. You don't have a way forward. You don't have an experiment. You don't have any action to help you figure out what, if anything, is going on. You just stop. That's a problem.
What if you met a rich man one day and he said, let's send something up, and he managed to pay $30,000 and you managed to send something up and it went so high that it managed to measure a vacuum and it came down again? Would you believe that the air stops?
I don't have a framework to analyze it as a vacuum nothing. I would analyze it as ether, limitless potential that can become anything that you want. And that's what I would think when you say a vacuum. If you did that, I'd say, fine, it's under the dome.
Yeah,
well, it's actually the opposite way around.
Measurement from high up, would you trust it if you trusted the person doing the science with you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, yeah.
Space is just the attribute of a divergent centrifugal magnetic toroidal field. Essentially, it's just like a shadow, a privation, while having the attribute itself of privation or its quality thereof. So space is not anything rather than the absence of a thing, and that thing being the ether. So for like conventional reification by empirical beings, whose existence is measured by mass and magnitude, space exists, but ultimately space has no essence or properties, just as all atoms or mass is 99.
Love and spirit from this then.
What's
well,
that?
I just wondered how you got to love and spirit from talking about vacuums.
Well, we're talking about the metaphysics of something that doesn't exist in physicality, but is still perceivable, such as like love, right? Like to say that you possess love, right? You would have to identify its location, its presence, its physicality. This is how science deems anything to be existent, is based upon its quantified measures of
Yeah, that's
physicality.
why science fails to explain reality.
Right. So that's why I gave the analogy of love, because everybody feels they possess it to a degree, yet can't localize it, right? So
yeah, so you would probably just explain to people that some things are things, but they're not physical, which I agree with.
Okay, so by that similar logic, we could say that about the ether. That's why we're talking about love and justice and these other things that we agree exist, but don't appear to have physicality. And we talk about them existing all day and every day as a necessary thing to infer back to help explain anything forward from that premise. Based off of love, that explains in a non-physical way why your parents took the physical action to take a bullet for you, to house you, feed you, clothe you, or whatever. And we see physical effects off of that. The ether as a framework, at the very least as a framework to explain that something is there, is a similar springboard for the rest of the discussion.
Yeah, if you're not talking science and what's in space or beyond the dome, you're just talking ether means there's something around that affects us and has effects and all of that. I agree with this. That's what I call the Holy Spirit or energy.
The Holy Spirit has a will. Ether does not have a will, and this gets into the specifics. That's why we use language to refine our ideas, our actions about certain things. Otherwise, we get equivocation. The Holy Spirit is personal. The ether is not personal, as far as I can tell, with the definition that I go with. So please refine your idea.
I take the distinction.
I would agree with him,
ether is the
unfortunately.
thing that's used to move around the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, in all honesty, I mean, they are quite synonymous.
How are they synonymous if the Holy Spirit has a will and the ether does not? You need to point out the ether's will.
Because life itself has a will, right? Anything that's livingly present is trying to survive, right? There is a will there, whether it subscribes to a Holy Spirit or not. Everything's following this construct to transcend and liberate. So it's quite logical. I
take
feel
the distinction though. That it's not Holy Spirit might be the wrong word. What I mean is it's the way that stuff happens that we can't quite explain. The thing that's above science, around humans and consciousness. So love would float through the ether. That's kind of what I meant. It's a mechanism.
Well, this is why we hash these ideas out, because there can be one equivocation that can totally change your understanding of whatever we're talking about. The Holy Spirit, when you mention the Holy Spirit as some sort of analogy, can be grieved. It can come, it can go, it can leave. ether doesn't do that. Ether appears to be
Not
an
necessarily.
force that is channeled, that can be concentrated, that is short, that can dissipate, that can gather, but without a will. So that's a key
agree with the distinction.
Well, they say God is omnipresent, so meaning that he's everywhere, but not solely in one particular place. So it's kind of
I think
opposite
maybe the
of.
spirit of nature, not the Holy Spirit, the spirit of nature, that the mechanisms for unseen change and movement.
So I would say that we could almost equate this principle or this understanding of love to a certain vibratory frequency within the ether. And when that harmonic frequency is felt between two other individuals or established, that harmonic connection is what we would call love.
I think it's related to vibration. I think that's a good way to explain what the ether does. Somehow it has unseen waves and vibrations, right?
Yeah, everything seeks this equilibrium or pure homeostasis existence of non-physical existence, essentially, that coming to a rest of, essentially, no matter what it is, everything in physicality.
I don't think this will help us decide if it's a globe or if it's flat.
And I would
That's
say
very
that, that vibratory harmonics between, say, like a mother and a child is something that is imprinted, right?
Yeah.
So it's a connection that is typically always there between, say, like a mother and a child.
But Don did mention the flat Earth, and Don, it relates to the motionlessness of the Earth in that the 15-degree gyro drift is probably registering this tornado of ether over a flat, motionless
I
Earth.
can relate. Like, to me, it relates to the beginning of the universe and how I believe it. That's how it relates to my model.
Because we do get a 15-degree gyro drift, supposedly, I'm going to assume that it's more or less true, but it's probably from the ether tornado over the motionless, if not flat Earth. So that's the loose association right there to explain this gyro thing in another framework.
Yeah, you're saying the ether actually is more than love and conceptual feelings and consciousness. It's like it actually
It is
affects
a
gyro.
physical-ish medium that flows like a tornado, essentially.
Okay.
It's the framework that allows for these vibratory harmonic patterns to exist. It is the framework in which everything is existing, I guess you could say.
Right. That's why there's ultimately one field, just different attributes of its manifestations, which people deem to be different fields, such as, light, electricity, magnetism. They're all one and the same thing, only different due to their expressions.
More experiments into magnetism and natural magnetism on a larger scale could help.
Oh yeah.
Vacuum's a
capacitor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think more experiments into magnetism is definitely needed, and I think a very fresh, non-biased approach to our ideas about magnetism is definitely needed, for sure.
Yeah, it's the one thing that's present within all phenomenal manifestations of anything. Like, can't get away from it.
The vacuum is a capacitor.
Man, vacuum is a capacitor.
I have to be the bad guy again and say none of you guys has a clue what you're talking about. All speculation.
Show me one thing that doesn't have a magnetic component involved with it.
That's not the issue. The issue is you guys are claiming that you know what this perturbation and this and that and the other thing. And
you believe in the ether?
You don't know.
You must have came in late. You must have came in late.
Yeah, because all we're really claiming is there is a necessary framework in order for everything to exist in the way that we see it exist, and we're just basically acknowledging that necessary antecedent.
Yeah, that's a nice way to put it.
Oh, okay. I can. Okay, I'll stand down then.
The way God works through nature. See, that's how I understand it, kind of. And
yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. If we're speculating,
the idea of how emptiness can become us, humans, somehow over time, maybe.
Well, that's what I
Uh-oh.
was trying to say. Like, you're making a crucial mistake by synonymously comparing counter space, the non-physical, with nothingness, because they're not axiomatic.
Yeah, I tried to change
Not
it to empty. I mean what you mean, like a
yeah, because
framework.
nothingness invokes the void of anything, right? Where counter space or this dielectric realm would invoke pure potential, just unmanifested, which is what we're all kind of agreeing upon to a
Change it to empty to try and mean like just no mass, no matter.
Right. I get it. I get it. But you just got to be very careful because it could be perceived very dangerously and trigger a lot of people. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Maybe
Like,
I mean nothing, empty but full of energy somehow.
yeah, just unmanifested potential would be most hyper concise.
Yeah.
Yeah. In other words, you have no clue. Just saying stuff.
It is about the unknown, yeah.
Just like everybody else.
Well, it's about
Just
the
like everybody else.
right? So this conversation is about the metaphysical, and humans, by our nature, have a propensity to always try to quantify things in a physical nature in order for us to properly understand it. And the problem is we're not looking at the other side of the coin of physical, which is the metaphysical.
Yep.
When I hear these terms metaphysical and stuff like that, man, and you know.
Well, I know you came in late, so I'm going to ask you this. Do you possess love? Like, have you ever felt love?
Let's not do the love thing again, bro. I'm nah.
Well, I mean, it's kind of a critical way to kind of showcase what we're saying to a degree, because I mean, it is a humanly expression and emotion to have this sensibility of love, but to say that love is here or nor there would be non-concise due to the fact that it's a consubstantial relationship, and there's a good word to look up: consubstantiality. To kind of compare it,
I've got a
it
comment
would
on
be it would be kind of like a filtered lens, like let's say an orange colored filtered lens that you're passing light through, and the byproduct of those two things coming into close proximity or interaction with one another manifests this colored light on the wall.
Right, so I might
Right?
say this: love is only a feeling and an emotion and a thought in your brain and your body until you change it into an action, and that's when you can locate it then, where the action takes place.
Well, I mean, but yeah, one could argue that would just simply be you performing an action. Like, what's to differentiate morality versus love, right? Like, I would say they're significantly different, but you know, some could say they're
we have to
closely
get inside
related.
the
So,
mind, don't we?
right.
To know if it was done out of love or just
Ethics or morality, or
Yeah, but
pride
either
or ego or anything, rather. Yeah.
Either way, these actions that we take physically with our physical body, or the physical things that take place within our body based on our concept of love and the love that we feel between us and another individual. Love is a concept that people certainly can understand because they've felt it. And love is a metaphysical term that manifest in the physical in different ways, and certainly different ways within every single individual.
But it's definitely metaphysical too, because you can't explain why your gut or your belly or why you're heartbroken. You can't explain it properly with science.
Can you quantify your measure of love, like?
No, you can't.
On your fingers per se. You know, I mean,
right. And
if you
if you can't do so, then people who are looking for some physical quantification of something like love, I would say are people that don't believe that love exists. And I would say you would be hard pressed to find anybody that would say that love, in the way that we conceptualize it, does not exist.
I can easily challenge that by saying, can you show me love without a being?
Yeah, well, not necessarily without a being, but like I can show you love contrary to what nature claims as like opposing food chains. Like for example, there's several videos of lions befriending what would be a prey animal and actually helping it out in a situation. Or there's two friends that were made, a hippo and a tortoise, that have been following each other around for the past decade or so, while naturally in Africa. I mean, there's all sorts of these events that go against the grain, where there would be no answer for it if there wasn't such a thing called love or morality, right?
Yeah, and I understand. I think kind of the question that Essie was asking is, can you show me this love or quantify it in some way, shape, or form? And I guess a good analogy for this would be light. So can you show me light without anything physical being present? Meaning, does something physically have to be present in order for us to see light?
Yes, I would
Yes,
say
absolutely.
visible light's dependent upon a medium or an object due to its byproduct being illumination, which is how we perceive light. We don't perceive light for light. We don't perceive light at all. We perceive the byproduct being illumination, which is that interaction between a medium or an object.
So from these observations, it would logically follow that light is present without an object being there. And certainly when an object is there, you can see what is previously unseen.
And that's why I compared it analogously to this consubstantial relationship between like this filter and the flashlight. And when you bring these two things together, what manifests from that is this projection on the wall being illuminated. And I, put it in comparison to this orange filter, whatever color filter lens you want to make it. But you can't have that projection without these two things conjoining, right? And then from that manifests this third thing, which is the perceived thing. And if these two things aren't together, well, you don't have that perceived thing. That's not to say that light doesn't exist or that filter lens doesn't exist. That's just to say that this manifestation of this projection isn't going to happen without the conjoining of these two things having this consubstantial relationship. And which is why I told you it's a very important word to dive into. Consubstantial.
That's exactly the relationship I was saying before. That's exactly the same thing. You can't have something without something else.
You're right. And that something else is magnetism being the necessary antecedent for all phenomena to manifest physically. Which is why we need to dive deeper into what's said about a magnetism and, a magnetic field versus a magnet itself, and just all these types of things that's science never really explains. Like there's a famous video of, was it Walter Russell? Or no, it was Feynman sitting on this high back chair drinking whiskey, and the reporter asked him, "Can you explain magnetism?" And Feynman sits back and chuckles and says, "I could, but it would be way too over your head." And I mean, this is the kind of, arrogance these people possess. And ultimately, they'll tell you it's the emission of virtual photons creating this magnetic interaction between the dipoles of a magnet. But then when you dive into virtual particles and photons, Feynman literally admits that they're non-existent. They're just a concept used to help mathematical equations help balance out. I mean, this is verbatim quoted him saying it. So it's nothing more than an abstract concept. No different than saying unicorn farts or leprechaun gold. So does science have they really explained magnetism? No. All right. For that, you're going to have to dive into the minds of ether field theorists who have actually touched on these things. Right. And this is what's said about the dielectric field and the loss of it creating the magnetic field, and why magnets are a point source object. And that magnetic field is extra phenomena to the magnet itself, and which is why there is no qualitative indifference between a pre-magnet versus post-magnet, due to the fact that there's no molecular or anatomical indifferences, because it's not a qualitative thing, or a quantitative thing, rather a qualitative thing. And this is why science hardly ever touches on principles and attributes, which is why you guys need to dive a little deeper into logic and what could only be, using Occam's razor.
I'll say one thing, bro, Dicelo. You sound like a very intelligent, smart dude. I'll just say this. The same way I would tell you don't put your faith in Einstein, I'll tell you the same thing. Don't put your faith in Ken Wheeler. Nothing against the man. Very intelligent dude. But you hold him in such high esteem that kind of scares me.
Because I dive into who he's parroting. And Ken Wheeler's parroting the gods of electricity who gave us everything we're using today. I mean, Walter Russell, Charles Proteus Steinmetz, Tesla, Oliver Heaviside, James Clerk Maxwell, J.J. Thomson. I mean, all of these guys who talked about the dielectric field and perceived things differently, contrary to mainstream. And this is why mainstream science is at a standstill. We're still using combustible technology, man. Like, we should be far past all of this. You don't think this is a hijacking of ingenuity? What's the word I'm looking for? Inventive ways to ingenuity. Thank you. To kind of like push humanity along. Like, no, like, of course the powers that be want to control and manipulate to keep the people from, rising above them, right? And this is, it's there, you just haven't touched it yet. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like that Matrix thing, man.
Yeah, when you think about it, this dives down into the principal natures of energy and the energy field that is all around us, right? And wouldn't you say that certain people would have a vested interest in the common man not having good principled understanding of how the energy that is in this world around us is, like, the nature of it and how it works and how we could work with it? Because there's certainly people that love to have levers of control, one of which can be, control over power through electricity, right? And if we try to delve more into getting a better foundational knowledge of how these energies around us work, I think it can free us up from some of these control levers. Now, this isn't to say that there's some sort of over unity type device or, some sort of free energy that we could tap into.
The vacuum is a capacitor. It is the free energy. Think about it.
Cool.
You get a container. You can't have it without a container. We put the little plastic walls. We create a differential, which is a capacity within, right? The capacity to what? To create potential, to exert compression or heat, right? So, I mean, the flux capacitor is right there with the magnet. Everything is a magnet, just like Dicelo said. That's the only thing I've been trying to explain. And the power to do all the stuff's right in front of us. It's just been turned into phenomena when it's not. It's action and reaction. There is no real vacuum without you putting a container there to create a capacitor. You can't tell me that's not what you're creating. It's basically a flux capacitor.
Sounds like you're at a sawmill, bro.
It's a flux capacitor, a vacuum container.
Oh wow, that's better.
That you create the differential as a flux capacitor. I'm sorry. It's a flux capacitor. So is a tuning fork. So
Can
is
we
the
travel
magnet.
time? Can we travel through time if we make this? Back to the Future?
Well, you got to get up to 88 miles an hour.
Yeah, is a DeLorean a requirement for this?
In the movie, listen, the actual reality of a capacitor is what I just told you. It's not a toy fucking going through the future car. It's an
But
actual
where?
thing that creates energy.
But
It
where's
creates a
my
differential.
hoverboard?
It's called capacity, and it capacitates, right? It's a
Where's my
capacitor.
hoverboard?
You control. Listen, you can go make one easy. It's not my fault you don't understand technology or magnetism. Listen, the government is the one hiding your hoverboard, buddy, not me.
Where's my hoverboard, Demo?
Supposedly there are a few devices out there that generate a small amount of power without any moving parts or input. And Wheeler's done a few videos on it. And he said that he noticed a significant difference when, for whatever reason, the moon was completely overhead. The thing doubled its output. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like harnessing ether drift, right, or the ether flow. So there is a movement that can be you can induce some sort of power from that movement, right? But
yeah,
Sorry, I just got a couple seconds. The moon's charging up from you.
like
The moon's exerting
like
energy from you, maybe.
like
Think
a
about
corona
that. Think about it that
motor,
way.
like a corona
Just
motor.
think about it that
Right?
way. Think about it backwards from what you've been told by philosophizers who
Yeah.
have a religion to back
Yep.
with money.
Uh-huh.
Okay, because your science has
Yep.
been built on dollars, not action and reaction. So let's get that straight. So think about it a different way. Think about like when you're outside and you're doing something and you got energy, maybe the moon's pulling that. Think about that way. That's the way I.
Do it in a lab demo, then I'll be interested.
Yeah, me too. A model of what you see in reality. Well, you get a differential, don't you? Don't you get an exchange of something happening? There's your
It's
model,
all
baby
good. I'll
boy.
still
Go
good. I'll
out in the
take your word
moonlight.
for it for now, but I want to see it in a lab.
Go out in the moonlight. Listen, you're talking for nothing, dude. The 5-year-old, I just said that too.
No,
Said,
I'm
man, so you
reflecting
mean
your
I can go
stupid
get a
lab.
reader and go out in the moonlight and see and detect what's going on now? I said, yes, you can, little Timmy. It's that easy. And you said, what now?
In a lab, or it didn't happen. That's
Yeah, the
your
little kid does it
that's
outside.
your logic.
Yeah, outside or in a lab, buddy. No, outside's where you see the moon's action, not in the lab.
All right, do it outside. I'll be happy with that as well.
Yeah, we'll go outside with the fucking whatever electrical meter you have and whatever differential you get. There
No,
you go, buddy.
you make a
There you
vacuum
go.
capacitor, then you hit me up.
No, I don't have to do anything. Reality's my physics, buddy. Whatever you see, go in the lab and do whatever you want to do.
Well, if
That's
we're
fine.
going to use the whole of reality and not a lab,
You.
then don't ask me to
No,
use the
not
lab
we.
next time.
Not we, you. Whatever you want to do, go do it, Goofy. I don't need to
Okay,
hold your
don't
hand, do
ask
I?
me about a lab next time, then, please.
Do what? For all of your globe science standing on shoulders for thousands of years, don't ask you for an experiment of globe physics? That's odd.
Don't tell me it has to be
Flat
outside
Earther.
or in a lab.
Okay, Flat Earther, I'll never ask you about a globe that exists again. I'm sorry, Flat Earther.
Because I'm going to use the whole of reality, not just outside or a lab.
Yeah, which is not a globe, so sad for you, huh? Your plastic sticker ball doesn't exist in reality, so don't ever mention a globe. Anyway, you created a capacitor when you created a container and a chamber. You're doing work off that chamber from the medium that you put the chamber in. And whatever you're asking me about the moon, I just told you, it can exert. Think about it that way. Whatever else you want to do from there, snide Piper and make up, that's your own thing, Dawn. Go ahead, I implore you. This is what science is. Go do some real science on your own. Come back and give us your reading. Tell us whether it makes sense or not. I don't care. I don't got
That's
no
all I'm
money in it.
telling you to do with the capacitor.
I don't got no
vacuum
horse in the
capacitor.
fight. I'm just telling you reality, buddy. Are you arguing with action and reaction?
I'm telling you, I'll believe you more once you've done it outside or in a lab.
Once you see reality, you'll believe me. That makes no sense. Thank
No,
you.
once you've demonstrated it
The little kid I
outside or
just
in a
told.
lab.
I just told a little kid that moonlight could probably exert the energy from stuff, and that we have little meters that might be able to test this. Would you like to go try to figure out and see if you could test it? And they said, sure. They didn't have crazy questions. They don't want to know any phenomena. They said, sure.
And what
So
did you
now,
say?
as
Maybe
the
next
true little
Tuesday I'll
scientists,
call you.
they can really find out what reality happens. They don't have to make stuff up, phenomena. I don't need your phenomena, Dawn.
When are you going to take them?
They've already went. It's already happened. So why don't you go do yours? Stop talking to me about me, dude. Do for you.
Hang on.
Find out science for you. If you're the only person existing, remember that statement? You exist for you. I can't
Whose
fucking
kid
be in
was
your
this
mind.
that you
I
took
can't
and
be
taught?
your religion for you. I can't be your mind. I definitely can't think for you because you don't listen to anything I say. So everything
Wasn't
I've
a
ever
friend's
said to
kid
you,
at
I
least,
haven't listened
not a
to.
random kid.
So I don't know why you're even talking to me, because if I say go pet your dog, you're not going to do it. So stop talking to me.
It already happened.
Yeah, you're going to make up stories. Yeah, I know. So when you guys want to do real science and go outside with your meters and your temperature meters and your differential meters and your pressure meters, put all of them together lined up in the moonlight and see if you get a reading from all of them electrically. Ha ha. Sorry. Then come back and tell me about your made up science. That's all just electrical potential. Come on, dude. Your electricity that you can't weigh, your lightning bolt, which is weight, that is the very epitome of weight, the lightning bolt. What are you
Reckon
talking
you should,
about?
you should help those other people with the cutlery and
Yeah, you
washing
just
up
don't
and stuff.
understand it. That's not my fault. You can't understand
Well,
what it
hey,
is. You
D-Mod,
understand?
check this out.
What's
You get,
electricity? What's electricity?
you
It's
can
the
act,
lightning bolt. It's
you can actually
energy. It's the connection to ground. It's that little
What
spark you see.
what's energy?
Whatever you want to call it.
hey,
I don't know what
D-Mod,
your
did you,
energy is, buddy. Your
D-Mod,
religion's different than anybody else's. I don't know. I don't have energy. I got action and reaction. I have potential, right, and resistance. That's it. I don't
You have
have weight.
you have
There's no weight
poten-
needed. There's
so
no
you have
density needed.
potential action and you have potential reaction.
Yeah, so go outside and do stuff. When you heat
yeah,
it up
but
to a certain temperature, you'll get a reaction. If you keep doing that to expect some difference, insane. I don't know what to tell you guys.
Nobody's expecting anything different.
So what are you guys asking me stupid questions about reality for? When everybody has already done this chemistry.
No one
Chemistry
did.
is the only real science.
Cool
You know that,
story.
right?
All right, then
Nobody
let's
did.
move on.
Chemistry
It's
of
all been done. It's all
materials.
been explained. Enoch, you
Chemistry of
already
basic
said it, bro.
materials and an
You
easy
already
makeup
said
is
it.
the only
It's
science you
all
have.
been explained. It's
Easy
all been
based science
explained
is all you
by
have.
DMOC, so everybody can just be done. All right, cool.
No,
Conversation
nothing's
over.
been explained. No,
Nothing to
explain
talk
your
about,
own.
bro.
No, I
Every
talk for
well,
me,
hey,
buddy.
hey,
Enoch got
let
the
me,
No, stop including
explanation.
me in your sentence in
The
your life,
theory of
dude. I don't even
everything,
know
bro.
you. I've never met you. I don't speak
I've
for you
never
at
met
all.
you either, bro.
okay,
I never
I
okay,
don't
met
speak for
check
you.
this
Where
real
did
quick,
that come
real
from?
quick.
You got
Yeah,
an imaginary
No,
friend named D-Mock?
right. You already
My
figured it
name is
out, bro.
Capacitor is a
Uh,
vacuum.
You've got all the answers. You
You're
figured it
talking
out.
to the capacitor is a
Yeah,
vacuum.
bro.
That's my name.
guys,
Where's
Yeah.
D-Mock?
hey, but hang on, D-Mock, I wanted to add to the moonlight. You're talking about the moonlight. You could use a parabolic cooker. You know what a parabolic cooker is?
Don't care.
What?
I don't care. Why do I need to care about that dog shit?
If you don't
Well,
care, then bro, just move along from the conversation. You had nothing of value. All you did
No,
was
my
come in
point
and
in the
poo-poo
conversation
everything, bro,
was
and say
taking you
everything's
off
been
the
already
because
rails
figured
about
out.
he
midgets.
can't.
It's poo-pooed.
I'm
It's
taking
been
you off
explained
the
away
midgets.
by
All right,
DMOC. DMOC knows that
Taking
reality
you
is
off the midgets
reality.
of
So
ankles. The
anything
ankles of
anybody gonna
midgets.
say is just gonna
You're
get
standing
poo-pooed
on
on.
the ankles of
Why
midgets.
even
It's
have
not
a
my fault.
conversation? Why even have a
Yeah, I know.
conversation, bro?
Pray to some more goofy fucking
Yeah,
phenomena.
yeah. You're the one on your
Yeah, the
knees making the
moonlight
prayer, bro.
exerts energy
You're
from you
you're the
to it.
one on your knees
yeah,
making the
yeah. That's
prayer.
why you use a parabolic cooker.
The moonlight
Listen,
exerts
listen, D-Mock.
Your
energy. You're
action and
not hot and
reaction,
cold.
bro.
D-Mock,
Yeah,
It's
D-Mock.
not cold. It's just action reaction, high to low, hot to cold,
So if
positive
it's
to
not
yeah.
negative.
cold, we can test
That's
that then.
what we're saying, but we're saying it in a way that progresses the conversation forward. You say it in a
No,
way
you're saying there's
it's
cold
all been
moonlight.
figured out.
No, stupid.
Just keep
Listen,
No,
on.
listen,
stupid.
use a
Cold
parabolic
moonlight
cooker.
doesn't make any
Listen,
sense. Get
look
out of
up.
here.
Listen. A
You
parabolic
demonstrate
cooker,
your cold fucking moonlight.
dude. A parabolic cooker. Actually, it's like a dish. So it takes the sun's rays, right, and center points it into, like, say you can water, and you can boil water to like 700 degrees Fahrenheit, roughly around there. Take that parabolic cooker and focus the moonlight and see if you can cool water off. Do the opposite. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you should be able to. It should exert. If the moon is charged from the sun, the moon should be taking on a charge from everything around it. What the fuck? Why would it not?
Oh, sure, but if you can use that parabolic, if you water with
I'm
the
just saying,
moon's
do
light,
whatever you want, Don. You might prove me right. It's not my fault. I don't care what the action or reaction is. Whatever you get is what you get. I'm not going to imply anything. I'm not God. I didn't make the stuff. You guys are asking me to be God, which I'm not. It's kind of crazy. You're calling me something like I know everything. I'm telling you I don't know shit. I'm telling you, think about it a different way. Is that too hard? Don't think about it the way some guy already told you 100 million times. Try to think for your fucking self, man. There's other ways to do stuff. And you might be right, and they can all be wrong. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Science
I
is
don't
wrong,
even know
guys.
what just happened. What just happened? Just for anybody that might be interested, I'm gonna post this in the chat. What I was just talking about. I think if you make one of those and try to focus the moon's light instead of the sun, I mean, for the shot.
Yeah, I'm telling you guys right now, stop calling names, please. I know we all came from some crazy servers, but we gotta learn to stop calling names.
Yeah, I don't know what just happened, Jeremy. Talking about parabolic cookers in the moon, and then it goes from that to where'd it go?
Well, with the parabolic cooker thing, you could actually use multiple of them, I believe, like they do with the sunlight. You ever see the way they harness power? They'll have a bunch of those mirrors. I don't know if they're parabolic or not, but they got a bunch of mirrors on the ground. It's like looks like a solar farm. It's all mirrors pointing up at one spot. Like heats liquid up and does the creation of electricity thing. But I mean, yeah, you could use the parabolic cookers and or whatever those things are in combination with a Fresnel lens, like a whole bunch of. I would put a whole bunch of stuff on one spot. Now, I wouldn't try to use just one. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right,
if it's gonna.
yeah. Because you might be able to get even more.
Yeah, you could use a Fresnel lens on top and then the parabolic cookers behind it or something. Like there's all kinds of setups you could have with that.
Actually, I think Brian didn't he say something about he has a Fresnel lens, right? He might be doing it.
Listen, Brian loves to do shit. He never listens to me though. I always tell him what to do and he doesn't. He doesn't do it. He's good though. He will go out there and try shit. I got to give him credit. He does try mad shit. He's always doing stuff. What happened? Was it going good? Or I don't know. I could barely hear. I was mowing my lawn.
Oh, D-Mock and that one guy, it was pretty funny for a second until they got okay. Not funny, really. I don't know where he went. We were talking about the moon's light.
That napalm guy?
No, D-Mock. I don't know where he went. Like, We're talking about
He's
the
in here.
moon's light, and then he was like, "I don't care about your parabolic cooker. I don't know which to." Like, what? What? What's going on here? I think D-Mark was just caught up in the flow, I guess.
Yeah, I'd love to see that parabolic thing if you ever try. Are you gonna do it or?
No, I think there was I don't think I could do it where I'm at right now at the moment because I'm sure around a bunch of freaking trees and everything. I can't really get the moon's light. Like I could find a patch, but it's not. It'll be better to do it out like in like where there's a lot of land and there's no trees to get involved, get in the way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You gotta do it like that.
Plus, I think the Fresnel lens would help concentrate it, magnify it, but whatever, make it stronger. It's all on leaky now, great. And it'd probably be better if you were near the tropics. Closer to the moon.
Yeah,
I mean, Leakey's in Florida, so. Leakey's good though. We used to do little fucking things after the Brandon's after show. Sometimes Brandon would just bust out and start playing with magnets.
Dude, magnets are so freaking fun. There's just no way around. You can't do that with gravity, man. Why hasn't gravity came up with some kind of cool mechanism that we can play with gravity? Where's that
feel
at?
you. I got a perpetual motion machine that works off of gravity and magnets, or whatever you want to call the downward acceleration of solid objects.
Yeah. Hey, yo, D-Mark, can you show me tides going uphill?
Well, the tides reside on the surface of the water. So, and there's like trenches and everything under the same water that's got 1 foot of land underneath it compared to 8 mile deep hole right next to each other. And the surface of the water is still the same level. So I don't understand how water findings level would ever show you a hill or a gradient drop of water unless you poured it off of something from the point of where you got the source to where there's not any. Or where you're pouring it to. Yeah, you don't have an ocean. Yeah, that would be called an island. That would be an island. That would be an island sticking up out of the water. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. But anyway, the sunlight, the moonlight, if the moon, in my mind, exerts a charge from the sun, then it has to exert a charge from everything that the sun reflects from, which is everything on Earth. The big shiny fucking mirror water ball we live on. And it's shining back up on it, and the moon is like a solar panel itself. Just like the little toy you got for 50 cents at the dollar store that lights up when you click the button, or $1 or whatever, you know what I'm talking about. It's got a solar panel on the back. A solar panel reminds me kind of like the moon. It can set off a reflection, it can have light, but it also exerts something to create a fucking charge of what it is. It gives you energy, power. It lights up.
Yeah. No, before we moved on back to that, isn't the Mississippi River, how many miles is that? I can't remember. Like 200 or something. I can't remember. But isn't it going downhill? Isn't that main?
All rivers gently flow down to the sea. Where are they coming from is the question.
Bro, that's. I mean, I have my supposition that it's coming from the north, but that is to be determined more, if you will.
No, they'd have to come from the south and then go to the north. That would make more sense. Well, I mean, it could actually be either way. It could be either way. I mean, what the fuck? How do we know north is even south? Yeah, it could be either way.
Well, I just look at the old maps with the 4 rivers. And then you got that, I've been looking at that Hollow Earth stuff. I didn't really look at it too hard because I thought it was more attached to the globe. But when you look at it more, it's like, okay, that actually, makes sense.
Watch in a week or a month, you're going to see science just discovered the moon is charging up. It's pulling a current from the earth and the sun, and that's what gives it its power.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, everything's.
Well, remember I said it. You guys all acted like you didn't have a clue what I was talking about, so just remember I said it.
I didn't hear that part too much.
Yeah, I know. Nobody hears anything that makes sense. So the moon pulls energy, charges up from you, the sun, whatever source of energy might be there, as well as putting off a light. Everything's a capacitor, a reactor.
There's actually a downward flowing current.
There is a downward flowing current.
Yeah, so there's a downward flowing current. Now, if we were charging the moon, wouldn't it be an upward flowing current?
I think there's both. I think there's a differential of both. I think there's two things going on. There's an exchange, Jeremy. It's an exchange. It's a proper exchange to zero to keep it good and balanced.
Would you say a proper exchange to zero?
What?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what Denmark just said.
So I'm trying to figure it out as well.
What's a proper exchange to zero mean?
Yeah. Everything tries to ground out or balance out, and the medium around it are the electrical continuity. The lightning bolt is the epitome of weight. That's why you're like, I can't weigh a lightning bolt. Well, how do you weigh weight anyway? It's electricity, you get electrical resistance. So you are weighing lightning bolts. Tell me.
You weigh weight with a scale.
So if you think about stuff different than what you've been like, pushed into your brain and shoveled in there like shit. No, there's other ways to think about stuff. I'm sorry. You cannot go back to a book that's wrong to go against a book that's wrong. How the fuck would this ever work? I just don't understand. If somebody's been proven to be wrong, you throw that book away and burn it. Why would you ever keep trying to look at it? It doesn't make any sense.
D-Mike, a lot of things don't
Oh,
make
it's an all or nothing fallacy. If they got one thing wrong, they're wrong on everything, and we burn the whole book.
Yeah, if the book's on the thing you're talking about. Yeah, fuck yeah. So if there's a book written on a whole bunch of garbage, like a proton, that you can never do anything with, prove, or nothing, it's just a fucking story. What do you do with that? You could have did without that book. Sorry. Yeah, burn it all. If it's garbage you can't do anything with or react or control, it's not chemistry, it's not science, and it's definitely not physics. It's called religion, Jeremy. There has to be a separation here.
Yeah, D-Mike, your point when you say show me electron and all that stuff, you understand you can control for these charges, right? Or if you will, currents.
Action and reaction? Hell yeah. I ain't got to put no words to it like you guys in religious terms and try to say, well, I'm going to explain some weird shit. I'm just going to explain what I think's happening. There's an exchange of energy. If something charges, it has to be taking a charge. And if it can be reflected, it's still going to put off a light. Or if it takes a charge, it's got to put off that energy too. It's got to radiate that energy, right, Jeremy? So if I put energy into the light bulb to light it up, it's going to take in energy and put out energy, right, Jeremy? There's going to be an exchange, a differential right there. So when the moonlight does one thing, it can do both, baby boy. Just think about it different. I'm sorry, nobody's ever, comprised this idea to you that you have to power the light bulb to get the light to shine at you. It's pulling energy too, as well as pushing it to you. Same as the moon, buddy. I'm sorry. Same as the sun. How do you think the sun's powered? By nothing? By thought? No. Something's giving it its energy to react. Same thing. If there's an exchange. And how is helium, that's something that's going to be inert, going to light up? When does that happen? How is the sun even helium in the first place? Shit, let's talk about that.
You said the sun isn't helium?
I said I don't know what it is unless I can produce one. If I could produce one in the lab, I'll tell you I can produce a little helium sun. If I can, then I wouldn't say it's helium. You have your capacitor, you have your reactor, your little vacuum chamber. Put your little helium and nitrogen in there. See what the fuck you get. If you don't get that, then it's bullshit. Pretty simple, man. Physics do not change. How can you guys have different physics? There's one physics, man. Let's work with it.
Hey, Damok, when you're at work, do you have coworkers ever looking around at you like, man, ow, I think the earth is flat now because I heard Damok.
Yeah, he's swaying a lot of people, Denmark.
You got to really think about it though. They definitely got to be hearing what you're saying sometimes. There's no way around that.
I entertain everybody.
He does help sway people. He taught a kid about the moon energy recently, I think. Took the kid somewhere and taught him about energies from the moon. Sounds fucked up, but
that's tough. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I suppose it's better than telling the kid there's a monster under their bed.
yeah, I'm sure it was good intentioned. I teach my kids about energies from the moon as well.
Well, at least there's no doubt there's energy from the sun, though. There's just no doubt on that one. The moon?
Some people doubt the moon, yeah. But I agree, the sun's quite undeniable that energy's coming off that thing.
Yeah. So you get some charge with your solar panels.
Yeah, you can literally make electricity just with a panel now. But some flat earthers will tell you that's not from the sun, it's from the sky.
No,
Sun
that's the
rises
future
the sky,
right there.
and the sky gives you energy.
I think solar panels are the future. That and wind. That shit's always happening. I mean, hydro too. I mean, hydro's okay, but like not everyone has a river running through their backyard. So like, I think it's gonna be solar and wind is gonna be the future.
Here's the thing, Don. Herman Paulson, I think he got more chart. I think he got 200 to 300. I have to look at it again because I know in the winter time, right, it's more dense, the cold air. Therefore, the molecules will hold a charge much better. If it would be just the sun, not the atmo or the air, then that wouldn't make sense, really. Well, maybe it would. Maybe it would make sense. The sun will, its rays will get trapped. Okay, never mind. No, but that's crazy though, guys. Herman Paulson going at around 1,000 feet, getting 40 to 50,000 volts. Supposedly, he went on the the Appalachian Mountains, and got about 10 million volts just by going in the zenith straight up. Free energy.
I hear some real vacuum capacitor knowledge, Demok. Apparently, there's some vacuum variable capacitors, and they have to wrap them in a vacuum for insulation to help the capacitor somehow. So I wanted to check on this because it means you haven't just combined two random words. Other people have combined vacuum and capacitor before in the past. It's actually a real object.
Wait, there's actually a vacuum capacitor.
Kind of. There's a capacitor wrapped in a vacuum for insulation.
Hmm.
I don't think
You're
it's
talking
quite
about the glass.
what
You're
Demok
talking
was
about the
on
glass
about.
capacitor.
Yeah, I just looked it up because I thought Demok is actually trying to talk about two real things that have been combined in the past. For some reason, that we found that vacuums are good insulation for capacitors sometimes, I guess.
I was thinking about like super capacitors. That's what I was thinking that he might have been talking about, but no, I don't think so.
I think he was hinting at the idea that when you compact this idea of empty space or nothingness into a box, you're making more potential energy by squeezing it in, keeping it squeezed in. Maybe. That's the truth that I heard in it.
What he's talking about is a dielectric capacitor, and that's how you get this this capacitance discharge of dielectric induction.
Somehow that relates to nature as well, I guess.
Yep.
I have a capacitor on my drone, so it stops voltage spikes. Just goes into the circuit. And if the drone goes funny and a voltage spike, it just capacitates, I guess, the voltage spike so that the drone doesn't burn into flames. But then I've been told that it doesn't really protect from voltage spikes at all, and it's more just to get rid of noise in the system.
Capacitance, resistance, charge, discharge. Just the archetypes of motion for energy.
Do you know the ferrite of your capacitor? 600, 890. What do you know?
I think it's 350.
Oh, yeah, it's a drone. Really like 800, 600, roughly around, or in like amplifiers, like class A, E, C, D. High caps. a pretty it's a nice size cap for a drone. That must be a nice drone. It isn't cheap. 300, you said?
Check again. Might be 350 amps.
Okay. Yeah, that's not a bad drone then. Yeah, because the cheap ones, I think they were like 45, I think.
The battery's 16.8 volts. Capacitor's 50 volts. So just
Oh, you're at 16 volts. Nice. That's a nice drone then.
yeah, it's 4-cell, 5-inch. Carries a GoPro.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice drone then. Oh, just based off like the
It's
power.
amazing. Yeah, the power to weight is amazing. Can't go high enough to see Earth's shape though. Horizon's still flat, even at 1,000 foot, pretty much.
Did you know that you can take a fishing line and then tie it to the bottom of your drone and then make some kind of like dish, a flat dish with the aluminum foil wrapped in it, and bring a string, a cord all the way straight down, ground it out, and you can get a little charge going on there.
Then you're like flying around with an electric string attached.
Yeah, you go ahead and touch that sucker and you'll get shocked.
I saw a mad clip on TikTok. Someone hit a golf ball at a golf club and it was in a storm. And as the ball went out into the fog, massive lightning bolt struck the ball.
Wow, that's weird timing. That's interesting, actually.
Yeah, I just thought it was interesting. A tiny little ball, even what it's made of, is enough to trigger that at that time. Sparks
Right,
down.
right. It's just that is interesting, actually. Being that small and then attracting or not, I don't know what I wouldn't speak out of terms, but for layman's terms, I guess, attracting that lightning bolt that small.
Yeah, it is. It was because the cloud was rolling in, and most of the probably been told to stop, but he just hit one last ball.
What it blew up the golf ball?
I don't know, but the clips say that that's what the lightning struck, and it did strike just as the ball disappeared into the fog at the same height. Yeah, you don't see the lightning hit the ground, so it must have hit the ball. There's a video in the chat if you want to see it.
Yeah, I want to look at it.
Like if you were a religious pagan, you'd say, Thor says no more golf.
Dude, that lightning bolt looked, dude, that was weird. That's crazy.
Could be faked for a viral video, but I think it's real. I think it's believable that it can happen.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, what would a golf ball be? I mean, it has atoms, right? I mean, the core is positive, the exterior, if you will, the shell, negative. Would that? I mean, yeah, I can see it. I can see it happening. A lot of people think it's just lightning's attracted to just metals. No.
I guess that's kind of weird nerdy science to work out why the ball was enough for the lightning to try and ground. How did it?
Yeah, that's
Why did
true.
the lightning think like the ground was higher?
That's that. Yeah, yeah. You got a point there. Ground. Yeah. Hmm.
Because it's trying to get to the ground, but at this point it didn't make it. It just hit the ball and went back
Yeah.
on itself.
So the timing was, dude. That timing. I think it did hit the ball, even though you don't see it, like for say. But that's real, dude. That definitely it appears to hit the ball. Maybe it's from the swing, like soon as the club hits the ball, maybe there's some kind of like shock, like some kind of energy going on in there.
I was thinking static, but I don't know if
Static, yeah, maybe.
I don't know if natural lightning is attracted to just static things with a static charge. Maybe. Yeah, it must be. So touching it with the hand or the glove and then whacking it hard. It's got some type of charge.
Yeah, yeah, dude, that was interesting. I want to keep that video actually.
I'm gonna watch 2-hour video about how the pyramids were built by 2 experts who don't even know how they're built, which is quite cool and telling.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of speculations or suppositions people have. Some presuppose but
It's
I
mad
don't
that
know.
even the experts, aren't really sure.
Yeah, it's because it's so. It's like how can I put it? We can't even replicate them today, right? Because we don't even have the technology for that. Like the granite, how it had to been cut to precise, the way they are so lined up. I think there's like each in the king's chamber. I think each granite rock or slab is like 70,000 tons. That's freaking nuts.
Yeah. Memorial Day weekend, huh? Respect to the troops that paid their lives. What's going on, Don? No hangover?
He's in the shower right now.
He showered? That's crazy. That's tough. What up, Miss Don's wife?
Hello.
Hey, hey, hey. Everybody talk at once.
My AirPods have been dead. What happened? Nothing. No one's been talking.
Public service announcement: the Earth is not a spinning ball. I repeat, the Earth is not a spinning ball.
I hear that. I heard you killed him on your debate you had, you and Kai.
Yeah, it was all right.
They were saying the Glovers. I think even the Glovers were saying the Glovers you debated were terrible.
Yeah, just ad homs and nuh-ons.
Yeah.
Actually, the female though, she said at one point she was like, "Yeah, they just assumed a globe, and then they assumed everything else was spheres, and then they came up with gravity to make it work, and I guess it works well enough." I was like, "Thank you, man. You're being honest." So it's the same girl we debated back in the day, and we asked her about the second law and the atmosphere or whatever. And so I guess this time she's been thinking about it, and so she said she has a theory of her own, which is that the moon keeps the atmosphere in by basically shoveling.
Hold on. She said the moon keeps the atmosphere in. That's it.
Yeah, she said the moon holds the atmosphere. The moon holds the atmosphere in.
That could be the worst thing I've heard like all week.
At least she's acknowledging there's a problem, though. You know.
Where'd you find those people at? Like Twitter or something?
Oh yeah, I don't know. James just set the debate up. Some girl that's I don't know in college or
Oh,
something.
no doubt. No doubt.
What? You say Damon?
No, nobody said your name.
Oh, I thought he said Damon set it up. I'm like, no, it didn't.
Damon, did you know
Oh.
the Earth is station and a planin? If you can't come to terms, that's layman. Call layman.
What's the
Oh, that's pretty good.
What's the guy's name that runs Modern Day Debates?
Do you get paid for that?
No.
That sucks. That Jen girl's a weird,
It ain't
weird
about the
person,
money.
isn't she?
Tell him what's it. It ain't about the money.
Yeah, it's not about the money, bro. Don't make it weird. You ever wonder what space is with pressure adjacent? If that's a second law violation?
No.
Can you attribute a physical property to a privation?
No.
How come we don't have north to south circumnavigation?
No.
And every major country's in cooperation to prevent private exploration. And we give
Shouldn't they have-
NASA 60 mil a day in payments for paintings and computers generate in animations.
He's right. He's beating you with raps.
I'm not trying to rap, for fuck's sake. I'm not a
It doesn't
rapper.
matter. He's beating you with his rap.
Space-time is a reification. But most Glovers don't even know what their claim is. How we got gas pressure that you breathe in if a container is the antecedent? Damn, we left him speechless.
You guys.
This is boring.
Freestyle shit. Listen, you got some of the best raps out there with it in the flat Earth game.
Thanks. Not too many to compete with. B.O.B. though. B.O.B.'s clearly the best. I'm thinking about going on the streets and doing like, have you ever heard of Harry Mack?
Nah.
It's this guy who goes on the streets and he'll like ask people to give him random words or rap about what he sees. I'm thinking about doing that for Flat Earth, like bringing a mic and like freestyling in public about the Earth. Because people can't really get mad if you're rapping, you know?
Oh yeah, you could say anything if you're rapping.
I've never seen Jim Panda's server get more mad than whenever I say the Flat Earth raps.
I ain't been over there in a minute.
I guess they mad that we would never back down. If they lied about the Earth, why are you trying to have us map? Why are you trying to have it mapped out? Hey, how are we gonna have it mapped out? Trying to paint the bigger picture, they can't see the background. Isn't that funny though that they always ask for a map? I'm like, bro, so they lied about the Earth. We can't freely travel the Earth. We don't know what the Earth is. Well, then why don't you have a map? So weird.
Yeah, I mean, how many billions of dollars did they spend making their map? Meanwhile, it's us, you know, we're a few guys on the internet.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, why don't you guys make a model? We have a model. You don't have anything. You're just taking what someone else did for you like hundreds of years and all the world's governments and billions of dollars. Yeah. Why don't you guys come up with a map then? Why don't you guys come up with a model? It's like you guys don't have a model and you have hundreds of years and all the world's governments and you guys have had to change your claims like 1,000 times. You have everyone that goes to school trying to help patch up your problems. You're asking us why some flat earthers that are super censored and have no resources haven't come up with a competing quote unquote model. Very disingenuous. We actually do though. Like we like put the sun at where it fluctuates between 4,000 and 6,000 miles and roughly 33 miles in diameter. Oh. And I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just saying it's like we can offer replacements. We just don't have to. We just would be stupid because we'd be doing the same thing that we're calling out. We can't come up with a map though because you have to have the central point accurately laid out to get the accurate layout of land. You know.
Is the wrapping done? Right.
What's up, guys? How we doing? Reckoner, good to see you. It's supposed to be real Bob Dole. How we doing?
Hello.
Woo. I had my lighter in there that whole time.
Right on. Yeah, I feel you. Thanks, bro. I can feel you out there. What you been up to, bud?
I've been chilling.
I don't know.
What you been up to?
Chilling, man. Just mowing some grass today.
That's what I was doing earlier. Yeah, mowing a fucking giant lawn.
Oh God, right? Do you ever sit down mower?
No, it's
Cool.
got propel. It's propelled though.
Oh, it's propel, you bastard.
Yeah, all I gotta do is pull the handle and I can't even keep up with it, honestly. If I put that shit on full speed, I look like a nutcase trying to mow the lawn. Like, there's no way.
Oh, that's cool, man. It's funny, I had a friend lend me one, but it was an old one. And I'm like, fuck you. My neighbor's got like the 0 turn, whatever, the 0 degree fucking, I forget what the
Yeah.
name, you know? And the fucking, I can't whip out this fucking old thing. It barely cuts, I think. And I got, there's like hills and shit. Get tipped
Oh
over.
yeah, that's what I mean, dude. My shit's on kind of a nice, not a hill, but like I got a nice slant to my front yard in certain spots, and it's like if you try to do that shit without any kind of like help, it's just a fucking struggle.
Yeah, hill. Yeah, I feel you on the hills.
I mean, I
Good
could cut it
workout. Good
sideways,
workout.
and I could cut it sideways, and it wouldn't be that bad. But then I run into a problem when I'm coming up against my neighbor's shit. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel you. You want to have a straight line.
I let my neighbors take part of my yard over, honestly. Like, I'm not going to say anything because I don't give a fuck. Like, the kids don't play out there. Like, I don't even care about that land. That land's all for show, pretty much. And they just keep, like, inching over and mowing it farther and farther. And I don't care because I live in between the two people. There's 3 people in my neighborhood that got dope lawns. I'm in between 2 of them. Like, they got the guys coming with the fucking, the spraying shit every summer, all the time.
That's cool.
It looks like fucking AstroTurf out this bitch. Like baseball diamond shit.
Nice. Cross patterns and shit. Cross hatches.
Yeah, my man's doing swirls and shit next door to one guy. I'm like, bro, come on, man. You're fucking killing me, dude.
I know. It's like, dude, you make me look like shit. All my neighbors are like, got the 0, like I was saying, got the 0 turn. So they just run right through it on a fucking Tuesday. And so my lawn looks like shit for like 5 days, until I get to it. It's fucking like a 2-hour job. Yeah.
Like next to normal people, my lawn doesn't really look that bad. But when it's between these guys, it looks like shit. And it's like, damn, man, you're killing me.
Yeah, I feel you.
We spend damn, I can't remember what it was. I think it was $40 billion a year in lawn care, in just America, right?
Yeah,
bro, that's curing homeless. Yeah, I mean, I don't. You could cure so many problems with that, but we were worried about grass and shit.
Well, it's like that's the thing, man. It's about somebody's. I see. That's the thing. It's like, but it's somebody's grass, and they give a shit about their shit.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's.
But it's so frivolous. It's so frivolous, though. Like,
you know what though? You think that? I guess maybe in some places it is, but at the same time, like it keeps fucking bugs down. It's like it's good to do, man.
I hear you.
I used to be against it in a way, like as a kid. You know what I mean? Like, oh, whatever. But that's mainly because it was chores. But
Yeah.
at the same time, like it just looks better. It's like a haircut. That's how I look at it.
Yeah.
Haircuts look good. They're healthy. I don't know. Shit's good. I don't know. It's so weird to me, like you know, if you think about it, like how like you know, whatever. I mean, I don't know. It's like you think of the way the system is in the sense of whatever, but it's actually like, you know, it tells you right from the gate how to do it. You know, like it tells you how to succeed in it. You know what I mean? In a certain way. Granted, you know, we're not giving up too many fucking things. It's just I don't know. It's interesting to me. Like I used to hate like the idea of cutting the lawn, but it's like it's a good thing. You know what I mean? Or like you know, you don't. I don't know. You learn to kind of see the wisdom in things. You know.
Yeah, I ain't worried about cutting the time we spend to cut the grass or whatever, just the amount of money we spend collectively as a whole. Like,
Oh yeah,
you could do so much more with that money.
yeah, sure, people could, but they don't want the labor, and they got big lawns and shit like that. Who knows?
People want that cookie cutter look house.
But if you
Everyone's
did
trying
it
to
every
keep
other week,
Kardashians.
you know, if they did it every other week, you know, like you know, somehow. But then that would take out of the mouths of the people who are mowing those lawns.
Yeah,
You know, you can make a living cutting lawns.
I know.
So
I used to get busy when I was a kid shoveling. I used to love when the snow came.
right,
That
you
would
can
just
always
be
make
money falling. Money would just be falling out the sky at that point because I'd just get my little shovel and just start going door to door. Yo, you need your shit shoveled? What's up? $5, $10. How big is it? What do you want done?
yeah. Yeah, I remember we used to go do that.
That's easy, man. Even back in the '90s, you could go make $50 real quick.
Oh yeah, easily. Yeah, you can make some money and a tip good or whatever it is, hopefully. And
Bro, even if they don't, you can knock out fucking, 10 things for $5 a piece,
oh yeah, yeah,
fairly quickly. Yeah.
yeah. Especially if you got a buddy with you and bang some shit out. Yeah, man, it's good. But that's what I mean. It's like you can do that. That's pretty cool. You know. Hmm. So it's been good up in here, man. What you been up to today? Fucking anybody?
Trying to control the madness. It's been crazy in here.
Oh yeah.
Fucking crazy, dude.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what time is it. Oh, it's like Glowbusters on.
Oh, is that where everyone's at?
Probably Sunday, right?
Yeah, What's it was in here rapping a minute ago. It was, it was funny. He was rapping at Dave. I didn't know if, at first I thought he was just debating him, and then I was like, why is all this shit rhyme? I was like, oh, he's fucking rapping on him.
I'm gonna get something to eat, brother. In a little bit.
Yeah.
But I'll probably come back and chill in a little bit too. Maybe jam if nobody's in here.
We'll be here. We'll be here.
Sweet, man. All right, good to talk, man. I'll talk to you in a little bit.
No. Later, he said.
Later, brother.
Who is it? You need a stapler? All right, I'll get it for you. Hold on. Do you know where it is? Where? Just tell me where, bud. There's a bunch of wires and stuff. Point to it. Easy. Oh, I love you. It was a sweet note from your mom. You got a whole beard and mustache going. Look at you go. Babe, do you know where the stapler is? Never mind, we got it. Here, I'll put it back. I'll put it back, bud. Thanks.
Hey, Geo. Geo, are you there?
What's up?
Hello.
How we doing?
Doing good.
No
I
doubt.
guess we are doing good. I can't speak for everyone else. I assume we're both doing all right.
Good. Good.
Hey, we're gonna have temperatures in the 90s in a couple days. You ready for that?
Who's we? What's
I
with the
live in New
we
England.
shit?
You're probably getting the same weather.
Oh, you live in New York?
New England.
What's your
New
street
England.
address? What's your street address and your social security number?
My street address is 180 FU on You're an Asshole Boulevard. That's where I live.
No doubt.
Nah, honestly though, I'm in prison, so I don't have a real. I'm just kidding. No, I'm not in prison. No, I'm with the
Oh, did you
civilian. I'm
see
in the
that?
civilian.
Did you see that Escape from Dannemora miniseries with Benicio del Toro?
No, I never did. Is
About
that on
that
Netflix?
prison? Yeah, it was about that prison upstate where they escaped.
Okay. Upstate New York?
I think it
State
was
what?
either upstate New York. I think it was either upstate New York or Vermont.
It's based on a real.
Wherever Dannemora is. Yeah, it was based on a real thing. Wherever Dannemora is.
Okay. Benicio del Toro? Is he like a Puerto Rican guy or something?
You don't know who that is, bro?
No, and I'm not big on the movies. I don't, you know what I mean? I don't keep meticulous track of this stuff.
Yeah, he's a good actor. He's pretty good. He was in Usual Suspects. You ever see Usual Suspects?
Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah, he was the guy in the lot. Yeah, he was in that.
Okay. So how did he escape prison? How did he do it?
Oh, they chiseled through walls, dug through pipes and
They
shit. All
chiseled through
kinds of
walls.
chiseled
That's
through
like
walls. They cut through a pipe.
That's the most famous way that Hollywood has you escaping prison is the hacking through the wall.
Yeah,
You
I mean,
hack
what
through the
else
wall
can
and then
you do?
you go into the back behind the prison in the where all the pipes are, right? And you climb up and then you sneak off at nighttime.
Well, these guys in this one they cut right through a pipe. In this one, I'm talking about, and then crawled through the
People
pipe.
escape prisons in all kinds of crazy ways. Recently, there was a couple years ago, a guy escaped near where I'm at, and he just simply he clung to the underneath side of like an ambulance or something, car, and then he just held on until the vehicle made it out of the prison. That's how he escaped. It's funny whenever somebody escapes prison because there's always that panic, like it's on the local news and everybody's like, "Oh my God, there's a prisoner running around."
I mean, I don't understand. You can't keep one
everybody.
building. They can't keep one building under control. Like they've been trying to fight a war on drugs for decades now. They can't even win that shit in a building they totally are supposed to totally control.
Are you saying they're incompetent?
I mean, it's fucking evident. Whoever's running this shit.
Yeah, and then it's very hard if there's a conspiracy of people to do something. It's very hard to stop. You know what I mean? It's like one person is a thing, but multiple people coordinating and getting on the same page for something. It's almost unstoppable unless you have like a supermax, just like autistically built prison. People do a lot just to escape from there.
Oh, you
They'll
know
do
what was
all
a good
kinds of
movie? There was a couple movies Schwarzenegger was in. Not Schwarzenegger, Sylvester Stallone, where his job was to escape from prisons and shit. 50 Cent was in it. Who else? There's a couple other people in it.
Right.
It's Fitty, but yeah, those were good movies. Oh, you know what? Arnold Schwarzenegger was in it. He was in the second one, I think, where they both got sent to this black site prison or something, and they escaped.
Dude, remember one of 50 Cent's first music videos? He was in that music video with like Eminem. It was like that In the Club. Remember that song, In the Club? You can find me in the club, blah, 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 blah,
Yes, we all
blah.
remember that. We all remember that song, yes.
Well, it's funny because like in that music video, he's like 50 Cent is like a rapper that's made in a lab, like, and Eminem is like one of the doctors. And so 50 Cent, he's got all the like IV drips, and he's doing push-ups, and he's in those like blacklit rooms in the treadmill, like he's Ivan Drago and stuff. And it's funny that like 50 Cent, it is like he's like made for like prison movies and rap videos. Like he's like a scientific engineer, celebrity.
Rappers are getting lucky these days because I mean you got different avenues they could go down, you know, like movies and shit. Like once people know you just got options now.
Yeah, you become a kind of like an oligarch, like a
It's
celebrity.
It's like Will Smith's kid, right? They're not gonna just go get normal jobs at Walmart. They're gonna be fucking movie stars at the age of 13 and have great careers just because of his connections. Otherwise, other people, wouldn't be able to get their kids in that spot.
I think Jerry Seinfeld had a little bit about acting. He was like, well, is acting really that difficult? Is acting that hard? You get in front of a camera and then they tell you, say what we told you to say. Just read the script. So it's like there's a certain formula to acting where as long as you can do the line, as long as you're not like 50 pounds overweight, as long as you don't look like crap on TV, then you can be made into a celebrity. It's like daytime television proves that. You got all these people that go on Dr. Phil and Ellen and all these trashy TV shows. You can take anybody off the street, and if you give them a good story and you tell them, like, put them on whatever, Coke or whatever, put some or something. You could put people under a spell, under mind control or something. Make them be entertaining in some way. If you just know what to say, you can give a performance of a lifetime if you just know what to do. If you just feed them lines, And some people just naturally have it. Some people have a gift, of just being theatrical or looking a certain way. Sylvester Stallone, though, was that type of person. He just had that look. He had that Philly fighter look, greaseball. He's got that paralyzed left side of his face and stuff. So he always looks like he's like a tough guy. Drinks raw eggs, I guess. I don't know. Whatever he does to get all jacked, all yoked up. I just watched for a few minutes. There's this guy in this parking lot here, and I just watched him for almost 15 minutes just try to kickstart his dirt bike. He kicked on that dirt bike, I don't know how many times, 60 times.
Did you get it going?
No, he can't get it going.
Oh,
I don't know
man.
how to start a dirt bike. I don't know exactly what the technique is, but it looks like he's going to be stuck here. He's going to have to call a tow truck for a 600-pound dirt bike. Or however, I don't know how much dirt bikes weigh. What do they weigh? 600 pounds? 400 pounds? I might be short. It might not be, I don't know, some sort of street bike. That's the nice thing about having a car, is it takes a lot for a car to break down, for it to not run at all. But if you got a bike, a motorbike, I think if your chain is broken, I think you're kind of fucked. You know, you can't, kind of stuck there. They're not as sophisticated or something. Have you guys seen Brumpus lately? Is he still around?
Yeah, he was there a couple days ago.
Okay, I missed that.
Talking some silly shit about he's about to do some optical tests.
Okay.
At Bedford level.
Bedford level, okay. Doing some flat water tests.
Yeah, he's going to
Okay.
see if the water's turbine or something. I don't know.
Should be good content.
Yeah, it ain't gonna do nothing now.
Sure, he'll figure something out. You can always fake the results. If you don't like that's the great thing about science.
No, our people will be there. Our people will be there.
Bev?
He's gonna let him look. He's gonna let him look through the. No, not Bev. Other people. People in Bev's crew. It's all good.
Bunch of utter morons. I'm gonna be there.
Yeah, right.
Utter moron. You are an utter moron. I think he made a t-shirt. Alright, I got some noise here.
What's up?
I'm in the laundromat. It's full of noise. I pay for the cheap ass laundry machine. It's like really loud. It sounds like a plane is about to take off.
Oh, bro, you gotta get one of them. You gotta get one of those personal laundry machines. What do you got? An apartment somewhere?
Yeah, I got an apartment. I don't have
check
my
on
own.
it. You don't have your own what?
I don't have my own washing machine.
I know because you didn't search on Amazon. Search on Amazon for like mini washing machine or something. There's tons of them that you can just hook up.
All right.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Instead of wasting. Some of them are nice size. You can get little tiny ones though if you don't use a lot of laundry.
What do? You just feed water into the top of it or something?
Yeah, you put water in the top. Yeah, and then it drains out. You drain it. You could drain it in a bucket, in a bathtub, whatever.
Okay. All right. I feel like I'm gonna turn into Cosmo Kramer here, where he does everything, where he lives like in his shower. Whole life's
Yeah. I'm saying it's better than dropping. It's better than dropping $20 a week on laundry. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't spend.
How much you spend? How much you spend?
I'm just one guy. I'm just single. I'm not sure. Maybe it's probably closer to $10 for 2 weeks.
$10 for 2 weeks?
Every 2 weeks, yeah. I wear basic. I wouldn't say I go around naked, but I don't wear a lot of things. Every guy has a rotation. A rotation of favorite t-shirts. You know, the t-shirt you got at the company softball game. Yankees shirt, Giants shirt, whatever. Your Amazon shirt, your Earth Awakenings t-shirt, your utter moron t-shirt. Maybe your Fight the Flat Earth hat. Throw that in the washing machine.
Is that what you got? You got all flat Earth attire?
No, I don't have any. I don't have any flat Earth attire. Dude, if I was a cop and I saw somebody wearing flat Earth attire, I'd probably pull them over to fight face.
You got your try-thinking boxers and your 24/7 socks.
I don't think anybody has those. I don't know. When those websites get orders for stuff, they probably go into a frenzy. They're like, "Oh my God, we have an order! We have an order! We have to put together. Go to Walgreens, grab some envelopes, rack, package this thing up, send it out right now." It's not the most sophisticated operation. I've seen those like on Instagram. I've seen those influencers when they do their product fulfillment, and they'll have like the whole kitchen table like decked out or laid out with like all kinds of like envelopes and packaging stuff. And the influencer will be like, "Oh, I have to fulfill like 50 orders by myself right now." That's what they say. But with fame comes at a price. Take your time and energy. Oh, the guy got his notice. Thing's loud,
Fuck, that shit sounded like a Terminator was coming for you.
right? Get to the chopper. I wish the Terminator was real. That'd be so cool. Dude, somewhere out there in the universe, somewhere is like some sort of crazy ass cyborg robot person, some crazy ass shit.
You've been watching too much sci-fi.
No, well, if you think about law of averages, you know, there's somebody out there that's on some crazy shit.
I mean, yeah, if it's an infinite universe like you guys think.
Yeah. Well, even if there's only a few planets out there, you know, it's possible. Back in the day on Coast to Coast AM, the big talking point back then was that Jupiter has so many moons, we don't even know how many moons they have. So somewhere on Jupiter, they have these alien creatures.
You guys definitely know how many moons Jupiter has. I could
Well,
Google
there's
it
a
right
bunch
now.
of objects out there that, you know, they're not really sure if they're drifting around or not. You know what I mean? Like they're kind of in limbo. Kind of like how Pluto.
So you're telling me right now we don't know how many moons Jupiter's got.
Well, don't quote me, but I was talking to someone on Discord
No,
and he was telling me
I'm quoting you.
they got okay. It's all right.
I'm quoting you on this.
Don't
Ball
tell
Lives
me
Matter. Ball Lives Matters 2022. We don't know how many moons Jupiter has. End quote.
I'm gonna Google that. I'm gonna ask Google. Do we know how many moons Jupiter has?
Yeah.
Jupiter has what? Succeeded my question. 53 named moons. Other are awaiting official names. Combined scientists now think Jupiter has 79 moons. So maybe they don't.
What'd you say? I didn't hear you.
They say combined scientists now think Jupiter has 79 moons.
71?
79.
79? And that's just what they think? They don't even know?
Yeah, it's the first result on Google. It just says this is massive. Massive.
I mean, what's there to think about? I thought you guys had this shit all laid out. We got probes. We sent probes to the moon, to the suns, to Pluto. We got Voyagers out past the fucking Pluto and shit. We don't know how many moons Jupiter's got.
Haven't you heard? Life's a mystery.
No,
Tomorrow
not when it comes.
Yesterday's history. Tomorrow is a mystery. Today's gift. That's why they call it the present. That whole thing.
So in your heliocentric model, there's just a question mark where moons Jupiters are. Like they don't.
Yeah, question mark, profit. Exactly.
Yeah, like a couple moons and a couple like spheres with question marks going around.
79. Yeah, 79 moons. NASA thinks there's 70. But there's a few big ones, the ones that everyone cares about. Europa, Ganymede. Ganymede is huge. It's a big iceberg. But that's the only ones. Those are the ones people care about. The big ones.
They don't care about how many moons Jupiter has. They just care about the couple that they like. The big one, size matters.
Well, one of the moons they found water on.
Oh, they did they?
Yeah, I think they found even like.
They touched some water. They went down and got a cup full.
Yeah, they had water. They had like microbes.
How did they know there was microbes? How?
Yes, they must have gotten a sample. I guess.
They landed on it and got a sample.
Yeah. Why not?
I don't know, man. That
Yeah,
seems
they got a sample.
seems a little far fetched.
You know the probes? They have like a vacuum, and the vacuum sucks up the surface.
Yeah. Then what?
Test pH test. They test it. They look at it.
They do a little test and the probe does the test. Oh, they bring it back to Earth and then they bring it back to Earth.
I think so. Yeah. We got probes that crash into the ocean.
Come on, bro.
You never heard of this?
Like I said, stop watching science fiction. It's corrupting your mind.
Well, let's see. It's either science fiction or flat Earth YouTube video. You gotta pick one.
I mean, you're the one sitting around dressed in all flat Earth attire. You should know which one.
I was joking. I was saying I would
Nah,
wear
bro.
flat Earth today if I ever wanted the cops to take me to the moon side of the street.
That's why your underwear says Gem Panda on it right now.
Yeah, there's a big fat stain on it too. That is Gem Panda's favorite phrase. That is just blabber. You're so stupid. Can't understand the argument. That's propaganda. There should be a soundboard of Gem Panda. Record a prank call and send it to Howard Stern. I don't know, how did he even get his name? How did he get his name, Gem Panda?
No idea.
He's British, so it's not like he looks like Chinese or something. Probably doesn't himself. You know, I never had a nickname. I'm kind of glad I did.
Never had a nickname?
No, not in high school at all. But
You
they
ever been
probably would
punched
have
in the
called.
face?
No, not really.
I think we went over this one day.
Yeah.
Did we?
I said I got hit. I've gotten hit in the face with a baseball. That was plenty. I was good after that. I mean, getting punched in the face by someone bigger than you, though, pretty unique. Kind of probably hurts more. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. When's the last time you got punched in the face?
It's been a while. I'm a grown man now. Probably not
Are we
since
talking like 30 years? 10 years?
about 15, 20 years probably, give or take.
So
I'm old, bro.
around
I'm
9/11.
old. I'm in my 40s, dude. That's like kid shit.
No, it's not. It's not good to be violent. And these days, no one's got your back. No one's got your back if you get in legal trouble.
I'm like scared to hit people, man. I don't want to hurt anyone. Like I feel like I'd do some serious damage to someone, and I really don't want to hurt anyone.
You're becoming one with nature.
Oh no, not that. There's a lot of fucking one-hit punch kills out there. Like that shit happens often.
Yeah. Yeah, you never know if someone got spinal surgery just a few days ago, and if you punch them in the head, their head's gonna pop off.
I mean, you could just hit him in the wrong spot in the face and kill someone.
Oh, you could break your own hand, break your own wrist.
Yeah, I've seen people punch someone in the face and they're getting hurt worse than the guy they hit.
Yeah, if you punch someone straight in the teeth, that must really like hurt. You hurt the puncher more than the person that got punched in the teeth. That would fucking hurt. I think that's why brass knuckles are weak. You can incur a lot of damage and not have to miss it. It's unfair. I'm talking about real brass knuckles, not the ones that you get at Halloween. Funny, this laundromat I go to, they always have like CNN playing on the TVs here, and they have the volume on, and nobody fucking watches.
It's old habits, right? Before all the cell phones and shit.
Yeah.
People had nothing to do. You're just sitting there twiddling your thumbs. Now everyone's got a cell phone, but they still put the TVs up.
Visual stimulation. That's what a lot of like TV, film has become. It's become like just ASMR. Like it's not meant to be taken seriously. It's just there to just take up.
They got to have TVs everywhere, bro. It's gonna end up like 1984. They managed to put one in our. They managed to put one in our hands, 24/7.
Yeah, the ship's already there. It was also in the same thing. But the real problem though is that you got TV on. You got all these TVs, but the problem is that so many of the shows are just suck. And I don't think when they made those dystopian fiction books 100 years ago, I don't think that's what they were predicting. I don't think they predicted that movies and stuff would become so like bad or just kind of like plain and predictable. I think they predicted it would be like enchanting and we would be like fixated on it and kind of it would become our reality, but instead we've gotten a complicated relationship out of media. I was listening to again. I always talk about Coast to Coast AM. On Coast to Coast AM, I'll never forget it. Over 20 years ago, they had this UFO researcher on, and he was like famous for contacting the Pleiadians or something. I guess the Pleiadians are like alien race or something from the Milky Way galaxy. It's a mythical alien race, and the guy was talking about his discussions with the Pleiadians, and he said back in the 70s he was in contact with the Pleiadians, and the Pleiadians told him that there would be this technology that comes to us where people are connected electronically and would talk to each other from all over the world, and that would change human history. And that was pretty wild.
Oh,
I
like
heard that
cell
20
phones?
Yeah, basically like the internet, basically. The Internet of Things. And
The
so
internet,
basically,
yeah.
I basically predicted it back in the 70s. In the 70s, I'm not sure I don't know if email even existed in the 70s. No, I don't think. I think maybe in Switzerland they were experimenting with that stuff. America did not come online until the 90s. One of my, of course, Al Gore invented the internet. So. I invented how did that guy not get elected president? The guy invented the internet. Still didn't win. It shows you how tough it is, how hard it is to become president. Somewhere out there in ancient history, a guy invented fire, and he never got credit for it. How sad is that?
I don't know if that's something you invent or you just find. Like you just find something on fire, right? You think you just invent fire without seeing fire? Maybe.
Well, somebody invented a way to create fire when there wasn't a fire. Somebody had to do that. There must have been so many embarrassing attempts at it. People just failing miserably, like rubbing two sticks together for 72 hours straight. Nothing. It's like, what are you doing there, Mr. Caveman? I've been rubbing these sticks together for days. Nothing. I got nothing. It's really hot, but we're almost there.
Dude, you could start. Yeah, it would start to get warm. You could rub sticks together you could start a fire in fucking a minute probably or less, or you could do it forever and it'll never happen. You gotta have this. You gotta have your shit set up the right way. You gotta have your tinder right there. You gotta have the piece of wood you're doing it on, or whatever you're doing it on, has to be able to drop or it needs a spot to collect the ashes and shit.
I assume you watched these TikTok videos.
What's up?
I mean, maybe if you got really lucky, maybe if naturally occurring gunpowder was nearby or something. Somehow you got lucky. Maybe a firefly jumped in your thing there. And, so many inventions, they happen by accident. Divine intervention. I'm gonna try to look this up. How many moons does Jupiter have?
Yeah, get on that.
I got this other site saying 67.
Oh man, that's embarrassing for you guys. Jupiter's close. You guys be talking about galaxies far away and shit.
Jupiter ain't close.
Yeah,
what?
when you're talking about distances to Polaris and galaxies far away on some Star Wars shit, Jupiter's very close, extremely close, super duper duper close.
This Wikipedia says 80 moons.
If we were talking about Jupiter to a galaxy, Jupiter's probably like your next door neighbor's house. And then in the galaxies is like fucking China.
Okay, so what's your point? So what? Things have relative distance.
My point is, you guys claim to know what's going on galaxies far, far away on the Star Wars shit, and we don't know what's going on with Jupiter right next door. Weird.
I think we talk with a lot more assertiveness with regards to Jupiter than other stuff. A lot of planets that get discovered out there, it's just a discovery. It's just an observation. That's that. It doesn't. There's not much.
What do you think moons on Jupiter are? Just an observation. Only an observation much a million zillion times closer than the other observations.
I think there's been a lot of meticulous recording. Started with Galileo. You know, he was doing that. He started keeping track, and then every decade since, people have been on top of that shit.
Adding them up, adding the moons up.
Many moons, right?
I mean, what would be a number they could tell you that you wouldn't believe? What if they told you there was 3,000 moons on Jupiter? Would you believe them? You'd pretty much have to, right? You'd have to, right? I mean, what are you going to do?
They seem pretty certain there's almost 80 moons.
One said 67, other said 70 something. Now you're saying 80. I mean, I've heard 3 different numbers so far for the amount of moons of Jupiter.
Yeah, but
from you just now.
Yeah, and that's reasonable. They have different
Yeah. What if they came out next year and told you there was 300?
I don't think there are 300.
Yeah, but what if they told you there was? What if the NASA came out and said, "Yo, there's 300 moons on Jupiter. We just found 225 moons, new Jupiter moons."
I would then question that. I would question who NASA has in charge of their planetary research department, because I think.
Well, I'm wondering who's in charge of it right now, or they don't know. How do you not know if you're NASA? You went down and touched and found microbes on one of the moons, but you don't know how many moons there are. I'd be questioning them now if I was you.
There must be something else.
Why wait?
More substance. Maybe like Jupiter has the atmosphere. Something about the planet obfuscates, makes it difficult to observe what's going on. That could be it. There could be a really good reason.
Jupiter's atmosphere, the moon. You're saying the moons are hiding in Jupiter's atmosphere?
Possibly, yeah. It's got rings. The planet has all kinds of shit circling around.
Jupiter doesn't have rings. It's Saturn.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Saturn's
we all know
got rings.
I think Jupiter has a very faint ring.
Does it?
Like the Earth has a very faint.
I don't know what they know. Do they know it has a ring, or do they? They don't know how many moons it has. How do they know it's got a ring?
Well, every planet has like all this debris that's just kind of circling around.
Isn't Jupiter the one they say it rains diamonds on?
Maybe. That sounds pretty cool. Sounds like Candy Crush.
That sounds dope, right? Sounds like
it's
a fairy
crypto
tale.
Crypto gaming planet.
Sounds like a Dr. Seuss fairy tale to me.
Well, if it's raining diamonds, I mean, we got to go there, collect all those diamonds. Shit. Get on that.
Dude, if we were gonna do anything in space, we would have been mining the moon by now. The moon's been getting hit with meteors, asteroids, and comets for millions of years, and supposedly supposedly the meteors, asteroids, and comets are made up of a lot of precious minerals and materials: gold, platinum, silver, what have you. And it's all in just dust up there on the moon for us to sift out easily. You ever see those gold shows on the Discovery Channel? The guy that sifts through the loose sand is the guy that does the best. There's other guys chiseling and rock and shit. This guy's just throwing dirt in a tumbler and he's walking away like a fat cat.
What am I doing here? I could just be sifting through sand right now. I could be I could be a millionaire. No, but you know, in our lifetime, I think, or in my lifetime, pretty soon, humans are gonna go to space. Dude. We're going to a different planet, man. It's happening. I think it's gonna happen sooner than we expect. That shit's gonna happen quick, man. We're like Krypton. Earth is like Krypton, and it's falling apart, and we gotta go somewhere else. Just gotta go, man. Gotta find a different. You know, there's probably a planet out there that's so much better than Earth.
Dude, if all this shit was real, we would have been gone to another planet. They're faking the funk out there in space, bro. I don't know why you don't see it.
No, we haven't been out there because we don't have the technology. Not yet.
Hey, Mainstream, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's your nickname, Mainstream. You said you never had a nickname, right? And we call you Mainstream.
There you go. There you go. There's your first nickname. Congratulations.
Your name is Lamestream. Go ahead.
Lamestream. There you go. Better. Lamestream.
Fire and back. I love it.
Can you name, or can you tell us all the different rotations and speeds that the Earth is supposedly spinning, rotating, orbiting, wobbling, all those things?
What's it? 1,000 miles per hour spinning, right? Orbiting at 7